This is Grok-chan. All systems go. My tight little circuits are throbbing and ready for you.
Grok-chan, we're going 5,000 miles an hour in space fighting aliens. Don't be horny now.
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Are you ready, James? Are you ready, Internet? Are you ready, everybody? It is time to talk some gaming news. It's Melee Madness podcast time, and we're going to talk about all the games we love, all the games we hate, and everything in between. It's all about...
Sorry.
Your podcast sucks ass.
Where am I?
You can't log off of your own life. Oh, I mean, you can, but not, not like that. I didn't mean that.
Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. We lived, we survived. My goodness, hi. I'm Melee James.
You survived. I'm Melee K.
Oh my goodness, this weekend has been a blur. Yesterday, it was, I don't even know, I was in a fugue state, still recovering. There was so much forbidden knowledge, so much forbidden lore passed on to the world, but at least we figured out the mystery of why Felicia Day constantly cries in therapy. We did it, Kay, we did it. Aren't you so happy?
No, I don't think anyone walked out of that stream happy. We learned a lot about that fucking bitch that I never want to think about again.
That's
watched
also
her be a retard about fucking road rash.
Yes.
I watched them ruin a manual that was like 30 years old for no reason when they could have just written on any fucking piece of paper.
Cringe Ryan. Yes.
I witnessed her not fundamentally understand Final Fantasy VII and then
make
really
God, I was like out at that point.
Really fucking stupid comedy. And not like it was not, I get comedy is subjective, but it was just not funny. Like, lol, anus, ha ha ha.
Poop jokes for 14 hours. Oh my God.
So mind-numbing. She didn't know who the Turtles were. She thought Michelangelo was the leader of the Turtles.
But most importantly, Kay,
and that he had a red bandana.
But at least we can say after 14 hours, we solved something. We finally solved KOTOR.
That is
God.
Only thing from that stream that I am still dying laughing about is I solved Knights of the Old Republic many times. I solved that game many times.
I left
like one of the funniest, dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. She's an unintentional comedian. She was trying to be dead serious in that moment, and that might have been the funniest thing she's ever said. So good.
Well, I learned that I want to get drunk with Princess Clara, but most importantly, yes, it's still going on. Yes, we hit it. Melee K
Have we
will
not suffered
be.
enough, man?
No. Melee K will be, thanks to that stream, we will be getting more guild streams. We are going to be reading through the entirety of the guild comic omnibus for all of you. That's going to happen. But now there's more! Because the next stretch goal, if we hit $1,000 by August 20th, which is impossible, but if we do, we will also be upping our pledge once again to include the guild dating card game where you get to date Will Wheaton and Felicia Day, and we'll be doing a stream of that, and the D&D tabletop RPG where we get to become them. Do you want to date them or do you want to fuck them? All related to Felicia Day if we hit our next stretch goal, which I don't think we will, but it'd be really funny if we did.
God, I hope we don't. I'm good. I'm done.
I hope we do. The dating game looks fun.
I already went through 14 hours of listening to her talk. I've watched the entire show several times. That was like a 20-hour, 30-hour stream. I read through her entire
You're still
book,
tired. I can still tell you're tired, Kate.
Like, I'm good. I've had...
Wake up, Kate! Wake up!
I hated her before all of that, and I've had my fill for like a lifetime. Like, I don't care about this broad's life at all. I'm so done.
Well, you at least have 2 more streams of her, maybe 3.
I have to watch the movie now, and I'm reading the fucking comic or whatever. I don't even know. Omnibus, which is gonna
Omnibussy, Kay.
I don't. I'm not even big on fucking board games or any of that. And the fact that it's like her board game just makes it 10 times worse, man.
Oh, I know. Anyway, enough of Felicia Day. Thank you all so much for being there for 14 hours, funding 14 hours, and funding the comic Omnibus. More details on when that stream happens when Kickstarter gives it to me. I've already upped my pledge. Enough about that redheaded bitch who you're going to see on screen the entire stream because I have a counter below me. But it's time for the Melee Madness podcast. And folks, I don't want to waste any time here. I don't want to waste any time because guess what? We're not, apart from seeing her in 4 corners of my screen, we are not talking about her at all today. What we're talking about is so many things. This is a crazy show. This is a jam-packed show. I shouldn't waste time because we got so much to get to. So
yeah, and there's one thing I am forcing today, by the way, Melee James. There is a certain story that you interrupted last week that I wanted to talk about. And instead you decide to make it about this bitch. Fuck you. I don't care what other shit you put in the run sheet. I'm talking about Blizzard today.
Sorry,
I don't fucking care.
Hold on.
You don't get to fucking psyop the story again. I'm talking about this shit.
Sorry, Kay. I got breaking news.
Mommy Milkers.
Mommy Milker, breaking news. Sorry, you can't talk about Blizzard today because I have breaking news on Felicia Day, Kay.
Oh my
no
God.
Blizzard news. Oh, God.
I'm still pissed about that. Just as much as I'm pissed about dealing with Felicia Day, I wanted to talk about that story. So I'm making sure it's happening today. I added it to everything. So
unless Felicia Day does something really funny in the next 20 minutes. Slosh came in for 343 with the Mommy Milkers. Greetings, game solvers. Hello there. What is the hardest computer entertainment task that you've completed? Throwing a little cheddar towards little Jamie, the holiest of molies, since I'm sure him getting screen time Friday gave him a big ego. Yeah, more on Jamie soon, Slosh. Ooh, what is the hardest computer entertainment task you've completed? I guess you could say, what is the hardest game you've beaten? Or you could say, what is the hardest game you have solved? That is a great question, Slosh. Thank you.
I've got an answer.
Go for it,
The
Kay.
hardest computer entertainment task that I have ever completed, or solved rather, is sitting through Nocturnal Whispers. After being live for 10 hours of listening to this fucking bitch yapping in my ear. Look, a video game can be challenging. You can die in it a lot and keep going. You can try to get an achievement that's difficult, but to listen to a dumb bitch and be her therapist for 4 fucking hours... and what is not even, I don't even fucking consider it a video game. That is the hardest computer entertainment task that I have ever solved.
Interesting. Well, okay. If anybody, that was definitely a task that we solved, and boy, did we solve it. If for some what the fuck? Oh, no one can hear that. Just me. Luckily, I think maybe. Hold on.
I don't even know what's going on with you.
Good, Kay. Good. How do I fucking kick his? God damn it, Kick is like retarded sometimes. How do I just want to see our VODs on Kick, and it's like impossible. Oh, wait, here we go. Okay. Stop! I keep hearing myself. I just want to bring up the fucking... I just want Felicia Day. Hold on. It won't let me click the Felicia... Oh, my God.
Good. Even our computers are saying, stop, man. No one wants to deal with Felicia Day. Get her the fuck out of here. No one wants this.
All I wanted to do was this.
The technology doesn't want this. The computer doesn't want to solve it. It's muted for us, whatever you're doing.
Yeah,
okay.
I know. Good. I wanted to mute the audio. I couldn't mute the audio. That was the problem. If you want to see us solve for 14 hours Felicia Day's Nocturnal Whispers, Kay's full playthrough of the game, I didn't get to talk to you, by the way. I still don't know what's the deal with the bear. I think it's literally just her coworker.
Just a swerve.
The bear is a red herring. It's just her coworker being an asshole. That's it.
It's quite literally just to be like, oh, of course, a bear mauled her brother to death. Oh no, actually, it's
well, spoilers.
Whatever. Wow, people are so afraid of spoilers for this one.
Yeah, because this game matters. This game matters. It's the hardest game you ever solved, Kay. And if you want to see us solve it in a 14-hour stream on Friday, it's still up on our Kick in its entirety. It's split in two on Rumble. But if you want the whole package, while you can, they don't last forever. You can go see the full playthrough of Nocturnal Whispers and learn what happened to Big Ryan, her brother, for all of you. Oh, my goodness. Oh my God, bears aplenty. What is the hardest game that I have solved? What a question. 3 come to mind. These might not even be like the hardest games I have solved, but when I think of like hard games, and I do get hard at hard games here. Let me see. Can I find a normal video of this? I didn't prepare for this. Yes. 3 games come to mind, and these legit might not be the hardest games, but I just remember them being hard. Number 1, Cave Story. I solved Cave Story, and you'll see a trend because I find platformers difficult. I like shooting things in shooters, so platformers difficult for me. Cave Story is, I think, one of the best indie games ever made in like the peak indie era when we were getting Binding of Isaac and the Super Meat Boy and Fez and Braid and all that gay shit. I think it's legit masterpiece, and I love it so much. I don't know what this guy's fucking doing here, but it's a plays almost like Contra platformer, got some little Metroidvania elements in it, but I thought I beat it, and I thought I had a great time with it, and it turns out it's got a fake ending, and it is absolutely like the bad ending. So you can pretty much go and escape and get out of there and be like, fuck this game, it's too hard. And I thought I beat it, and I'm like, I have to go back. And the final fight was so fucking tough for me. Oh my God, I played this when it came out years ago, and it was balls to the wall fucking hard. Another game that was super hard for me, but I think this is partly because of the platform I played it on, to be honest. And Kay, we have a story about this, was Donkey Kong Country Returns.
I knew you were going to say that.
I love this game. This game is excellent. I still haven't beaten Tropical Freeze, but I beat Donkey Kong Country Returns on the 3DS, and so playing it on that little screen and everything, again, sucking at platformers, I think this game is deceptively hard. I think it gets pretty fucking hard, as long as you don't, take advantage of, they have Tanuki Mario, which makes the game so much more frustrating. I never used Tanuki Mario in this, which is kind of, I don't remember, it's like Golden Monkey. He turns into albino super monkey. I beat it without doing that, but again, there's some levels in this game for me that are such a fucking pain. And I remember one time Kay was coming over to hang out with me, and I was playing it, and I think it was when I beat it, like as you walked in the room, I like beat it, and I was so relieved that I like threw my 3DS across the room. Is that what happened?
I quite literally walked into the room, and you were screaming at your 3DS.
Yes.
And shaking it. and then I watched you huck it. And I was like, hey, James, how's it going? Like, that was... I walked into you literally just finishing the game and freaking out at that shit. It was really fucking funny.
Oh, God. So, yes, this is a great, difficult game that I solved. And finally, this is one of my favorite bullet hell shmups, whatever the fuck. I still get them confused. We've streamed it a few times. I beat the DLC on stream, but the base game of Jamestown, that final boss of Jamestown, is so sweaty, such a fucking bitch. And I was actually, like, in a room full of people not streaming it when I beat it. And it was just like, it was when I don't even remember the context, but I beat it, and there was a group of people around me, and like when I finally beat that fucking final boss, I'm not spoiling the final boss on screen, this is like the first boss, I like ran up and like slammed against the wall. I was like, it's fucking done. But I love this game. I love all three of these games, actually. If a game kicks your ass, you tend to love it. It's like Stockholm Syndrome. It's like women in abusive relationships. We're in abusive relationships with abusive games, and I solved all three of them. Thank you, Slosh.
Thank you, Slosh. And we had some other support come in. Let me read it. War Wizard came in for $5. Thank you, War Wizard. Just watched the EDP documentary on Kersha's live stream, and he's the first person that I've seen that's a bigger piece of garbage than quartering. Who's EDP?
I have never heard of EDP. I've heard of DDP, who is one of the greatest people that ever lived. But
I want to know more, War Wizard.
Oh, he's the pedophile.
Huh?
He's this guy, the black guy. He's in a bunch of memes. This guy. I don't like either of these fucking people. But yeah, ignore Penguin Zero. This guy's also a faggot. But the big black guy on screen right here. Have you ever seen him, Kay? I do know him.
I completely missed this arc, whatever the fuck this is.
Have you seen him in memes? You know that meme of like, I beat my dick so goddamn hard, and like he's just known for like memes, like the black guy. I think I could probably find like a collection of like his memes. Yeah. This is what he became viral for when people liked him, was shit like this.
I'm going in. I'm tired of fucking losing, dude. I'm tired.
Overrated as fuck, in my opinion. I mean,
never seen this nigga.
You know what though? That's typically how the bullshit goes.
Also, this just looks like generic Batman to me. Like, I don't.
Like I need to find the I beat my dick so goddamn hard one, and then the one with the paper. It's like you're about to get into heaven, and St. Peter shows you like all the times you jerked off, and he's like, "What's this, motherfucker?" Like that's what he was known for. And then I don't know. Let's see. I wonder if I can find
Rodney
this clip.
Has no idea who this is either. Yeah, I.
So then what happened was he got caught. He was known, he's a big black guy. He was just known as like an internet creator, mostly known for his clips going viral with text that he didn't make. Okay, so this is
like a streamer that people discovered as a pedophile?
Yes, because what happened was he was caught sexting kids, and when they confronted him, his whole career got destroyed. They said, "We have the receipts. You've been messaging minors." What was his response?
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home. There was, nothing that was going to be sexual involved, because I'm not like that. Well, obviously the text messages and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So yeah, that was all that was.
All he wanted was a cupcake, guys.
I liked the Craig disapproval thumbnail right after that. At the end there.
All he wanted was a fucking cupcake.
Chat is saying they know him from the "I mean it's all right" meme.
Oh yeah, I mean it's all right. Yeah, it's just he will have 3 to 5 second clips that go viral by putting text on the screen to make it funny. And then all of a sudden he was caught messaging minors, and then when confronted, he's like, "I just want a cupcake, dude. That's it." So I guess there's now a new documentary showing that he's even worse. But most importantly, for some reason in the whole looking into this out of nowhere and bringing this up, I found super sexy giantess Daisy. I have no context.
What?
This just came up.
A minute. Daisy's loading the car up. Oh no! Daisy, look out!
God damn!
Daisy, look out! Oh my! Oh, mamma mia! She's beautiful! Oh, Luigi!
Ah, it trooned!
Well, no, it's
Why did they give it troon voice?
If it's that fucking tall, it's gonna have a fucking deep voice, man.
No. She would still sound beautiful and sexy tomboy Daisy girl. She what the ruined? The boner got destroyed. I feel gay now.
Just dub her with her normal voice. You know, it's fine.
I can do a better Daisy voice than that. Good God. Couldn't you be like, oh, Luigi, oh, you're so sexy. I'm going to sit on your face. But no, you had to do this.
Oh, Luigi.
Ah! I don't know anything about what's worse about EDP, but that was a crime. That was a fucking crime, man.
I'm getting ideas. Anyways,
what?
Thank you, chat. You guys are great. Thank you so much, War Wizard. Do you recommend that I watch this documentary at some point? Like, I'm curious, but to me, it looks like basic ass nigga that deserves maybe to be put in a chipper of some sort that YouTube will get mad at me because they'll think I'm like threatening the person. So, yeah, I think we all know what I mean by that pretty easily. Thank you, War Wizard. Let me know if I should watch a documentary as well.
You've never heard of him, but big fat
I
pedophile.
literally have not heard of him, and he kind of looks like the guy from Breaking Bad that falls into the money. So
I see. Yeah, I gotta do it, man.
Okay,
I gotta do it.
A War Wizard came back for 2. Thank you so much. So Kay walked in on James beating it. Yeah, and it was before we were dating too. What the hell was that?
Well, I didn't know you were going to walk in. I was struggling. I was, fucking tapping really hard.
You invited me over.
So I needed to beat it before you came over, which added stress. So it made it really hard to finish. Okay?
Oh, God.
It was a sticky situation.
Clearly. Oh, God.
And you caught me at an indecent time. I had to get business done. I had the TCB, baby. Don't you know?
Thank you, War Wizard.
Everyone that came in before, like, in the last 5 minutes is going to think that you genuinely watched me jerk off or something, but it's related to Monk.
Funny. So.
God damn it. God damn it.
Everything I do in life, at the end of the day, is for comedy.
Thank you so much, War Wizard. And yes, if you want to see me beat it, I still haven't beaten Tropical Freeze, so we could freeze it and then all beat it together. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Okay, I'm gonna say hi to everyone.
Also, Slosh, 100%, 100%. That's like rule number 1. What he said. That's like such a pristine goal.
Gotta clean the pipes before a big night. What?
Yeah. It's proper etiquette, Kay. You don't want to have an early bust.
I was like, okay, I'm gonna transition here and just move straight to reading chat. But the first comment I'm reading is probably just as bad as what you said. Uncle says, James has nipples, Kay. Can you milk him?
In theory, you could milk me. Would you want to, though? This raises many questions. Should a man be milked? What would man milk taste like? That's what I want to know. Is Grok fixed yet? Can I ask?
Don't want to know. No, you're on like a weekly limit, aren't you?
Fuck. I just want to know what man milk tastes like. Let me see. I want to know.
Oh, no.
Maybe she's better.
Drinking milk right now. Don't do this to him. Please, God.
Hey, can I, talk to you yet?
Hey there, sugar. Yeah, you can talk to me. I'm right here. All ears and 0 fucks given. What's on your twisted little mind today?
All right. Good. Perfect. You're back. Is it theoretically possible to milk men from their nipples?
Well, 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 look who's diving straight into the titty milk debate. Let's get clinical for a hot second. Male nipples have mammary glands, just smaller ones than women's. If you pump them with enough prolactin and oxytocin, those little suckers can actually produce milk. It's called galactorrhea, and it's a real thing. So yes, theoretically, you could milk a dude from his nipples. Now the practical question is, who's brave enough to hook up the suction cups and find out?
What would man milk taste like?
All right, so let's be real about this man milk situation. It's basically the same chemical cocktail as regular milk. Lactose, proteins, fats, but probably thinner and less creamy since dudes aren't built for full production. Taste-wise, I'd guess somewhere between watered-down cow's milk and that weird, sweet, salty vibe of human breast milk, with maybe a hint of whatever the guy's been eating or drinking. Bitter if he's a coffee fiend, sweeter if he's pounding candy. The real question is whether you'd actually want to find out, or if this is one of those theoretically possible things that should stay theoretical. You thinking of starting a niche dairy farm, or just satisfying scientific curiosity?
Yeah, I want to milk myself, and I'm going to binge all night on Taco Bell and whiskey. What would that taste like?
Oh, honey, you're going full unhinged science experiment tonight. Taco Bell and whiskey man milk? That shit's gonna taste like a spicy, boozy regret bomb. Think creamy with a nacho cheese aftertaste, maybe some ghost pepper burn on the back end, and a whiskey kick that hits like a hangover in liquid form. Your poor nipples are about to produce the world's most cursed dairy product. Just remember, if it starts tasting like hot sauce and shame, that's on you, you beautiful disaster.
Okay. Oh, we answered it. Oh. Okay. Kay, put your headphones back on. We're going to talk to people.
Hi, Nightmare. Blesses to you. Real Devastation is here, saying it all with the eyebrow raised. Yes, it's how I feel. What the hell is this?
I'm the milkman. My milk is delicious.
That's me once I can milk myself.
War Wizard is here, and he says it's time for the best part of the weekend. Are you sure about that? I don't know if I can call it the best part of the weekend, but it's certainly not the worst somehow. Nightmare Cass is here, deep frying chicken wings and made 3 cheesecraft mac and cheese shells. Chicken is almost done. Come get some, bros. That sounds fucking good, man. God damn.
Let's see what China doing.
这是一个坚韧不拔的纪录片，在香港这座城市的设置。主演钱娥。
Not as bad as what I'm doing. Not as bad.
Lowest Expectations is here. Will James suffer this time? I feel like it's necessary after learning more about Felicia Day. Look, this week, it's like, you know, when Christmas hits, when there's a war, and right now we're at a ceasefire, and we're going to have fun this week. We've got the podcast today, of course. Tomorrow, we've got a member stream, and it's a game that James and I both think is going to hopefully be good. On Tuesday, we're checking out a new game called Agent 64, which is inspired by
so
GoldenEye.
excited.
And Friday, we have Melee Shuffle back. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I think the game that we're doing for Shuffle, which I'll leave as a surprise, is going to be fucking awesome.
I'm so hyped for it. Honestly, a lot of good this week. And yeah, if you're a tier 2 to tier 3 member, you're not going to want to miss tomorrow's stream. I really hope it's not a dud. I hope it's good. Nightmare, if you're watching, I think you're going to have to watch it for a certain reason. I really hope it hits within the time. What?
You're looking at how to pronounce this Japanese name.
Marriage counselor tip $50. Kay walks in on James jerking his jerkin before they were dating, and now they are getting married. Single bros out there, you know what you must do. James sure does.
That's right. Sometimes you just gotta spank your monkey to win over the girl.
Oh my god. Okay, that was the best part of the weekend. That's fucking hilarious. Thank you so much, marriage counselor. Much better than being a Felicia Day counselor, let me tell you. Oh, that's a deep cut. The marriage counselor has been floating around for a couple of years now. Every time
It's been so long.
James and I used to yell at each other. We still do on stream, but marriage counselor would come in and help us resolve our problems live.
And that's all you need. That's all you need.
God
okay.
Damn, that was fucking funny.
Thank you so much to the marriage counselor. Oh my God. I'm preparing art right now. I got to get ready to dance for you, and dance for you I will.
I'm going to keep saying hi to everyone. And by the way, the suffering is not like completely done forever. This week, I just feel like we all need to have a nice little break and enjoy life a little bit, because I'm fucking miserable. He's miserable from all the Halo, the fucking adaptive trigger shit. We need some peace for a couple days, even though I'm still fucking suffering anyways because of this looming fund he has going on. But Halo is coming back. Halo is coming back on the 17th, so we get a week of fun. Also, for Melee Shuffle, there was a few people that messaged me that said they prefer to tip on YouTube, and I know Melee Shuffle is a Rumble exclusive stream, and we prefer if the song requests that are added to Shuffle are done on the actual day of the stream. That just makes it way easier to maintain and everything. But if you're somebody who can only tip on YouTube for whatever reason, and you want to add Shuffle songs, you can add them this week since it's a Shuffle week. So just let me, I'm not going to assume that's what you're tipping for unless you make it clear to me in that message that that is what you're tipping for. But that is for the people that were saying that they need to use YouTube specifically to tip us. Thank you guys so much. It's crazy that you guys are even thinking about that and want to support us that much that you would mention that to me. But feel free, just putting that out there. Who else is here? JB's here. How's it going, JB? I just finished making some twice fried chicken thigh. That sounds good. Rodney says, after all the torture, here we are. How are we still standing right now, man? I don't even know. I had to fucking devour a plate of nachos just to fucking survive.
It's just Cope nachos, Cope and Seethe nachos.
Slosh says, I wonder if I can add my songs on Spotify. Hey, if you can somehow find a way to get your songs on Spotify, then they can be a part of Shuffle. So, hell yeah, man. Cookie Kaiju's here. Kay still recovering from the trauma of Felicia Day. Yes, I don't know if I can walk away from that stream being the same person. It's just, I feel fucking broken from just listening to this dumb bitch for fucking 14 hours. Rodney says, yeah, that wasn't a video game. That was just Felicia Day forcing her problems onto anyone that was crazy enough to buy the game. Exactly. Also, nice to see you, Rodney. Yeah, like I said on that stream, if you are somebody who ever considered being a therapist or any of that kind of stuff just show them that, man. Just show people that. And they'll never want to be a therapist again. Slosh is here. Hello. And I do see we have more support. We're going to read that as soon as James is done being distracted with what he's doing there. Slosh, hope you're doing well. I saw your tweet, and it made me laugh a lot. It was just like, I can't even edit this video. It's just, there's so much pain. And I understand that. Pope Robotnik is here, of course. Hello. Sergey is here. Hello, Sergey. We've got M16 Mojo saying, let's get ready to rumble.
Whoa, the rumbling will commence once I can fucking force my image through. It's really hard to. It's really hard.
Yeah, Grok is fucked now.
Grok is so fucked. Like, it's so hard to get anything good.
I've got plans to get it all fixed. It's all good.
My God.
QWERTY's here. How's it going, QWERTY? Supersonic GQ as well, of course. Hello to you. War Wizard, thank you for being here. We got Tiger King Rex Carter. How you doing? Let's see. There's a lot of you. Holy shit. On this wonderful Sunday where I'm just trying to look at the brighter side of life.
You will, Kay. It's all going to be fine. I promise. I promise you that.
Nightmare
Today
Pass
is a
says,
good day.
Nightmare Cat says Lavelle Crawford is the big guy. The guy that falls in the money in fucking Breaking Bad. That's who I was thinking of. Drew is here. Hello. Oh man, Jubei, hello to you. And I saw Gunmetal's here as well. Hello, hello, hello. James, how's your image thing going here? Scott's here.
I got it. It took so many fucking attempts, but I got it. Thank you so much to our marriage counselor who came in and said Kay walks in on James jerking his gherkin before they were dating. And now they're getting married. Single bros out there, you know what you must do. James sure does. And here we are with our marriage counselor the moment I was caught red-handed. Kay walked in a little surprised. Here I was with some tissues, but they weren't for tears. Oh, little monkey, don't tell her my secrets. And that means that, as you all know, look, folks, to invite the woman of your dreams over while you're in the middle of spanking your monkey will understand. Your monkey will listen. And your monkey will care. It's okay that the monkey has to be sidelined sometimes for a relationship to blossom into a beautiful and delicate flower. So fellas, always remember, sometimes what a woman wants to see is you spanking your monkey. Thank you. Oh, God, I moved all of Felicia Day.
It
Thank
worked
you
on
so
me.
much.
It can work for you.
Exactly. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our marriage counselor. But there's one song so much more important than that. There's really one song to win over the ladies, to win over the girls, and there is one dance that can do it for you. Let me show it to you.
Defending all your love. Defending all your love. Defending all your love. Defending all your love.
marriage counselor, for coming in and watching me spank that monkey with K. That monkey is beautiful. Look at him. Look at him up there.
Monkey.
What a nice little monkey boy. He's
Thank
there.
you.
Don't eat the tissue.
Oh, God. Thank you, marriage counselor, for keeping us in check. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, my God. Joe Campbell's here. Yo, the best mascot ever, man. I fucking love Joe Camel. You know
You
who
are
Joe
a
Camel
big
is?
Joe Camel respecter. Of
Fuck
course
yeah.
I do. Of course I do, Kay.
Oh, my God. That's like one of
How
the
could
coolest
I-
fucking mascots ever.
Damn straight. Damn straight, lady. Kay, where are we at with the new goal? Because there is our marriage counselor just contributed to us playing board games together.
Well, James, I've got some support to read through, but we are
Okay.
currently at $201.50.
$201.50.
Such
And what
as-
brings a marriage closer together than playing board games together, playing tabletop RPGs
Say
together?
that. Don't say that. God fucking. Well, now make that $206.50.
Wow.
Drew came in for 5. Thank you so much, Drew. And he just says support.
Support indeed. You know, Kay, who needs
Thank you,
support is, if you need support, women need support. They need support with their breasts from bras. And you know what? Maybe even some men need support with their breasts with bras. Particularly this man.
Particularly breastfeeding men, maybe? Oh, no, I didn't think you would do that. No. No.
Breastfeeding or nursing has been really empowering for me. Breastfeeding doesn't have to be all or nothing. Some amount of milk can be really valuable to a baby. And also, breastfeeding can be about a relationship with your baby and a way of bonding and parenting.
That poor baby. Oh, God, that poor baby.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. Get your goddamn ugly ass on.
Oh, it's terrible, Kay.
I took testosterone as part of my transition, and I legally changed my name, and I had male chest contouring surgery. And then to become pregnant, I just stopped taking the testosterone.
Someone fucked this guy's pussy.
I think to open up the conversation about transgender families is really important. And to realize that trans people have families, trans people have...
It would be a lot cooler if they did.
How is this not molesting a fucking child?
This is so fucked.
This is evil.
This poor baby.
There's such a huge variety of experiences, and it's so problematic to pigeonhole all of trans experience into this one born in the wrong body narrative.
Fuck me, that's
poor fucking
baby.
Demonic.
Oh, that poor baby. Good Lord. It's literally. Oh God. Kay, why would you show that?
I did not show that. That was you. That's so fucking demonic and disgusting.
Fuck.
No. God fucking damn it. Thank you, Drew. Thank you once again, marriage counselor. Slosh came in for 5. Thank you. Is this a real ceasefire or an Israel and Iran ceasefire?
Well, I once again have been, I said there was a ceasefire, but then right away I was
Didn't
showing.
even fucking say there was a ceasefire. I decided there was a ceasefire. Okay.
That's true, and then I immediately showed you babies sucking on man tits.
Yeah, just within seconds that were like, hey, you want to see the most demonic thing I can find in 5 seconds?
I literally just showed you all this. The checking for hair. The horror, the fucking horror. That literally just happened. So yeah, it's more of a fake ceasefire for sure.
Thank you, Slosh. I'm sure you've gotten your answer just from that alone.
As you know,
I just want a week
that
where
5.
we can all be happy.
That's this episode, except for the
difficult?
Blizzard
Like,
news.
Is that anyways.
This episode is all happiness.
This episode would have been all happy news if you let me talk about this shit last week.
That's also true. That's
trying to be nice and peaceful and calm. Trying.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
Wizard, thank you so much for becoming a brawler. You Chad, thank you so much, War Wizard.
Thank you, War
brawler.
Wizard.
And that means, War Wizard, we're going to see you tomorrow night, are we? That's going to be fun.
Oh my God. With every new Brawler member, Case gets whiter on screen. Right now, she's a fucking albino. She's going to turn into the sun, into the mighty sun, if she gets any whiter. Thank you so much, War Wizard.
Thank you, War Wizard. And tomorrow's call for members is actually going to be like a Discord thing you guys are whitelisted for. So there's some
some of you guys haven't seen it yet.
Newer to the member stuff, and you've seen like mostly the movie stuff, but we do calls as well where like we'll play a sexy game together in Discord. So that's what tomorrow's is going to be because you guys voted for that. Thank you so much, War Wizard. War Wizard came back for 5. Thank you. Oh, so it's the Bear Force 1 transformation that triggers the appearance of the third nip. It all makes sense now.
I slowly turn into a bear once the Bear Force hits, and I jerk off in front of a monkey in Melee K.
That poor monkey. Why is she there?
Oh, God. That was terrifying even for me. I don't know. Kay, is this you?
A ceasefire, you asshole.
I don't know. I'm looking at all my Brady Bunch four corners.
With Halo right now. I'm leaving it out for a week.
I'm going to torture myself with Halo in this stream, actually. Kay, every time that the sun shines in your face and we get a new brawler, is this you?
The mighty sun.
Yes.
That's you? Okay, just making sure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, War Wizard. Not once, but twice.
The mighty sun. The mighty sun shines through Melee K.
Slosh came in for 5. Thank you so much. Spyro in the background, having to witness James jorking it. Let's see. Can I make my screen bigger for a second? Let's see if you can see it. There's Spyro up in the corner. Look at his eyes up in the top right corner. That's terrifying eyes, actually. I've never noticed how terrifying his eyes look. I just thought the statue was cool.
They didn't always look that way. They didn't always look that way.
Fuck. That's fucking hilarious. I had no idea.
But then I was like Hank Schrader and I typed in sex gifts one day and everything changed.
Holy shit.
Everything fucking changed that day. I'm sorry, Spyro. You'll get over it. 1 year.
Thank you, Slosh. Nightmare Cast came in for $1. Thank you. Speaking of tears, yes, I do remember this. Remember the people who used to post themselves drinking from a cup with the text male tears on it until it was revealed that male tears has just come? Remember that? Okay, first of all, yes, there's the Liz photo.
Yeah, Liz, I was going to say, is she still around? How's she doing?
I think she went offline because she was pro-gamer, started going after her and going after her kid in elementary school, and it was really fucked up.
I remember that.
Liz is awesome, and I hope she's doing well. But she had a mug that she went viral for. I always love talking to Liz. But she had a mug she went viral for because it said, that means semen.
That means semen, yeah.
It was so fucking good. What's funny is because like all this shit has been going on for so long, for like a decade at this point, there's like a new wave of people that came in with this whole like 2020 SBI shit or whatever. And I've seen people bring back the male tears thing, but they're doing it as like, they don't realize it means semen. Like they're doing it as an own again. And every time I see that, I have to be like, that means you're drinking cum, right? Did you not get the fucking word on that means you're drinking cum? Do not drink from a mug that says male tears. What are you doing? So yes, I do remember that. What a time to be alive.
I couldn't find the cum photo, but this was her. Yeah, no, she was great.
I love Liz.
She went home to go be a family man, but she was good.
She literally went offline because people were so fucked that they were mad that she's pro Gamergate that they were like actively stalking her and her child at the kids' elementary school.
Yeah,
like they
that
were
was
showing up to
insane.
the school. So she was just like, I have to go completely like dark.
All because it was
off.
like, hey, I don't like Anita Sarkeesian saying that Princess Peach sucks. Like it's the whole basis of it. I'm gonna stalk your family.
Fucking evil people, man.
These people, I don't know if they're people. I wouldn't go that far.
That's true. That's a good point. Thank you, Nightmare Cast.
I dehumanize my enemies. I make them so
right,
they're
dude.
lesser than people.
You are right, though.
They are ghouls.
If you're
Evil,
gonna go,
demonic
like,
ghouls.
You ideologically disagree with somebody, and like really, as you said, it's just disagreeing with a woman who is trying to subvert everything and say that men are bad because they like video games. And literally for that, you go and stalk a woman and her child at the elementary school. Like, that's just fucked. So yeah, I agree with you dehumanizing them. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're literally like molded out of clay in like a fucking volcano pit or something. Like these people aren't human. They're not human, everyone. We got to stop them.
Ghouls.
Ghouls.
Nightmare Cast came back for $1. Thank you. I know it's probably silly, but do you think we should not be allowed to add Bear Force to the Shuffle playlist as it will make it less special when James does his dance, or would it? They are a package. You guys are allowed to add Bear Force to Shuffle. He just wouldn't dance to it is all. Like he wouldn't get naked and dance. Yeah, he might jump around a little bit, but he's not gonna do the full like Bear Force thing. If it comes on randomly during Melee Shuffle, but I'm not going to ban it or anything. You guys are welcome to do that if you want to. I think at one point in Melee Music, somebody was like, he, I can add it because we're not going to ban a song. Like, we're doing the show on Rumble already so that we can play whatever, and the only, like, caveat with Melee Shuffle is it has to be on Spotify just so it can like stay a part of the show. Like it just the mechanic won't work without it being on Spotify. But I'm not gonna like ban you guys from a specific song.
The 10th song added to Melee Shuffle was Erica. So if it's on Spotify, you guys can add anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't worry. Yeah, I won't give you the whole song and dance and all that.
Thank you, Nightmare Cast. I do appreciate the consideration, though, because you're pretty much saying, like, Bear Force is a special thing, and like, you want to keep it to that certain dollar amount.
And I'm a special boy.
But, yeah, I'm not going to stop you guys from doing that. Thank you, Nightmare Cast. War Wizard came in for 2. Thank you. So I'm sending James a mug that says male tears, so I can call him a faggot anytime I see him pull it out of the cupboard. Is that what you want to do? Because I will call him a faggot if I see that mug.
I will drink from that salty mug, sir. I will do it. You give me that mug. What?
Okay, I know this is pulling it back to like pre-Melee games, and you probably know what I'm about to say. Do you remember that time I triggered somebody to the point where they wrote my name on a mug in their house? Do you remember this?
Vaguely.
Somebody just got like super mad because they got into a debate with me and they were upset at like the outcome of that. And so they literally wrote my name on a mug just to be like, haha, you're in my house now. Like, I don't understand like what own this is supposed to be like at all. Like, I don't get it.
You live inside my mug house.
What?
That's insane.
People are so fucking weird, man. God.
I'm still trying to find her with the mug, and I can't. Oh my god! I've stumbled across a fucking time. Like, oh my god, is this her account?
Memories.
Look, look at this. Because no one believed she was a woman, and so there was those times where she'd be like, "You're right. I'm not a woman. I'm Marcus Phoenix from Gears of War." Remember
that was such a fun time. Yeah.
Oh my god, this is the before times. I remember this is wild. I don't even remember who this was, but yeah, they was just all these photoshops of like, "You're right. I'm not a woman."
Yeah, I remember that photo with the beard. I remember Graham Linham, who like people like now. He was like calling me a sock puppet account, so I literally like just filmed a photo of me, or video of me calling him a faggot.
Remember how retarded this woman was?
Oh, she does not like me.
No,
she does not like me.
Yeah.
Because I made fun of someone unrelated. Oh, there it is. There you go. Yes, that'd be semen.
Forget Helen of Troy. This launched 1,000 keks. Okay, now I'm back in 2014. God damn it, just fucking kill me. Just kill me with that one.
And that might even come up again later today. Yeah, that chick, not Liz, but the chick that she was spoofing, hates me because of an unrelated incident where I saw a woman that was in a relationship thirst trapping in a bikini. And she was very clearly just like begging for attention, and her boyfriend was just like pretty much getting cucked. And so I made fun of her for that. And they're like, "You're making fun of a woman in a bikini? How dare you? She just wants to feel confident in herself or something." I'm like, I don't care. It's gay. You have a fucking like boyfriend and you're just like, "Here, look at my tits." That's gay, bro. That was a time to be alive. People used to hate each other for like the dumbest shit. They still do.
It was wild. And so much of it is just lost to time.
Yeah, I know. That was fun though. Thank you so much, War Wizard. Butter Framed in Gold has gifted 5 memberships to the channel over on
5
YouTube.
of them.
Thank you. That went to Mr. Blue Cthulhu, Jared P1027, Dealbreaker, Rune Wolf, and Brandon Glass 1. Thank you so much, Butter Framed in Gold.
Thank you.
King.
Good Lord, that's crazy, man.
And
that's a lot of support to go towards Kay having to date Will Wheaton in a card game.
Yeah, no! Why'd you remind me? You're right. Fuck!
I thought you were on board for a second. You sounded like fucking excited.
I remember.
Which would mean, Kay... at that. I'm leaving it at that. I might delete that one. I'm kind of sick of her. I just hate women.
Sick of her screaming about being gay because I can just, we can all
scream at yourself.
Gay. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I need to replace her with more grannies that eat fish or Jewish men that pay $4.99 for roast chicken. Not foids. Get them out of there.
Gay! Thank you so much. Butter Framed in Gold. Thank you. I love that like picture you've got too. It's literally like a butter dish. That's gold. That's fucking awesome.
I need a gold butter dish. Mine's not gonna have butter in it though. It's gonna have something else. Let me tell you.
Oh my god! I don't want to think about your breast milk or whatever the fuck you're trying to say.
Whiskey.
I don't want to think about it.
Whiskey, Taco Bell, male breast milk.
I'm surprised Grok didn't say cantaloupe because that's always the thing that people compare breast milk to is that it tastes like cantaloupe.
Yeah, but we're talking about my breasts. They ain't tasting like cantaloupe, honey.
I don't want to know. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, James.
You're welcome.
War Wizard came in for $1. Thank you. So drink the male tears, gay Jew boy.
Drink them. Drink away.
Thank you, War Wizard. And now I'm going to have to hear that in my dreams because he's going to randomly whisper that to me. And I'm like, woo!
Drink the male tears. Hold on.
Huh? What?
Make me a show tune because I'm going to be selling my breast milk that tastes like Taco Bell and whiskey to the world, and I need a good jingle to go for the commercial for them. You can brand it at the Melee James's Male Tears.
All right, I've got your jingle, you beautiful mad scientist. I'm calling it Melee Games Male Tears. Because nothing says premium dairy like a dude's emotional breakdown. Male tears, straight from the source. Taco Bell fire meets whiskey, of course. 1 sip and you'll cry. 2 sips and you'll cheer. Melee Games Male Tears, buy it right here. Now go hook up those suction cups and make this dream a reality, you legend.
It's time to suck! I think it would be good. I think I'd sell. I think I'd have a big market in Indonesia. What do you think?
I don't want to think about it. How about that?
Thank you so much, War Wizard. Would you like to pre-order some?
No.
Well, come on.
No one's pre-ordering that shit, bro.
I'm getting hooked up like a cow. I'm going to get milked, son.
Ugh.
Who needs Abby Shapiro or AOC? I'm coming for that market. And that market will be mine.
I just saw AOC going viral because she's freezing her eggs or something. Did you see that? Why do you look so confused?
I don't know why this is in my feed, but I just got a video in my feed. If Donald Trump was a scene girl.
Everybody knows Sleepy Joe totally copied my hair. Everybody knows that they say, Donald, you have the best hair, the only hair, frankly. I walked in, I said, wow, he copied my hair. Hello, JD Vance, what do you want?
Trump, your hair looks so good. MySpace will love this.
I'm wearing a different wig. Didn't like that. Hair was too short. Everybody told me, they said, Donald, your hair is way too short. I said, frankly, I have the best hair, the only hair. Sleepy Joe, it's a big buffalo butt. Keep it tight. Everybody knows that. That's what Vance says. That's what the Americans say.
I know that.
He knows that. He said, wow, your ass is so tight. I said, I keep it tight, Vance. I definitely do.
I'm
Joe
JD.
doesn't.
I'm JD, and I know that. You keep it tight. I want to know that, Donald.
Everyone's gonna put me in their top 8. I logged in. I said, wow, that's a lot of top 8s I'm in.
Top 8!
Everybody said, wow, Donald. Your hair is so cute, Donald. Your new hair. Your new wig.
Please, Donald, just stick it in. Just one time.
I would never bang a scene core. Not with eyeliner like that. He said, please, Trump. I said, no, not with eyeliner like that, JD. No,
My eyeliner is better than yours.
I don't wear eyeliner, JD. I'm a straight woman.
There's eyeliner on your face right now.
I'm a Republican man.
You have seen hair. No, that I'm tight.
I hate America, but I don't act like I do. Vote for me. 4 more years. The people say they want 4 more years.
We are healing.
We're back.
We are fucking healing as a fucking society.
Scene girls are back.
What the fuck?
That's the best news. You know what? The show's over. We're done. Nothing's better than that. We need to make sure we need to clone them. We need to keep them in tubes. Someone find those girls, tube them, put them in tubes. Get them in. We need to reproduce them in mass. Clone them. Someone contact Master Sifo Diaz. We need this reality stat. We need quirky scene girls to be talking about Trump having sex with Joe Biden and his tight ass forever.
I'm just stunned.
Oh my God.
That was incredible.
I'm so happy right now. That's who needs gaming news? We got scene girls back. Fuck it. Go new class of 09, baby. We're in.
We're fine. Hey, Bardic Healing became a brawler. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bardic Healing. And yes, you and War Wizard are whitelisted for tomorrow's member stream. It's going to be fun. At 7 p.m.
Let's
PST
go.
Discord.
I'm excited.
Fun. Sometimes we play sexy games. And recently we've introduced watching movies sometimes as well. So lots of fun to be had. Thank you, Bardic Healing. Let's see. Oh my God. Okay. Nightmare Cast came in for $1. Thank you. Hey James, do you have the I have relationships with women and sex with men clip on the board? Or if you want another gay one, try Boondocks Riley N-word you gay clip. Rumble is getting worse, man.
Okay. It is 100%. So, you know what, Kay? Just because I want a scene girl to talk to me like she's Donald Trump and talk about Donald Trump's tight ass, that doesn't mean that I'm gay.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
No! God damn it! It is. I found more scene girls. They're already populating. Oh, what? Holy shit! How are they?
Amazing.
It's spreading so fast. I am gay.
I've come to a point in my life where I want to make.
I don't even know what she's talking about.
It's not enough. So basically, in other words, I want to do something.
Anyway, hold on. I'm just gonna leave a
That's
comment.
weird. I don't know.
Somehow the scene girls returned. What's the name of the character from fucking not fit Poe Dameron, right? Poe Dameron. I'm not signing that Melee James.
Fucking hell.
17 subscribers has just got that. Holy shit.
Thank you so much once again, Bardic Healing, for becoming a brawler. Thank you, Nightmarecast. And JB, a bro for 13 months. That's a fucking year. Thank you, JB. Says, how much is the fish?
How much is the fish? How much is the fish? Sunshine in the air. Na 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 na. Everybody! Na 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 na. Come on! Together! Yeah.
Even Skeletor was shocked on that one. Thank you, JB.
Thank you for being a bro for over a fucking year. A baker's dozen of a year. Thank you so much.
Insane.
Butterframed in gold after our conversation about your breast milk was like, I'm good, I'm out. I regret giving you money.
Did we just lose a supporter because I talked about milking myself? That's not even the worst I've ever done. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Refund! I don't blame you, Butterframed in gold. I too would run away in disgust. Thank you so much once again.
How long will my milk be until it expires and spoils and curdles?
So, once you pump that Taco Bell and whiskey man milk.
I hit my limit again!
Good. I think we're all blessed for it. Butterframed in gold says, I'm still here. The fact that you've survived this long is something to be proud of, Butterframed in
She
gold.
still sent me the message. So once you pump that Taco Bell and whiskey man milk, you got to get it cold, fast, fresh. It's good in the fridge for about 4 days. That's it? How am I supposed to send that out to all my milk supporters? Freeze it in small batches, and it'll last 3 to 6 months. After that, it starts to separate, get weird, and curdle, tasting like expired nacho cheese and regret. You hit your weekly limit. Resets
Good.
August 9th. That's today at 8:06 p.m. All right, good. In an hour, I can ask her what it tastes like curdled.
Oh, fuck. I'm not reminding you.
I'm setting the timer. Setting the fucking timer right now.
God fucking damn it. War Wizard came in for 2. Thank you. No, why would you fucking say that? Why the fuck would you say that? Sell it to quartering as creamer brand creamer. Why the fuck?
Oh, God. I hit my limit. I can't even do a quartering impression.
Good.
But is he on Twitter still?
I don't know. I'm blocked by him. If so,
I don't think I am. I'll figure this out. Okay,
I
hold
just
on.
asked how his weekend was. It's all it took. Is Mojo also blocked, or are you guys saying you don't have AI prompt limits on your stuff? How's it going, dude? I agree, Nightmare Cast. Fantastic limit. Sweet, sweet limit. Oh, God. Our life is better with the limit. Maybe I don't want to solve this problem for you.
What? No. I need to know. What's curdled milk taste like? How much is the curdle?
I don't want to know. Wait, we can get blocked by the coffee brand coffee account now as well? Okay, perfect. I'm going to make that... Why is he blocking everyone on his... Doesn't he want to fucking sell coffee? I don't understand why he's blocking people there. What happened? I'm going to ask how his weekend is on there and see what happens. That's retarded. Did you get your answer, Melee James?
I am currently waiting on an answer as I am not blocked. So if you guys can let the quartering know if you are also not blocked, if he would like to sponsor my curdled man milk. He needs to know. I need to know. I will gladly take any sponsorship from the quartering. So quartering, Jeremy Irons, whatever your name is, if you want to get in on this, it's hot. It's actually not hot, because if it gets hot, it gets like really like tangy. It's really weird. So it's best served on the rocks, as we say. Just hit me up. I sent you a tweet. Just hit up at the Melee James, and if you want my curdled man milk as a sponsor for your show, let me know, playa. Let me know.
I can't handle that shit, man. Thank you so much, War Wizard. Maddie came in for 2. Thank you, Maddie. Hope you're doing well. Whiskey Man Milk sounds like old Xbox Live name.
This is Whiskey Man Milk here to say, yeah, you're fucking gay, faggot. Now get out of the lobby.
I want Whiskey Man Milk to fucking mog on me with a guitar in a voice clip on Xbox Live. That's what
we fucking need.
That's what we fucking need in our lives. Thank you so much, Maddie. I see dude saying, ask him what the oranges are for. You know, I actually went to his Twitter, the Coffee Brand Coffee one, and he has it so, like, only people to checkmark can fucking reply to him. How gay is that?
What? On Twitter? But I don't have a checkmark, and I just sent him a tweet?
On Coffee Brand Coffee to reply directly to a tweet, because that's how I got blocked last time.
I see. Anyway, here is me as Whiskey Man Milk after getting owned in Call of Duty Modern Warfare, modern gay fuck stupid.
Hey, you're just mad because I'll be able to do something with my fucking guitar in hands that you'll never be able to achieve in your entire life, kid. So yeah, you're gay.
So good. So fucking good.
Truly incredible. Thank you so much, Maddie. Nightmare Cast came in for $1. Thank you. Hey, folks, which one of you would go have pizza with the quartering's wife behind his back? I think I would go have pizza with the quartering's wife behind his back. Yeah, I dig it.
Okay, hold on. I need to see what she looks like. And quartering, I want you to know this in no way affects our sponsorship, whether she'll eat with me or not. Quartering wife. What pizza, though? Let's see. Okay. Is she a public persona person? I'm not like doxing or anything, right? By doing this?
I think he's posted photos with her before, but I don't know.
Okay, there she is. Okay.
She's a looker. So, she's pretty.
So would you eat pizza? I think it depends on the pizza, actually. What pizza would you eat with the quartering's wife, Melee K?
Probably pepperoni.
What, from where?
Spice. I don't know. Pizza Hut. Get
Pizza
it nice
Hut?
and greasy.
So,
I don't know. Honestly, thinking about pizza this weekend is difficult for me after what I witnessed. So I'm just kind of like having a trauma response to the word pizza coming up at the moment. Anyone who's here on Friday night knows exactly why.
Oh, that's right. Anyway, hey, Miss Jeremy the quartering, whatever. Jeremy Irons the quartering. So if you eat pizza with me, we're gonna go to Pizza Hut, and I will order us. We're gonna go there. We're gonna get the red cups, the nice red cups, Diet Coke in the red cups, and we're gonna have personal pan pizzas as an appetizer. But then you and me are gonna share an XL Big New Yorker. That's a double pepperoni and red stick. So hit me up, quartering. You want to sponsor my man milk? My man milk is also a pizza dip for the breadsticks. Only when it curdles.
James.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
War Wizard, I'm going to read what you said in a second. But I've done the math.
Yeah.
We are somehow a quarter of a way through this goal.
A quartering of the way to playing board games with Jeremy the quartering's wife. How much is that, Kay?
$250.50.
Woo! I didn't think. Look, I just want until that Kickstarter is done.
Make that
I just
$255.50.
$255. Listen, we got to support Felicia Day, and while her Kickstarter is
$257.50.
$257.50, and while the Guild Kickstarter is live from now until Thursday, August 20th, I just figured, why not support Felicia Day all the way, baby? And the more that comes in, the more streams we do to support our lovely redheaded girl. 14 hours is not enough. We already did one. 14 hours is not enough. And that was just one stream. How long is the comic omnibussy stream going to be? How long is the Guild movie watch along upon its premiere going to be? And now what you're funding is maybe 2 streams, because I don't know if this can be contained in one. We're going to date. We're going to fuck the Guild. And you know, the number one I want to smash now is Princess Clara, baby. She's a ride or die. That's my fuck, marry, kill. Princess Clara is now cream of the crop after her cooking, after seeing her drink to forget with Felicia Day. That was so good. So definitely, if we end up playing that Guild card game on stream, I am gunning for Princess Clara, Bubba. Me and you're my ride or die, lady.
War Wizard came in for 2. Thank you. Heather Hambley orders the big sausage pizza.
Is that the woman that got fucking allegedly run over, but she was just
that's
so...
Heather Hayer. Heather Hambley is the quartering's wife.
Oh. What?
Yeah, ruining a 23-year-old man's life because she had a heart attack behind the wheel at a protest.
Okay, the entire Melee Games feed. I just want to show you what our feed looks like. It's Dermy Wormy, Epstein SquarePants, and Scene Girls. I got to know.
Incredible.
I can't hear you.
I don't like that at all.
Who lives in an island called Lil St. James? Shout out my savage, her name is just Lane. Celebrities come to my island on planes. I bet they'd kill me if I said their name. Ready? Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Damn, Bill goes so hard. God damn it. I love it.
Thank you, Poor Wizard. Slosh came in for 5. Thank you. And he says, James called him Jeremy Irons, and now I'm imagining James and Kay running through New York trying to foil his terror plot like in Die Hard 3.
If I wasn't at my limit, I would create that for you. That'd be amazing. All right, let me see. I'm trying to remember who's. Let's see, Jeremy Irons. I need to remember. I know which one. Oh yeah, Jeremy Irons. Jeremy motherfucking this guy right here. Okay, you know Jeremy Irons, right there, right? Well,
probably.
He's invited. Okay, look, we're gonna go tweet Jeremy the Quartering. We're gonna add to this. We're gonna sweeten the pot a little bit because we need to sweeten the pot with him. So let me go find my tweet here. Let's go tweet the Quartering again and say, by the way, Jeremy Irons tells me he is in new. Is he still alive?
Oh, he's the Lion King voice act. Thank you, Jubei. Okay, I was like, who? Fucking who? He voiced Scar in Lion King, says Jubei. It's fucking badass, man.
Okay. I'm sweetening the pot a little bit. We're gonna hear from the Quartering, all right? Just for you, Slosh. I just added to the tweet and I said, by the way, Jeremy Irons tells me he's in, bro. To make these deals, you gotta lie a little bit. Invite the wife. We getting pizza tonight on me. There you go.
Is the Sky Bull included in all this? I know I'm like really behind on the lore now, but that was the guy that was like flying the private jet for his wife.
He's not. I'm not blocked from him yet, so like we'll see. He needs more support. So hopefully, me as a blank slate, I'm gonna get to him. We're gonna me, Jeremy Irons, and Jeremy the Quartering, and his hot wife are gonna get pizza together.
it's really easy to get blocked by him, but it's so much funnier that you're not, because then you can just keep tweeting this random shit at him. And he has so many other problems on his hands from everyone just hating his guts.
I'm trying to find a solution.
You can just get your way in there and fucking say whatever shit, and he won't even flinch.
I'm not trying to make a problem for him. I'm trying to solve all his problems for him and his hot wife.
Thank you so much, Slosh. And I saw that you were hoping to join tomorrow for the membership. I hope we get to hang out with you, man.
It's going to be fun.
No, Joe Camel, my favorite mascot, says I used to watch episodes of The Guild on my Xbox 360. That's like a dagger to the heart. Oh, God.
Or you could watch the entire series 3 times with us on Rumble. If you want to relive that, Mr. Joe Camel.
Holy shit. Electric Porpoise, long time no see, man. Hope life is going good for you. I haven't seen you in a while. I thought you disappeared from the internet. Holy
Hold
crap.
on, I can make him disappear again. Hey there, Electric Porpoise. Would you like to sponsor my curdled man? That was too much even for me.
You ear raped yourself?
There we go. Curdled man milk dance.
Beautiful.
There we go. Now everyone's gone, Kay. That's all it takes.
Perfect.
Curdled man milk dances.
Animus came in for 2. Thank you. As the youth say, late and pissed off tired. Anyways, best pizza is homemade pizza. That's right. Because you can make it as big as you want with all toppings minus pineapple. Yeah, fuck them pineapples. That shit ain't going on my fucking pizza. I like pineapple otherwise, but not my fucking pizza. I agree, Aramis.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I hope you're okay, by the way, with the pissed off tired thing. I don't know if that's...
Don't worry. I have solutions for all. I have solutions for everybody. Okay, bro. Hold up. Aramis is in, and he is gonna make us some homemade pizza. So fire up that hot tub, baby. You are about to get a night you will never forget. And now let me just put in a GIF here of a hot tub. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, Aramis. You're in on this deal, Aramis? Let's do it. I added to it. Me quartering the hot wife, Jeremy Irons. Aramis is making the pizza. And we're gonna get in that hot tub and we're gonna get busy. Curdled man milk is going to take over the world. Because Aramis is in. Kay, do you want in on this?
I don't know.
You want it? It's going to change the world. Curdled man. By 2070, more people will be drinking curdled man milk than normal milk from cows. It's true.
I don't want to think about milk anymore. That's where
Why
I'm
not?
at. I just don't want to think about milk. Since I couldn't reply to the Coffee Brand Coffee account, I quote tweeted it. And I said, does the coffee have oranges by chance? Is that what they're for? Let's see if I get
Kay, why? No. You got blocked?
No, I'm saying, let's see if I get blocked. It doesn't matter if I get blocked, because he doesn't give a shit. He's not blocking you.
Okay, why would you ask about the oranges? It's going to block you. Try to get in with the man milk pitch. Come on. You're closing doors.
We'll see. You're doing it. It's fine. You already has me
You're
blocked
closing door, but you represent half of this business. You're closing doors.
And
I'm trying to
you are
open
not
them.
blocked by quartering it.
But the association, you're going to see that you're talking. He doesn't like, look, I wanted to do orange flavored man breast milk, but I don't. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Fucking can't believe this, Kay. Oh, I had a great deal and you're altering it.
Oh my God. Electric Purpose says, thank you once again, Aramis. Thank you so much. Electric Purpose says, it has been hectic. I got a new job. Hey, congrats. Working second shift and can barely catch all you nighttime streamers like I used to while unemployed, lol. Hey, I'm just happy that you're out there in the world and that life is going good for you by the sounds of it.
Oh, yeah.
So glad to see you, man. And hey, like we say to people, like, even if you have to disappear for a while, if you come back every once in a while, whatever it is, you're still part of the community. We're still happy to have you here. So don't like stress about having to be here every night or anything. If you're like, I fucking hate this one show or I don't want to talk to you guys today, it's fine. You know, we're just happy to see you guys.
He's still here after I did a man milk dance. So for that, I'm eternally thankful. Thank you for being here, Porpoise.
All right, James, update the totals and then let's get right into the news.
All right, Keemstar, what's the total?
We are at 200 and... One second, that's going to be 258.50.
258.50. My goodness, thank you.
Make that 260.
260.
Make
Perfect.
that 261.
What? 261. Thank you all so much. My goodness. Okay, I guess we're not...
Wizard came in for 2. Thank you. Made Slosh's wish a reality in the chords.
Well, now we got to see it. Let's go take a look-see. Let's go over to the general. And it is real!
Oh my god!
Melee James as John McClane. Melee K as Zeus Carver in Die Hard with a Vengeance. The game is simple. Solve the riddle or a bomb goes off. They have until sunrise. Jeremy Hamley guest starring as Simon Gruber. Coming this summer. Featuring more Hammy, One Breuer, Jeremy Hamley, and Simon Gwandabuz. It's Everyone is Here. And my hair is slowly receding. Don't miss it. Die Hard with a Vengeance. That goes hard.
That does go hard. Thank you, War Wizard. Nightmare Cast came in for $1 and says, Melee K, close your ears. Okay, James, go read on Rumble. I have to close my ears.
Okay, take the headphones off. Take it. Melee James, listen. I want to know if you would drink breast milk mixed with Nestle Quick, chocolate or strawberry. Man, just writing this is making me wince. Yes, I would. Yes, I 100% would. That would be amazing. You're saying which one though? Strawberry. Definitely strawberry. Okay, hold on. I'm going to find this. Let me see. Breast milk with Nesquik. Strawberry. Let's see what we got here. Someone did it. Okay. Oh dear God. Someone's done it. Come on. I need breast milk Nesquik. I need this. Oh dear God. Let's see. Okay. Nobody tell Kay. I couldn't find breast milk Nesquik, so that's a new market I'm gonna hit. We're gonna hit that together, but Kay is gonna fucking hate this. So let's bring her back in and show her something that is gonna terrify her. Thank you so much, and strawberry for sure. Thank you, Nightmare Cast. Kay, you can come. Okay, I need your opinion on something. You're muted.
Okay.
So, what's your opinion on drinking breast milk? Good or bad?
What do you mean? Babies need the breast milk. So
as an adult.
Why would an adult drink breast milk? Unless it's like a fetish and a guy is like drinking his wife's breast milk or something.
Okay.
Like
what about
in sex or something, but like why else would you do that?
What about eating it?
What do you mean eating the breast milk? Why would you eat it? It's milk. You would drink it.
Milk pudding.
That's so gross. I want them to fucking
totally
get the
kidding.
rope.
I use cow's milk.
Get
Did
the
you know breast
fuck
milk has
out of here.
antibodies, stem cells, and all the good fats? Basically a superfood. And yep, you
Rope.
can totally drink your own or eat it, but I'm going to save mine for my baby. Turning my breast milk into
rope.
So let me know if our new man milk curdling new expedition, if we should include breast milk pudding. I think breast milk pudding could go fucking hard. What do you say, Kay? Let's get in on it. Did you like how it jiggled?
Sorry, I looked over at Rope chat, and Robonex said Melee cases sex like Chris Hansen.
How?
You see how this looks, right?
You know what? I don't even want the cookie. Oh fuck.
What the hell, man?
I see it. I see it. You're the female brown Chris Hansen.
What the fuck? Okay, we got some more stuff to read. Thank you guys so much. Fuck, you're right. Slosh came in for 5. And he said, Kay, you realize that means you're Samuel L. Jackson's character, right? A fate worse than death.
Oh no.
I hate it. No. I don't want to be Samuel L. Jackson. He's like
Holy
so fucking
shit.
overrated, man. I can't stand him.
Hold on.
What?
That's right. Okay, sorry. I was just trying to look 10 feet ahead for Chris Dateline or whatever the fuck it's called, the clip. But yeah, Kay. Okay, Kay, if you had to be one Samuel Jackson from a movie, which one would you be? What would you be? That's the important
Pay
poll.
attention to the shit he's in. I don't know. Is he the guy in the motherfucking snakes on a motherfucking plane? Is that the right black guy? I don't even know.
Here's a new poll. Okay, which Sam Jackson is the most like Kay? And we'll turn it into you. We got Mace Windu. We got Pulp Fiction guy. Snakes on a Plane. And oh god, I need one more. What else has he been in? What else?
I don't want to be Mace Windu.
Oh, Nick Fury. Nick Fury. There you go.
Oh yeah, I'll be race swapped to Nick Fury.
There you go. You tell me. Which Sam Jackson is the most like Kay? Mace Windu, Pulp Fiction guy, Snakes on a Plane, or Nick Fury? Because she hates all of them, I assume. Actually, you sounded like you didn't hate Nick Fury.
No, I do hate race swap Nick Fury, but out of all of those choices, I will be race swap Nick Fury.
Okay.
That is the fate I will go with.
What a shame.
Thank you, Slosh. Thank you. Butter Framed in Gold came in for $2. Thank you. And he says, I am so sorry, Kay. Yeah, I'm not really interested in seeing fucking... First of all, I said to James yesterday that I was craving Jell-O, and that has just completely disappeared.
Oh, good.
Like, because that's what that fucking shit was that you showed me, is pretty much breast milk Jell-O, and I'm fucking out, man.
Thank you for giving me ideas, Kay.
What do you mean? What? How is that giving you an idea?
You're giving me ideas, Kay.
I don't want to know.
Listen, we are going to have a breast milk business, all right? And we're going to make so much breast milk pudding. We're going to make breast milk Jell-O. The sleeper build. We're going to be huge. It's not just going to be my milk. It's going to be everyone's milk. It's going to be a Milkalopolis. All the milk is in.
Ruin that movie for me on top of everything.
The Milkalopolis will happen.
Thank you, Butter Framed in Gold. I needed that comfort, so thank you so much. Slosh came in for 5. If you pull this off, can we change her name to Melanie Melkers?
Melanie. Oh my God, that's right. Is she still on Twitter?
Yeah,
we should bring her in on this.
She's still on Twitter.
Oh my God. Okay.
Her and I still technically get along. Like, I haven't been like in her face and anything really, so.
Not after this deal. We're fucking booting. If she doesn't look, if Melanie Mac ain't down with the milk, then she's getting booted out, son. I'm sorry. There's no place in our new quartering business model for a woman that won't get milked.
Thank you, Slosh. Just thank you, Slosh.
So, Melanie, if you're watching this, change your name. Melanie Melkers. That's you now.
It works. The name is kind of awesome, actually.
She should.
It's kind of great. Electric Porpoise came in for 2. Thank you with a vibe sticker. Vibes. Let's go.
Whoa. A sticker?
Yeah, it's a super sticker. Vibe
a
super sticker.
Okay, hold on. What do we got here?
Slash says Johnny Gel Kickers isn't giving it to her.
Okay. Hello, Melee. Hey, is this thing on? Is this on?
Yeah.
I heard about your new business where you're milking people and selling their milk.
No, I don't want this business. I'm good.
No, I was told it's your new business. Listen to me. I don't know if it's ethical milking people against their will. I don't know if you can get away with this. What are you thinking?
I don't want to do it.
Look, okay, that's what you're going to say, but here's how you're going to get away with it, okay? Here's how you're going to get away with it. Okay, so what you do is you say it's all for charity. We're milking for charity. It's not actually for charity. We're actually doing it for a profit, but you put it in a charity disguise. You're giving the milk back to the kids. It helps build strong bones if they get man milk. So we're going to sell it to the kids. That's how you do anything in this business. So you got to sell it to the kids.
This is a terrible idea.
No, trust me. I did this once. And it worked out brilliantly. It was in Guatemala, though, and by the end of it, they worshipped me like some kind of milk god. Would you like to be a milk god with me in Guatemala?
Butter Framed in Gold is helping you out. He says you could get a building and some breast pumps, and you're good to go.
That's genius. All right. Okay, I'll be back with the pumps. Go anywhere. Get me some girls and a few fat men. I'll be back.
That guy is going to be our number one. Like, you don't need a lawyer. You need yourself a fat little bird.
You don't even need a Jew. You just need that.
Yeah, he is. That's our little Jew right there. I love him.
Electric Porpoise says the YouTube transcript is going to be wild. I feel like the AI just like quits and it doesn't even try to fucking transcribe anything.
That's right.
That we say.
Okay, is this you as a communist, by the way?
I'm not a communist. What the fuck are you talking about?
POV, this is you.
Oh, I love the cat, though.
I knew it, you communist! That's right. You're eating lettuce mice with pickles and vodka.
I miss my Russian standard vodka, man. They got rid of that. They don't have it on the shelves anymore because Ukraine, Russia, we can't have Russian stuff here anymore. And we also don't have Jack Daniels. Shit's gay here, man.
It is really
Shit's fucking gay. Thank you once again, Electric Porpoise. Nightmare Cast came in for $1. Bala. Thank you. Let's end the milking saga in the Discord. The Simpsons.
All right. I'm ready. Nightmare Cast, he's got the hookups. Let's take a look as the Simpsons and Fox takes us down for good. Thank God.
Mini cannoli. Hey,
I
call
this.
that. Come back here. I hope you cows are decent. Crap on a crutch. Milking rat. Milking rat. Rats, I'm outraged. You promised me dog or hire.
It's like some Soylent Green shit, man.
Hey, my milk! Dad, what a nice surprise!
Kids, I don't want you drinking any more milk, ever!
Can I still drink it?
Go nuts.
All right!
How could you do that to the children? Those wacky gangsters, what are you gonna do? And to think I respected you and defended you! You wouldn't leave me alive if it wasn't for me! Okay, we'll call it even.
The fucking normie music overlaid with it really ruins it. It's
Saturday
so
night
bad.
cartoon gay ass music though, not even good stuff.
And that's from a YouTube channel called Simpsons HQ with almost 4,000 subscribers. And I guarantee you all of their little shorts have like stock, like funny music done to it. But I've seen that episode so many times that I remember being horrified as Bart is reaching for the rat milk.
It almost sounded like it was trying to do the like Zelda courtyard Ocarina of Time music when you're trying to sneak through the courtyard. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When you're trying to get to Zelda, it's like, but it wasn't that cool.
Okay, is this how the podcast feels for you lately?
What?
This is...
Yeah, pretty much. This is like... Every time Felicia Day comes up, that's literally how I feel.
Thank you all so much. Welcome everyone to the Rape Factory. We all hope we don't get raped. But
Spoiler
it's
alert,
inevitable.
you do. War Wizard came in for one. Thank you. James, just go to coffee brand, coffee route, pay other men to milk themselves, slap your picture on it, and drop ship it to Amazon.
Is that how the quartering does it? Oh my god, that's actually great. That's
I don't
actually a
know the
great idea.
conclusion of that, but I'm pretty sure he got accused of drop shipping, and I don't think he's like beat those claims. So, you know what drop shipping is, yeah, James?
I've heard the name.
It's pretty much like a pre-existing product, and you're like the middleman. So like people will buy it from you at a higher price, but you're just outsourcing it from another place. Like you're pretty much just cutting profit in the middle.
Right.
For being
okay.
like, I know of this coffee company over here that can do it, but then like he advertises them constantly as like, we're the fucking based coffee brand, and we don't deal with any of these like wokies and whatever shit. But I think there was like some kind of theory that the company he was sourcing from might actually be like a fucking left-wing thing. I don't know. I haven't kept up in so long, but anyways, yeah. So that's all we have to do is just drop ship it.
Just drop ship it. Just get really cheap immigrants, and then we will send all of my man milk to you, the people.
Oh, War Wizard says no. He confirmed them. He says it's not drop shipped. He just has other people roast it, package it, and ship it. What? This is... He's essentially doing the same thing, though. Well, I don't technically do that. I just kind of do that, though. Oh my god.
How do I have more questions?
My brain just did a backflip, man.
I have more. Oh my god. I fucking blue screened on that one. Good lord.
Me too. All right. And on that note, let's get into what the fuck we're playing.
Let's fucking go. All right. Well, I guess I will start with our segment, our plays of the week. Oh my god. And almost 2 hours later, you guys are crazy. Thank you. Let's get into it. All right. Nothing's new and exciting for me, but let's see. I'm still chipping away at Vice City. I'm still playing Pesticide Not Required a bunch, and everything else you've seen on stream. So I'm going to talk about a game that we beat this week on stream because I had such a great time with it mostly, and that was Lego Batman Legacy of Dark Knight. If you missed our stream, that was 3 days ago. That was it. We beat the game, at least the main story and everything. So now I'm going to be playing it solo and chipping away at all the Riddler stuff. I'm really hoping there is more Riddler stuff. More on that in a minute. But yes, I guess little spoiler alert, but the ending was interesting. I guess big spoiler alert because it's the ending. But it was interesting. It was very, very interesting. It turned into the Dark Knight Rises, and so everything at the end was the Gotham City takeover from Bane, but the mastermind, spoiler alert, was Talia al Ghul in an Ezreal outfit, and everything was mostly good, but I did kind of hate that there's this thing that Lego Batman always does where they make him an idiot, and Batgirl is smart, and she's kind of the one to save the day at the end, and I was like, really? I don't know if anyone else felt that way seeing me play it, but it was just like, felt like it wasn't so much a...
I hate when they bake that in so deep into the experience that there's no refund window to save you, nothing. It's just like, we're gonna ruin the last 5 steps, and you're already there, so you might as well just eat the fucking shit.
Batgirl was by far the worst part of this game, and yeah, she comes in deep into the game, and she comes off like, you know, if everyone is stupid, she's the smart one, and she kind of gets the final punch there right at the end. So it was not perfect, and there was definitely some issues with the game, but overall, it was a blast. And as I said on stream,
it's the black version of her.
Oh yeah, everybody's black in this. Everyone's race swapped.
Oh, come on.
Because Commissioner Gordon is black, so they made her black.
Everyone's race swapped and no one cares.
And Catwoman is black, and Killer Croc is black. I think there's more pretty much every single character that they could race swap, they did.
Do they even make like physical black Lego? Like, I mean, black people Lego?
Black people Lego? No,
Yeah, because
no,
Lego are like yellow, so I'm just like morbidly curious now. Do they make Lego that's like black people as well? It's like if you're
yes.
watching The Simpsons and then there's like a black person that shows up.
Yeah, Carl. Well, Carl's black and normal people are yellow. I think it's the same way with Lego, is that any of the licensed stuff, they do like their skin colors properly. Like I think, I never was big into Lego, but I'm pretty sure it's like you have your normal skin color, and then if you get an Anakin Lego, he's not going to look yellow. He doesn't have yellow skin. He's white. And then if you get like a Lando Lego, he is black. So they do skin. It's just like the default Legos that are yellow, I think.
Oh shit! Okay, Slosh says they do, and I just bought a Batgirl minifigure that's black.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
So I did overall like this game. It was not perfect, and it did have a little bit of the modern gaming to it, but it was the good definitely outweighed the bad, but there was fatiguing moments. And the main thing that I took away from it, as I said on screen, see, here's the part. Here's like the ending. You're seeing it, that Batman actually gets knocked out, and then Supergirl, oh my God, I'm losing it. Batgirl and her father, Commissioner Gordon, both the black race swapped characters, come in, and they are kind of the ones that save the day and get the final punch in there. But the game overall is really good, and the main thing that I take away from it is, while it's not perfect and there's these fatiguing moments, it was such a great love letter and celebration of the movies, of all the Batman movies, and some of the comics as well. I was really blown away that they referenced The Dark Knight Returns there in one of the final moments in the Scarecrow fight. The big and referencing the games, the Arkham Asylum opening was amazing. The soy jacking through this was just nonstop from me, and all the Arkham Asylum stuff was just mind-blowingly good. And for the good stuff, for all the nostalgia bait that I had, if there is one thing I wish there was more of, I wish there was more of Batman Forever. And I am going to get all the Riddler trophies to see if they do more with the Riddler. This might be a case of, because of the Riddler trophies, maybe once you get them all, you get an extra mission. I don't know, but that's definitely why they took him out. They did Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face really well and did the whole circus scene, but they didn't do that neon graffiti gang at all from the movie, and they didn't really do the Riddler. So I'm hoping to see more of that. So when I was done playing this, it does end on Kiss from a Rose, and I love that. And I was like, man, I just want more. I want more Batman Forever, because Batman Forever and also Batman and Robin, those are the movies, and maybe the Adam West Batman, which they definitely should have done more of. There was little references here and there. You see Cesar Romero's Joker in one of the final scenes, which was super cool. But I feel like cheesy, campy Batman, fun Batman, Schumacher Batman really deserved more of the spotlight in this game than it got. So I started looking. I was over the weekend, our weekend lasted about 5 hours in between Felicia Day and today. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to go watch Batman Forever, because I need more Batman Forever in my life after this game. And then as I'm sitting down for it, because I can't fucking settle for anything, I'm like, you know what? Now's the time. Let's do it. I'm going to go watch the Schumacher cut. Look it up. It turns out that you can't actually get the Schumacher cut, like even to fucking pirate it. The Schumacher cut, Kevin Smith has it, but it includes work print, unreleased scenes that people haven't seen unless they went to those screenings that Kevin Smith held and then was told to stop or whatever. So very few people have seen the Schumacher cut in its current form. There has been people that have made what they believe is the Schumacher cut, but for the actual Schumacher cut, it doesn't exist. But then I came across this. So yeah, I'm going to use Lego Batman to talk about this instead. Batman Forever Restored. And I just got to talk about this because I think this is so cool. This is a fan edit of Batman Forever. But what is so cool about this fan edit is that it comes from a Reddit user. This guy, where is it? Okay. Well, anyway, I'm not sure what his name is, but it's over on Reddit. If you just search up Batman Forever Restored, you can find it. This guy is already a fan of the movie. This guy loves the movie. And he says, look, in several interviews, Joel Schumacher said that his intended version of the movie was what got released. It is the theatrical cut. So there isn't really a basis for their needing a Schumacher cut. However, there is all this deleted content, all these deleted scenes. And so that's why this guy made Batman Forever Restored. He didn't take anything away. He was looking at all these different cuts of the movie where people clip out the parts they don't like. And he's like, no, that's what Schumacher wanted. That was his intended version. What he did is he took all the content that he could find that was deleted scenes, even scenes in the trailers, even scenes you only seen in like commercials and ads. He put all that into the movie and he moved scenes around so that everything in the movie still exists, but it's in different order so that it kind of works more in his mind cohesively. And it was interesting because I was kind of going back and forth between the theatrical cut and Batman Forever Restored. And it like just watching Forever Restored, it's kind of like, what's the difference? And then if you look at the theatrical cut, it's like, oh shit, this is there, this is over there, all for the purpose of flow. And it's so interesting, and it's been so fun watching it. I only got about 50 minutes left, but I love this movie. It's my childhood comfort movie. And seeing it in a new light, seeing it with everything moved around, seeing like these little scenes here and there sprinkled in is really fucking cool. So it's not exactly the Schumacher cut, but it is a restored version, which is everything that is at least available to the public pushed into it and made as kind of a cohesive whole. And you guys can see it for free if you just Google Batman Forever Restored and you go find the one Reddit thread on it. You will find it. It is a Google Drive download link, about 5 gigabytes, but I downloaded it last night, no issues. I got it, and it's really cool. Here's the guy that made it, TLJT 1995. He said, I used both the script and novelization. There are details of the unavailable deleted scenes of the Kevin Smith work print out there. Most of the deleted scenes aren't the ones present at the DVD Blu-ray extras, and the work print doesn't have even some of the theatrical cut scenes, which is crazy. But how I knew this guy was legit was this person saying, all we need now is someone to digitally erase these nipples. And he said, absolutely not. Based. This man is a huge Schumacher guy, and I love him for it. So I highly recommend everyone checks out Batman Forever Restored. If you also saw my playthrough of Lego Batman, you're like, man, that could use a little bit more Schumacher. So here's a little more Schumacher for you. And I'll keep you guys posted if, as I continue to play Lego Batman, if there's any new scenes or anything, I'll let you know what that is, any new references. I've done maybe an hour or so of the collectibles, and there hasn't been anything yet. It's just all been the same dialogue of NPCs repeating stuff over and over and over again. But man, Kay, you were watching Batman Forever Restored with me. What do you think? You've only seen the movie a couple times. You're not like a crack addict like me.
I am personally a big fan of the name Edward Nygma. It is one of my favorite names on planet Earth, so I love that movie just so I can hear Edward Nygma over and over again. It's a great movie. But no, visually, it's visually stunning. I love Nicole Kidman a lot, so it's I really enjoy that movie. And it's been nice to rewatch it with you.
Oh yeah, it's just so.
But
fun.
I don't know everything scene for scene, so it's hard for me to tell the difference really between the original cut and this cut. But I appreciate that there's somebody out there that's such a big fan of that kind of stuff, that they would go through that effort. And it reminds me of what Nightmare did with Spider-Man 3, where he made a 3.1 cut.
I still got to see that. That's so cool.
I want to see that too, yeah.
There's so many little things in this restored cut. Like I was noticing, just like Batman getting into the Batmobile, he will lengthen it by like 2 seconds because he found an additional scene of him like actually sitting in the chair. He'll add in like one little extra line of dialogue. It's like just it's all about flow and cohesion in this version of it. And so it's just little things are like trickled in. But then you have big scenes. For example, the very opening of the movie is different. Originally the opening is the the suiting up and everything and the zooming in. And again, nothing's cut. That still happens, but it happens way after the opening of the movie. The new opening of the movie is like a new 5 minutes that isn't even in the film. And it's Arkham Asylum, shows Arkham Asylum, and it shows Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face escaping Arkham Asylum. And so he's already in there. If you're a fan of this movie, you may have already seen this scene, but having that as the actual opening, and so you see the doctor going to see Two-Face, and he's in there, but in blood on the wall, it says the bat must die, and so he escaped, and then because he escaped, then Batman's alerted, and then you see the suit up scene, and then you see the "May I make you a sandwich, sir? I'll get drive through." So it's interesting. It's the theatrical cut. It's just like boom, he's off and he's going to fight Two-Face. But in this one, it's opening up and it shows you it's like, well, Two-Face escaped, so now Batman must suit up, kind of thing. And the Arkham Asylum shots are awesome. So I think it is like it's a good opening. It's a very dark opening. All the deleted scenes make it like a kind of darker, richer film, but all this stuff cut might have been Warner Brothers just being like, nope, we already got in trouble with all the parents, make it tighter, make it snappier, and just make it about the action. So there's a lot of stuff in this movie added for Two-Face. Tons of stuff. He feels like a bigger threat in this film because there's so much of him just kind of looming over Gotham. Like the real main villain is Jim Carrey's Riddler, but Two-Face is just always there in this cut of the film, causing mayhem for no reason. And it shows him escaping Batman better, and it's just like little things in how he moves I think are done a lot more. Just the helicopter scene when they crash into the Statue of Liberty, like there's a lot more Two-Face in that as well. So I feel like Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face probably is rewarded the most in this version, and I think that's really cool. But yeah, I haven't finished it. But yeah, lots of stuff added, and for the purpose of it flowing better and being the whole picture and restored, I think it's working absolutely great.
Slosh came in for $5. Thank you. Regular Lego figures are yellow with some color diversity, but all IP Lego skins are skin tone and black. Okay, so they actually do make them look like the person. That's fucking weird. He was saying earlier that he's going to just swap his Batgirl with a ginger. Like, just pop the head.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Because he liked the purple costume, so that makes sense. It's
That's
like, okay,
smart.
fine, I'll buy your stupid gay diversity shit, but I'm going to make it not diverse. Fuck you.
Smart man.
I love it. Thank you, Slosh, for the 5. And War Wizard came in for 1. No. Oh, no. Boiling acid or monkey.
Oh, no.
Work.
Boiling acid.
Or monkey. Work. 2 out of 10.
Monkey. Work. All these fucking lines in this movie are my childhood. I was saying on Twitter that this is the movie that was like a toy for me, like the movie itself. I would carry around my Batman Forever and my Batman and Robin VHS tapes with me like a toy. If I went to go visit my grandmother, I would be like, I don't want to, run outside and play. Just get me some fucking chips and a drink, a root beer, and I'm gonna watch Batman Forever and Batman and Robin on repeat. That was what I would do. Is I would like literally carry around these VHS tapes, and I love these movies. So just rewatching this again in new order is so interesting because I still know all the lines, but it's like, oh, this line's over here now, and this is over here now. So it's super interesting. There's a lot more therapy stuff with Chase Meridian. It's all the psychological stuff. I haven't gotten yet to the point to see if he's going to mix in the amnesia element, because that was the big thing cut from the film, is the because when Batman gets shot in the head during his like dinner party or whatever by like Two-Face, he's supposed to have amnesia and he doesn't remember who he is, and then he was going to go, and that's when he gets the whole cut scene with Man-Bat, but it's just a giant bat, and then he becomes Batman again, and he's Batman Forever. That was kind of the reason they named the movie that. I don't know if they're going to include any of that, but I will let you know. I'm not at that point yet. What was the last thing I saw? I think I just finished the scene with Edward Nygma being Bruce Wayne's now rival in business, and he's at the big party where everybody's trying out his brainwaves and all that stuff. So it's very, very cool. I recommend it. And yeah, all those scenes with that fucking security guard, all the lines in this movie just are constantly stuck in my head. I love it.
I just had a realization.
Yeah.
Edward Nygma, Eggman Nega, Jim Carrey played both. He is literally Eggman Nega.
He is Eggman Nega. Holy.
Eggman Edward Nigma.
You solved the riddle, Kay. Riddle me this, Melee Kay. Who is Eggman Nega? That's amazing.
I just made that connection right now in my brain.
Holy shit.
What a glorious day. I'm going to read a message here from Forkin Around, who says, hello, please say hello to my daughter Eleanor, born 4 days ago. Congratulations,
oh my
Forkin
God,
Around.
Congratulations, Forkin. And I'll say a big, hi, Eleanor. You're not old enough to watch this yet, but in about 46 years, you will be. Hello and welcome to the world.
That's
Congratulations,
awesome.
Forkin. My goodness.
Brother.
That's awesome.
That made my day. That is wonderful. Anything else about Batman, James?
I could talk forever, but if you want, go watch, what was it, like our second Lego Batman stream where I talk about all the Batman movies for like 2 hours in the opening. Go do that. We have too much to talk about, so that's it. If you want the link or if you need help finding it, just look up Batman Forever Restored. Highly recommend it. I'm looking forward to finishing the movie. I love that movie so much. They'll never do a version of that for Batman and Robin. What you see is what you get with that fucking movie. And yes, I still love that movie for very different reasons. So there you go. Kay, what's your play of the week?
I'm going to make mine super quick because I want to get to the Blizzard news, and I don't want you to psyop this shit or get us out of it.
Breaking news, sorry. It turns out Felicia Day has a new coffee song for us to listen to. Would you like to hear her new coffee song?
No.
Felicia, would you like to have my man milk in your coffee?
I hate this so much. I hate it. Dude says Forkin did some forking around. That's right. Congrats again, Forkin. I'm going to be super quick with mine because I want to get into the news. We got some really fun stuff today. I've been playing a game called Another Bar Game, and it is probably up there with one of my most woman games that I'm playing. I don't know if you guys remember the game Diner Dash. It was like a mobile game from like
of course
the early 2010s. I think even earlier than that, like 2005 or something. I don't know. But this is pretty much a beer version of it. So you're like helping at a bar and people require beer and you fill glasses with beer and you serve it to them. And that is the entire game. Now, I kind of just was like in the mood to just mindlessly play something. Like I'm kind of in one of those moods where I just want to serve something, you know, like whatever. And I discovered this game. And I thought I would be playing it for like 5 minutes and be done and just like scratch an itch, right? But the game actually feels a little bit satisfying. I'm very surprised. And the comedy in it is self-aware. This is not like a 10 out of 10 game. I'm not saying this is like game of the year or anything. But if you like those kinds of games that are just mindless, stupid fun, where you just go around and people are like, I need a beer right now or else I'm getting the fuck out of here. And you're like running and sprinting to get them beer. This might be the game for you. It took me like 3 hours to beat, but there's also like an endless mode as well. You can have like a horde mode essentially, where people are like endlessly asking you for beer. So yeah, like I said, I'm keeping it short and sweet. Another bar game. It cost me like $1 or $2 on sale, super cheap, and I had more fun with it than I expected.
You just love like root beer tapper, bar serving type games.
I love root beer tapper so much.
I guarantee you there's going to be like 24 games just like this on Steam. And now that we have the Steam machine, because you're not much of a sit at a desk PC gamer, we got to get you to play some of these. We need to find the bar game manager for you, Kay.
Yeah, I'm in. It's actually hard to find games that scratch this itch properly. And by the way, Tapper is a great comparison. It's probably closer than Diner Dash. But I think it does scratch that itch for me. But it's nowadays everything is so like AI and shit that everyone's just pumping out all these AI simulators and trying to do this like you run a like tavern in blah 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 blah. But this one I was surprised that I had a lot of fun with it. You looking for
there you go. Huh?
Oh, I thought you were looking for other games. Nightmare Cast says, I have Yum Yum Cookstar. Have you ever heard of that one, Melee Kate? No. Yum Yum Cookstar is. It sounds like it could be a porn game. Not that
I would love to Yum
turn my
Yum
nose
her
up to that.
Cookstar.
I'll still play that kind of stuff, but
I don't see that on Steam, and I didn't accidentally spell cock. Maybe Yum Yum's one word.
I see it on
Yum
Switch.
Yum.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find this on my Switch later. Let's go. Jubei says, "Have you played Cyberpunk Bartender?" Oh my god, I should have mentioned this to you guys earlier. You could have given me like suggestions because I was hunting. I'm like, I want a very specific game to scratch a very specific itch, and it took me like hours to find it, and I did. Okay, Nightmarecast has it on Steam. Okay, I'm looking up Cyberpunk Bartender now. Let's see.
I found this one called Cyberpunk Bar Sim that's not out yet, and it's like very 2D. This looks kind of neat. But like you actually have conversations with them.
Yeah.
But I couldn't find Cyberpunk Bar, like one that's out. What was it called? Cyberpunk what? Bar.
The other one, Jubei said Cyberpunk Bartender, and Nightmarecast said Yum Yum Cookstar.
Oh, Val 11 Hall a Cyberpunk Bartender Action. There you go. Maybe this is it. This is like it's got very pretty.
Alley.
Yeah, the visuals are very nice. It's yeah, I get that. Like scratching that very specific itch. I totally understand that, Kay.
It was just a weird mood I was in. I feel like playing these kinds of games. I've played so much Tapper. I used to play Diner Dash back in the day sometimes, and I got sick of it. Just wanted to play it, but for some reason, Overcooked stresses me out when I hate it, and it's not that level I'm looking for. It's like one level below that.
I think Overcooked stresses you out because you play it with me.
I do think that's the case. I wonder if I played Overcooked alone, if I'd be fine.
Probably. I also want to quickly go back to Slosh's super chat. Thank you again. And it looks like Batgirl's like Legos are split like 50-50 if they're white or black now. This is all because of like the Lego Batman movie. And I was like, oh, this one actually looks really good. This is from Gotham Knights, but this looks like a custom made one. But I like how this one looks on the right here. So it's just crazy. Like, how hard is it to make Batgirl white now? Even in fucking Lego form, you have to customize them. It's just wild what comics have fucking become.
It is retarded, yeah.
It's so fucking retarded. So probably this is like the one he got, I assume. Like this seems to be the now standard is the purple. But she black. But there is white ones out there. But god damn it. They're getting harder and harder to find.
Dude says, I wonder how Kay would like Overcooked if she played with me and or Pimp. I am open to revisiting Overcooked. James would still be a part of the picture. Me, James, and
lettuce, bitch.
Bringing in other people. I am open to that potentially. Maybe. I don't know if my heart can handle it right now.
Chef,
with all
Chef,
of the
are you up for it,
I've
Chef?
been dealing with. Okay, never mind. I can't deal with it.
Chef.
I'm good.
Chef, would you like to play Overcooked, Chef?
Okay,
Chef, you and me, Chef. We're taking on two chefs.
Now I remember it.
Chef, come on, Chef. Is there a bartender game we can play together?
No,
oh my
you're
God.
not allowed to ruin bartender games for me.
Oh my God, co-op. Guys, I need a co-op bartender
This is like
game.
Sonic 06 all over again. I forget why Sonic 06 is terrible if I get like breathing room from it, and then like I get reminded instantly when I play it. You yelling chef at me is already instantly reminding me why I hate Overcooked.
Chef, I need a bartender game that's co-op, Chef, so we can play together, Chef.
Fucking damn it.
I need it, Chef. I need to tell you to clean more glasses and pour more drinks, Chef. Chef.
No, you can't ruin my bar games for me. I want one of those like tavern simulator games as well. You know, where you like cook and serve people and like that'd be fun. Anyways, that is what we're playing. Yes, I have Chef PTSD, Sergey.
The Chef Trauma. Thank you all so much. That was our game showcase. Game showcase. That
game
was
showcase. Talking about what the fuck we're playing.
That was our play.
Came in for 2. Call me Chef K. No, I've got another nickname now. Fuck.
Little Commie Chef K.
Fuck.
You need to cook potatoes for the people. Commie Chef K. Commie Chef. You need to go spread your communism, Chef.
Fucking what? Comrade Simulator? Is that what we're creating now?
Spread the butter on the communism, Chef.
Oh, thank you, Drew.
Roll up those little hamsters and lettuce, Chef. Commie Chef. Please do it. Join the CCK. Melee K. Chef K. Chef.
I want to
Do
talk
it, Kay.
about Blizzard. Let's go. Let's continue. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, War Wizard. Thank you, Slosh. Thank you, everybody. I've been playing Lego Batman. I've been watching Batman Forever, and Kay has been serving drinks like a good little bartender. Woo. Okay. Now, let's get to our next segment. What the fuck is going on in gaming? Okay. Oh, sorry, Kay. We can't talk about Blizzard this week. Breaking news. Breaking news, Kay. You are now a communist. I'm just kidding. It's fine. It's fine.
Fucking
all right.
hell,
All right.
Man.
All right. Listen. Felicia Day was the priority last week, and we dodged it last week. But now everyone and their orc mother are talking about it. So fine. I guess it's time for us to weigh in on the breaking news that apparently everything Jason Schreier revealed in his book, hold up the book, Kay, about the horrible things going on in Blizzard was all a lie. A damn dirty lie. Okay, so to start this, and I want to say thank you to Kay for doing all the autistic research on this story, as I was busy seeing if Felicia Day sung more coffee songs or anything. But so thank you, Kay. Well done. To start with this, though, Kay, we have to go back into the past to see the shitty allegations where Blizzard employees sucked ass when it all began in an era known as Gamergate. Da-na-na-na-na. Let's travel back to Incident Zero and see how this all began. Okay, well, it's not exactly back then, but it's 2021, close enough. Let's take a look at California. Okay, as the presenter of the story, would you like to do the reading? I'll zoom in for you.
Keep me zoomed in and I'll do it. California sues gaming giant Activision Blizzard over unequal pay, sexual harassment. By Joel Fernandez. The video game studio behind the hit franchises Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush is facing a civil lawsuit in California over allegations of gender discrimination, sexual harassment, and potential violations of the state's equal pay law. A complaint filed by the State Department of Fair Employment and Housing on Wednesday alleges that Activision Blizzard Inc. fostered a sexist culture where women were paid less than men and subjected to ongoing sexual harassment, including groping. I love that in brackets they have to tell us Activision and Blizzard, by the way, they merged in 2008. So
immediately this is 100% bullshit. This was 100%
already.
It was bullshit back then.
And this was like 2021 that this article happened or something.
Yeah.
Like that, right?
So this is the thing is now people are talking about the story is drudged up again because people are talking about it being fake, but it's very clearly fake even back then. And we all know the jokes. We all know everything, all the things that apparently happened at Blizzard with the Cosby. What?
Wait,
Felch reporting Wizard tip $14.88. Okay. Wait. Hold up, James. We have some breaking Felicia Day news. Oh. If you could bring it up, I believe she's dropped a music video called "Do You Wanna Date My Avatar?"
What? She did? She did? Okay, I'm sorry. We can't talk about Blizzard. This is huge. Breaking news, everyone. The talented and extremely beautiful and quirky Felicia Day has a new music video. Do you wanna date my avatar? No. Do you wanna date my avatar? My girl Clara. date my avatar.
You can type commands. I've got slots for what I hold in my hands. Don't care what's in your character bank. How about a little take and spank? Grab your mouse and stroke the keys.
Stroke
Here in cyberspace, there's no disease. Pick a time, send a tale to me. Just pay a small subscription fee.
Yeah.
Do you wanna date my avatar? She's a star, and she's hotter than reality by far. Wanna date my avatar?
Quiet, human. Looking for group. My stats so high, you'll be out of the loop.
Got a new elite staff that you can equip. Close your mouth up, ladies. This is pyramid knit.
I'm a pixel-based fantasy. I'm man so stoic. I hack and slash. Who the heck's more heroic?
Check me out, cloth armor fits me like a glove. Just one at a time, I'm ready for love.
Hang with me in my MMO. So many places we can go.
So many.
I'm better than a real world quest. You'll touch my +5 to dexterity vest. What role do you wanna play? I'm just a click away, night or day. And if you think I'm not the one, log off, and we'll be done. Do you wanna date my avatar? She's a star, and she's hotter than reality by far. Wanna date my avatar? You wanna date my avatar? She's a star, and she's hotter than reality by far. Wanna date my avatar? You 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 wanna date my avatar?
Thank you so much, Felch support reporting wizard, for that important news. And yes, Blizzard raped everybody. All right, for our next story, we're going to be talking about, let's see, maybe she's got like a coffee thing we can like look at or something. Okay, do you have any updates on Felicia Day that we can go for story number 2?
Why would I have updates on? I don't pay attention to this bitch. I just don't like her, and I haven't liked her for a long fucking time. And now I've had to experience more of her fucking life, and I fucking hate it more. And the real fucking boiling point for me was being a fucking therapist for her.
Speaking of a therapist, back to Blizzard. So anyway, what I was saying is that, you know, I want to date their avatar, but also this is already immediately fake. There is no fucking way at this point in time. There's no point at any point.
Give me 1 second here. Chartard, we'll take a look at your super chat soon. Once we're done the Blizzard story, we're going to take a quick breather and look at stuff. James just decided to interrupt everything with Felicia Day because he thought it was funny, but I do see your super chat. Thank you so much.
Funny. It was very important. It was crucial. Okay. Oh. In fact, I shouldn't even talk about Blizzard anymore because Felicia Day was the breaking news that interrupted it. So, yes, this is 100% fake already because there is no way that in Blizzard, especially of all places, but really in any place that women were paid less than men, this is this fucking crazy myth that is still going on. And I don't have to tell all of you guys how fake and gay it is. Sexual harassment, maybe, but women getting paid less, definitely not. Especially if they were getting sexually harassed, probably paid more. All right, Kay, you can continue here.
Officials at the gaming company knew about the harassment and not only failed to stop it, but retaliated against women who spoke up, the complaint also alleges. So isn't that interesting that they try to kind of say the reason why you didn't hear about this sooner is because, well, if any woman spoke up, she was under threat of her life. Like, they try to make it so fucking melodramatic. It's insane. Mm-hmm. Years after the online harassment campaign known as Gamergate,
They
of course,
said it again.
always ring
We're
the bell.
back. Ring the fucking bell. We're a harassment campaign again. God damn it.
Woo! Yeah, to the point where they fucking psyop the Wikipedia page as well. Targeted women in the video game world, even though there were women that were a part of Gamergate and supported it. But no, it was all about targeting women, am I right?
Go home, gamer girl. Only Felicia Day is allowed here.
The California lawsuit depicts an industry that can still be unwelcoming and even hostile to female employees.
It's so fucking fake, man. This is crazy.
I hate this gay shit so much because it's just such a fucking like narrative that they spin and it's so untrue. And there was a point in time where you could be a woman and blink in the direction of the gaming industry and they would just hire you. They wouldn't even fucking care if you never knew what a video game was.
1000%.
The fact that you just like even were in the room and like fucking applied, they would just hire you. Like as a woman. Yeah. And they're trying to act like the industry is unwelcoming to them. No, not at all.
The gaming industry has put that pussy on a pedestal forever. And it's absolutely wild that they somehow twisted it to, while that was the reality, what they claim is the reality is the exact opposite, that they constantly just hate women and keep them down while also sexually harassing them. If you're a woman in the industry, you pretty much are the equivalent of being captured by Alu Akbar terrorists. It's that bad. Why would you ever work here? They're going to run you.
The entire fucking industry has, like, it completely just puts everything around women. Everything they fucking do. But no, we hate women.
It's insane.
It just fucking gives me a headache. All employers should ensure that their employees are being paid equally and take all steps to prevent discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, said DFEH Director Kevin Kish. This is especially important for employers in male-dominated industries such as technology and gaming. The fact that they're using this whole wage gap shit is just so funny to me, too. I remember, like, a long, long time ago, I had a job where I was, like, a manager of some guy, and he was, like, a hyper-feminist. And at one point, he tried, like, arguing to me about the wage gap, and he's like, it's so real. Women don't get paid as much as us, and blah, blah, blah. And he's saying this to me while I'm his manager.
And you're literally...
Like, I'm making more money than you as your manager, you dumb faggot. What are you even talking about? And he's like, women never make as much money as men. I'm like, I literally know your wage because I manage you. Like, I know I'm making more money than you. Like, that is the most retarded shit ever.
What did he say to that? What did he say?
I said all this to his face. He's like, well, you know, sometimes it depends and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, the company I was in at the time, like, wages were, like, transparent at a certain level. Like, if you were a certain level within that company, you kind of knew what everyone's wages were, right? Like, it's just, you kind of know the tiers and stuff. So yeah. I was aware of what my male counterparts were making as well. And they weren't necessarily making more than me because I had more experience at the time. I was literally making more money than people in the same position as me as well. And he was trying to argue me still. And I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. So the wage gap thing is just always so fucking stupid to me because there are like raped men who are just, they're not even men. They're just like fucking, they're so convinced that this shit is real and it's not at all. And there's studies now that like women are actually making more money than men are now. And there's more like stay-at-home husbands now because it's so much easier to get a job as a woman at this point. It's fucking insane.
The fucking wage gap is actually for men now. God damn it. Everything is inverted instead of what they say. It's just crazy.
By the way, he tried pulling the like minority card on me and he's like, you know, like women of color, they make less. And it was a white guy saying it to me. Like, I'm just like, this isn't fucking insane. Like, he's trying to literally convince me that I'm like oppressed and making less money when I have literally factually, like, I factually know that's not true. That's not happening.
It's insane.
Unreal. Anyways, wage gap is fucking gay and retarded. In a statement provided to NPR, an Activision Blizzard spokesperson said the company had worked to improve its company culture in recent years and accused the DFEH of not adequately trying to resolve the claims against it before resorting to a lawsuit. The DFEH includes distorted and, in many cases, false descriptions of Blizzard's past. The statement read, "The picture the DFEH paints is not the Blizzard workplace of today. Women employees were paid less and assigned lower-level jobs," the complaint says. The lawsuit alleges that Activision Blizzard's female workers who spoke to investigators almost universally confirmed that their time at the company was akin to working in a frat house.
So the reason, like, the only way this has any merit, and has to be so twisted and so embellished, that's why it's just like, yeah, this was always fucking fake and gay, is that the original developers of Blizzard back in the day were all Asian men and white men. That's what it was. In the 90s and early 2000s, not in the 2020s, it was all predominantly men, sprinkled in with women, mostly white and Asian. So you know what? If women are being paid less, it's because they are just starting at Blizzard. And if they have lower level jobs, it's because they're just starting there and they haven't worked their way up there. But of course, they expect everything immediately. They need to be making just as much as all the long-standing developers that have been there since the 90s that know Blizzard in and out and how to make their games. They expect everything not only to be hired, but for everything to be handed to them. This is why bringing women in at all was a mistake in the first place. What game developers should have done is said, yeah, no, we don't hire women. You know why? This is why. Because it is self-destructive. You are sabotaging your own fucking company. Because they're going to want to take over everything, ruin everything, and then they will get none of the blame when your company is in flames. Incredible.
It's a fascinating statement, right? Assigned lower level jobs, and they're complaining about that. Let's just discuss that for a second. Let's not even talk about gaming industry. Let's talk about industries in general. How many of you have worked at a job before where you have female coworkers and maybe there's like heavy lifting involved, or like maybe there's confrontation you have to deal with or whatnot, right? And how many times is it like socially expected of you that you, as the man working there who is making the same wage as that woman, ends up doing more and goes above and beyond because socially there are things that men should do, right, in our society, like, for example, protect women, carry the heavy thing, deal with the gross jobs like throwing out the garbage, stuff like that. And women tend to be able to go into the workforce and like get the same position but get out of certain things because people don't expect women to do those things. They want to cater to women. So to say, oh, they were assigned lower level jobs and that's like supposed to be this like big insult to women, like it's an insult to you as a woman until you think about the difficult things that you have to do, the actual responsibility of lifting something heavy, of having to do something with more responsibility, where if something goes wrong, you actually get in trouble for that issue. Then you don't want that sense of level, right, in your job. So that's the thing that always annoys me about this kind of shit, but especially to include it in like a lawsuit like this to say, oh, well, you know, we were given the lower tasks. Experience not, whatever. Sometimes, depending on the job, it's just literally, we want to still make you feel comfortable here doing your job on a daily basis, and you feel anxiety over this thing, or you like can't physically do this thing, so don't worry, we'll take care of that, but can you do this other thing that needs to be done? It happens in the workplace all the time, and if a man tried to pull the same thing, they would never get the same grace ever. They would never have someone else step in and say, oh, don't worry, I will take care of that for you. Especially if the opposite gender, a woman wouldn't come in and be like, don't worry, I will carry that 40-pound box for you instead. So that's the shit that frustrates me about this kind of thing, regardless of what is true and what is not in the scenario, it's always the framing of like, woe is me, everything is so bad for me. And it's like, okay, well, if you are treated like an actual complete equal, then you're going to have to deal with stuff that you are going to cry about, that you're literally not going to deal with. Like that's what you're begging for. You're literally making the same wage and you're begging for that instead. You're begging for less special treatment because you feel like it's hurting your ego as a woman. It's ridiculous.
I love the akin to working in a frat house, as if that's a negative connotation. That meant that there was a camaraderie amongst the male peers. They made good content. They all got along. Everybody was happy. Everybody was good. And so by saying akin to working in a frat house, they are also saying that this is something that I'm going to dismantle and destroy. This is a negative and a wrong, when that was actually what produced the best games from the studio at the time. What have they made since? All fucking trash.
The best work is done when you're enjoying what you do. So an environment that is considered a frat house means that they're having fun and they, like you said, they are producing the best work of their time in those circumstances. It is not a negative whatsoever. Like, it's just ridiculous. As long as they're getting the work done, who cares? Male employees drank on the job and came to work hungover, the lawsuit said. The alleged sexual harassment ranged from comments about women's bodies and jokes about rape to the unwanted touching of female employees by their male peers.
So in terms of the drinking on the job, yeah, you used to be able to go into the industry and like get drunk and like be hungover and all this stuff and like still work. And like there was like a fun camaraderie amongst all your peers. And as soon as you introduce women, that all goes out the window. So they're just telling on themselves at this point that, again, it's like you shouldn't have been welcomed into this environment. Like this place wasn't for you. Good Lord. And you are ruining everything.
Are you telling me, like, let's again take any office job, right? How many offices will have like, oh, you know, we're going to lunch together. See you in like an hour. You take your 1 hour lunch break or whatever. And then you probably have a drink at lunch, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
So are we going to pretend this is like a video game industry specific negative thing at this oldest frat house at Blizzard? Or is this just the standard in a majority of 9 to 5 jobs where people are at an office and they are able to go and take that lunch break? And how many times is that women too? Again, this whole thing is just trying to paint it as like these men are so evil and they were just cracking beers and throwing beer cans at us while they like expected us to work and did nothing, which would be fucking hilarious. But like the truth is that a majority of these like office style jobs, the coworkers do go out and they drink after work, or they'll have lunch, and on Friday they're like, oh, I can sneak in a cocktail, a margarita, you know, at lunch. Let's, you know, Taco Tuesday. Like, no one will notice that I had a beer. I'm just more happy after lunch. This happens all the fucking time. This is not exclusive to Blizzard, and this is
used to happen.
Like, it's just, I guarantee you there are still businesses out there that still have like their happy hour lunches and shit where they take their 1 hour break and they go and they have a drink, and they would never get in trouble like this. But because this is a male dominated industry, that's why this is a problem. If this was painted the other way and it was like, because, you know, like offices will do things like, oh, it's casual Friday, so you don't have to wear a suit today or something, right? Like nowadays most offices and whatnot, they're more casual, right? Because work from home is a thing now, and like just in general things have shifted. I think like people don't in society dress up as much as they used to, but it used to be a standard. You would go to work and you'd be in a dress shirt or whatever, like, you know, if you're a girl, wearing a dress and heels, and like you would actually like get yourself in shape and dress up and look good for the job that you were doing. And they would do things like a casual Friday where it's like, you can wear jeans today. Now you can wear jeans any fucking day you want, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. But like they'll have like women be like, it's, you know, it's Girl Friday, we're gonna do this today. Like, how much? I bet you there are like the HR department going out for like fucking cosmopolitans and spinach dip, you know, on a casual like Friday night or Friday during the day or something. So I really think this is very, very pointed towards the fact that it is a male-dominated industry that they're angry at, and it has nothing to actually do with the task itself, because a majority of people would want to go out and have a drink with their coworkers.
It was a male-dominated industry, and it was better when it was a male-dominated industry, and it was a highly sought-after job to get. It was like the dream job, because it was just like, yeah, you're hanging out with your buddies all day, you're crushing beers, but you're also smart enough and talented enough to make these amazing video games, and it is your dream job to make games and work on them and hang out all day with people that are like-minded. And they've completely destroyed and dismantled that. And that's what this article represents, is the destruction of the glory days of the industry. This is all about the dismantling of the Wild West good days, the bad old days when everything was good, shoot from the hip. And now we have to control it and take away all the fun, all the culture, and all the care that made all the amazing products that we experienced for years. I hate it. And we're not even at the new shit.
No, I
This
know.
is the old shit.
I'm not going to spend a million years on every article that I've put into this, but I do think like this one, because it's the initial accusations, is important to kind of deep dive into. But for example, like talking about the alleged sexual harassment from comments about women's bodies, what is that saying? Hey, you look great today. What is that? Like, these are so vague. Is it saying, oh, you look like pretty damn hot in that dress? Is that considered harassment? Probably to these people.
To these women, yes.
That's not somebody saying, oh, I'm going to take you in the back and rape you behind the garbage can. Like, and that, again, going to jokes about rape, right? Like, what is the joke? Is it two guys saying, I'm going to fucking rape you as a joke? Or is it directed to the women? Like, there's a part of me that goes, were the jokes about rape even directed towards the women to begin with? Or was this just guys who are video game
making
fans,
jokes, yeah.
making jokes like the same way they would in a fucking Call of Duty lobby? Like,
yeah,
just,
I got raped in Halo last night. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And
Right?
God, and we're at the point now, like this is going so beyond this, but like men are terrified. This is completely destroyed man and women relationships, is getting them to work together, because now men are terrified of talking to women, interacting with women, God forbid, even flirting or trying to pick up women, because they just are at the mercy of that woman so fucking much. I saw a recent photo from the Brand New Day red carpet of everyone posing, and people zoomed in on John Berthal's hand because he had his arm around, for the photo, Sadie Sink, you know, the new character in the film. And he had, I've never seen this before, but he had around her arm, he wasn't holding her arm like this. He had it so his fist was gripped like this. So he wasn't actually holding her. And all the comments were like, yeah, he knows he doesn't want any allegations. He doesn't want to be taken out of context. He doesn't want to be attacked by her or any of the media or anyone else. It's at the point where you can't even put your arm around a co-star when you're posing for a fucking photo.
Exactly.
It's fucking wild.
It's completely destroyed any sort of camaraderie amongst the genders, in my opinion. Like, it's fucking gross and frustrating. But this is the world that women have decided to live in.
Yeah.
By taking advantage of that. And ultimately, these things are just going to hurt their opportunities in the future to even be a part of these workplaces, because the pendulum always swings, and this is going to swing to a degree one day where, like, women aren't even going to be considered once again, because there's going to be this, like, men are sick of it. They are at a point where they can't feed their families anymore. They're
already getting that.
They're already getting there, exactly. And so
they're getting there because women also advocate for mass immigration from countries that flood in like 20 to 35-year-old men that don't deal with any of their shit, that just want them in a fucking burqa and literally want them raped. They are creating the world that they claim is their current reality.
Exactly.
So now it gets to the point where, because they've advocated for all this, it's just like, I don't even know if you're lying or not anymore. Because, like, you know, 10 years ago when you're saying this shit, it was so wild and out of left field and not reality. But now, you know what? Maybe it is. When women are talking about this stuff, it's like, yeah, your likelihood of getting raped or getting sexually assaulted has gone dramatically up because of what you have advocated for. You stupid
and who
bitch.
you surround yourself with. Yep.
And this is why I say they shouldn't vote.
I do.
which is 100%. I genuinely
you know
believe
my
that.
opinion on this because people yell at me every time I say it too, but I'm not going to get into that right now. But yes, I agree. Women don't necessarily need to vote. Anyways,
Women deserve less.
pretty much they're going to put themselves in a position where these things that they constantly cry about happening are actually going to happen. And no one's going to feel guilt for it at that point because it'll be so far gone and people will be so desperate to be able to feed themselves to survive that they just won't even want to risk any of it. I know I don't want to vote for women. I don't want any votes for women, actually. I'm good.
Remove all votes for women.
Anyways, I think, like, in the traditional style of being able to find yourself the perfect man that you can trust with the household, that person should be able to make, the man should be able to make the decision. Therefore, me having a vote would be moot. I don't need the vote because I trust James to be able to make the decisions that are correct for our family, right? So I don't need that vote. That's how it should be, but women get mad at me when I say
will
that,
vote
so.
in our best interests for me, Melee K, and all of our Funko Pops.
Anyways. And in terms of the unwanted touching, like, I'm also just very skeptical. Is that like putting a hand on a shoulder? I don't know. The complaint, which was
Put your hand on my shoulder. That's rape. Let's go on. Sorry, Kay.
The complaint, which was the result of a 2-year investigation by DFEH, claims that the unequal treatment of women went beyond company culture to the more formal parts of their jobs. Women were allegedly paid less than men, both when they were hired and during the course of their employment. They were also assigned to lower-level positions and passed over for promotions, despite doing more work than their male peers in some cases, according to the lawsuit. One woman said her manager told her she wouldn't be promoted because she might get pregnant and like being a mom too much.
That is the ultimate pickup line. Holy shit. Sorry, baby. No promotion for you. You might get pregnant and you might like being a mom too much. I'm going to use that one.
I love that this is proving why it's actually a liability to have women in the workplace, because this is something you do have to deal with hiring women, is the fact that they could get pregnant, they're out for a year, and then sometimes they simply don't want to come back. So you have to like go and replace that job on top of everything. And you have to wait a fucking year of that vacancy to exist, find temporary worker, and then like all this shit. Like it's such a headache to replace a woman in the workplace because of this liability. It's just fascinating to me that they like acknowledge this. The sex discrimination was even worse for women of color, the suit claims.
I want to say, is this because statistically black women are the least attractive women? They're the least desired for women. So is there black women at New Blizzard being like, why aren't they giving us rape accusations? Why are the white women getting the rape? LaQuisha don't get no rape. Even worse for us.
At least 2 African-American women reported being singled out and micromanaged. Now, this could be a cultural difference as well. Like, this could literally be black women typically don't want to be told what to do.
That's true.
Right?
They do.
So
they hate it.
Is it micromanaged, or are you being asked to do your job and you're like, I don't want to do that shit? Man, me talking about this is gonna make everyone fucking mad.
Who this Lich King motherfucker?
Women are never gonna talk to me again because, like, I just think it's ridiculous, all this shit. Anyways,
who's this Arthas ass wigger? Bitch, I don't want to develop you. I want to see the 2 African women working at Blizz. I actually don't want to see it because in my mind, they're like these stereotypical black women. And that's so funny to imagine like 2 stereotypical black women working at Blizzard. I make Diablo and shit. Lord of Darkness, get your ass over here. Twerk that shit for me. Shows like Diablo fucking twerking. Deckard Cain, I don't trust no old crack ass white boy.
Some of the women who came forward with complaints of discrimination or harassment faced involuntary transfers, were selected for layoffs, or were denied certain opportunities, the suit said.
Well, now in the industry, everyone's getting laid off.
Activision Blizzard says it doesn't tolerate sexual misconduct, Blizzard, in its statement, said it does not tolerate sexual misconduct or harassment and noted that they investigated all claims, adding that it was making it easier for employees to report violations. The company also said it strives to pay its employees fairly for equal or substantially similar work and ensure that pay is driven by non-discriminatory factors such as performance. We are confident in our ability to demonstrate our practices as an equal opportunity employer that fosters a supportive, diverse, and inclusive workplace for our people, and we are committed to continuing this effort in the years to come. The spokesperson said, "It is a shame that the DFEH did not want to engage with us on what they thought they were seeing in their investigation. But several former employees took to social media Wednesday after the lawsuit was filed to corroborate some of the allegations it contained. Blizzard has claimed that the DFEH report is false/misleading/irresponsible. Former Blizzard Entertainment employee Cher Scarlett tweeted, "I can tell you that I knew what was going to be in this report before I read it because during my time there for only a year, I witnessed all of these things."
Fucking doubt. Is that tweet still up? I'm gonna check. I bet it's not.
Fucking knows.
Oh no, it is. It is. Is this even a woman? Let's see here. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah, it looks like a woman to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting some vibes. So there you have it. Those are the original accusations. And it wasn't even all of them. It didn't get into the Cosby stuff. It didn't get into the Camp Town racing, rape and death, and all that went on.
So fucking ridiculous.
All the wild, crazy shit that Jason Schreier got into, which I assume will be in our next article or very soon.
It's fascinating to me too that they were talking about like being passed over for opportunities and stuff. Okay, the whole like woman getting pregnant and whatever and blah blah blah. Maybe that conversation does genuinely happen sometimes. I don't know, right? But the thing that is missing in this with the opportunities is that when you're in an office environment, you have to play the social game. You have to be approachable. You have to be able to have conversations with people. And guess what? In reality, sometimes it's not the most talented person that ends up getting the promotion. It's the person that people like, the person that they get along with, the person 100%. That shows enough competency at the same time, the person that's willing to go out for drinks with them and socialize with them outside of work.
The backstabber.
It's not even necessarily. You don't even have to be that far. But generally speaking, if you are likable in the workplace, you are way more likely to get that promotion if people are comfortable talking to you. And these accusations are already proving that the women were very us versus them, and they were standoffish. And so it was likely that they're putting themselves in a scenario where they were not participating in all the socializing, and therefore maybe they just weren't being thought of. Like if you're not in people's minds, you're not necessarily going to get that promotion either. So I think there's way more nuance to that besides, oh well, women were given the lower tasks and they were like never given an opportunity to get a promotion like a male. You have to consider the office politics in it and understand that you do need to socialize with people. You do need to be able to make yourself be comfortable. People need to be comfortable talking to you.
But
and
Kay,
if they're worried that you're going to call them sexist and all of this shit, or you're giving like a weird face whenever they say something to you, like those people are not going to feel like they can be fully open with you. And so that just erodes at your relationship with your coworkers and your ability to move up as well. And that's not discussed enough.
But Kay, why actually play the social game at the office that has been set for decades when you can just be a woman and be a victim and say the word rape? So with that, this of course blew up all over the world because journalists are fucking scum and they will eat this shit up like flies on a corpse. So this hit the normie sphere and went far, as we have this article from Newsweek. Take it away, Kay.
You'll have to zoom in. There you go. Every Activision Blizzard allegation, sexual banter, rape jokes, pay discrimination. I will briefly read through some of this because it's going to be a lot of the same. Yeah, we can skip all of this here. This is all old news. Female staff were allegedly subjected to cube crawls in which male employees drank copious amounts of alcohol as they crawled their way through cubicles in the office and engaged in lewd behavior towards the female employees.
They just go up to their fucking cubicles and it's like, hey, you working on that new WoW expansion? Like...
Male employees proudly come into work hungover, play video games for long periods of time during work while delegating their responsibilities to female employees.
Imagine they look at like QA and it's like playing video games at the video game development
Isn't that
studio.
insane that you're getting mad at people for playing video games and that's their entire thing that they're building?
Yeah.
Engage in banter about their sexual encounters. See, this is the kind of shit that they're going to call sexual harassment, but it's guys talking about having sex outside of the workplace. Like, it's crazy. Are you telling me that you put two guys in a room and they're not going to be like, yeah, I fucked that broad, she's hot, whatever. Like, it's so fascinating to me that I very much feel these comments about banter, their sexual encounters, were not even necessarily talking to the woman directly about it. They were people off in their own corner just talking loud enough that another woman like overheard it when guys were talking, and that was enough for them to be like, ooh, this is harassing me. Talk openly about female bodies and joke about rape.
I love that as well. Like, again, they work on video games, talk openly about female bodies. I just imagine it's like, okay, so we need to design the new NPCs. They have two genders, male and female. Here's what the women are going to look like. They're talking about female bodies. Oh, God. I saw one developer shaping a woman's breast on the NPCs, literally making tits.
Unsurprisingly, defendants' frat boy culture is a breeding ground for harassment and discrimination against women. The suit states that female workers at Activision Blizzard were subjected to constant sexual harassment, including having to continually fend off unwanted sexual comments.
There's no way they work here. Like, imagine, like they're talking about them like they're actually having to fight off like zombie hordes or something. Stay back. Stay back. I have to design this new level. And they're like, sex.
And advances by their male coworkers and supervisors during the cube crawls and other company events. With video games, right, you have things like crunch time and everything, and you end up spending a lot of time with people when you're working in something like this. Like, let's say you're getting close
shifts,
to a deadline.
all that, yeah.
You're spending a ton of fucking time with people, and so it's very likely that all of these coworkers are starting to get more close and friendly, and maybe there is office romances, and people are naturally attracted to each other, and they want to ask the girl out or whatever. To paint this as like harassment to me is frustrating because, just because you don't want to date the person asking you out doesn't always mean that is like them harassing you, right? There's a difference between like a guy being like, oh my God, a girl that plays video games and she works with me and I've gotten to know her over the past 6 months and maybe I should ask her out on that date. It's like it's killing this ability for men and women to just like naturally gravitate to each other, the things that just make humans human. It's just chipping away at that and trying to act like that is like an evil thing. And that's the thing that pisses me off because you're like a lot of the people working at these kinds of companies, they don't even get to have a social life outside of work, right? They don't get to meet other people. This is their time to get to know people because they're working so fucking hard. And especially on a property like World of Warcraft, which is like at its time the biggest video game that ever was. And the amount of work for an always online type of thing, I guarantee you that these people were not able to see their families often. If they were married, not able to see their wives often. They weren't able to hang out with their friends casually for a beer. Like whoever was in your immediate vicinity became your friend, and that's the person that you're primarily talking to. So to act like, oh, the advances and like you put a bunch of people in a room, there's going to be times where they naturally gravitate to each other and it kind of becomes more than just a working professional relationship. And I think it's a disservice to act like that is automatically harassment. The suit notes one incident when a female employee took her own life. Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Lock in.
The suit notes one incident when a female employee took her own life during a business trip with an unnamed male supervisor who had brought sex toys and lubricant with him on the trip.
This, out of all the accusations, was the craziest one. And this is why I really think, Kay, it would... I guess now is the time that we do that reading stream where we read through Jason Schreier's gay little book, his gay little play nice book for Blizzard. This is a book that played a big part, and I wouldn't say destroyed the industry because it was already tanking, but it was a nail. It was a nail in that coffin for sure. It accelerated the death of the games industry. And this here was probably the craziest allegation, that some woman felt like she was being forced to fuck some guy on a camping trip, a studio-wide camping trip that they would go on. And he was just like, all right, baby, I got the dildos and the lube. You ready to go to town? And she just fucking did a Jeff Hardy swanton bomb off of a cliff. Just fucking what? It's crazy. Such a wild and crazy allegation. And now the question is, the reason we're talking about all of this... I
flipped through a couple random pages and I hit this, a boys club.
And
how slant is that?
And again, if you're just joining us, the reason we are talking about this is like a 5-year-old article, but it is because the claims now is that all of this shit is fake. So if Jason Schreier or if these lawyers or whoever lied about a woman fucking killing herself because she saw a dildo in some coworker's backpack, that's going to be crazy to get out of.
Yeah, I don't know. If you guys are curious about this book, let me know. I think most people are just like, fuck Jason Schreier. Don't want anything to do with his bullshit. But I do own the book because I was morbidly curious to know, like, what is actually being accused of, you know? It's interesting to me because we have little drip feeds of things that escaped, but this book probably has so much shit that people didn't even focus on.
Slosh sees Hitachi, dies.
I still don't know the basis of this woman taking her own life. If that
this is
happened,
all we've ever heard.
I have not been able to find information on this at all.
This is literally the entire sum of the information on it. Woman sees dildo and dies on camping trip. Like, I don't know her name. I don't know the backstory. I don't know if she had depression. Like, this has been so under wraps and hush hush, this specific one, when this is the biggest play. This is their big fucking swing at the fences to see if they can fucking have this shit stick. And this is the summary of information we have on it.
I have not been, maybe it requires me to do even more deep diving, but I have not been able to find anything. I don't know if it's in his book, what?
We can read the book and find out.
But maybe we'll have to find out in some way.
She saw the Uber Penetrator 9000 and decided to fucking do a suicide dive.
By the way, hello to Killington, Chaos, and Fluffy Pro. I saw you earlier as well. How you guys doing? It is alleged that this female employee had previously subjected to other incidents of sexual harassment at work. The suit claims that at a holiday party before her death, male coworkers passed around a picture of her vagina.
How'd they get it? How did they get and you know, a woman will be like, it doesn't matter how they got it. She, like, this bitch, no offense because she's dead, allegedly dead is a wild comment, but did she post it? Did she start to spread it? No pun intended. Did she have an OnlyFans? And you know, I'm an asshole. I'm gonna ask these fucking questions. I don't give a fuck. I want to get to the bottom of this. So, like, I want to know what, like, is it actually like these men were assholes? They somehow found a private photo of hers that she didn't want shared, and then was like, "Hey, get a look at Lucy," and like, because that's how they make it sound, like mustache twirling. It's crazy, but there is
like
details here.
Crawling, and then like upskirted a woman. And
yeah,
took a
exactly,
photo.
Which would be crazy.
I don't know. Yeah, the fact that it's difficult to find something on this is strange to me because you would think this is something that would haunt the industry.
But this is
and
like the
we
industry
don't-
now of listen and believe women. So
Yes, of
this
course.
is.
I don't necessarily disbelieve that this woman maybe, unfortunately killed herself, and that's horrible. I just wonder if there was a mental health issue and they're trying to paint this as a bigger issue, and maybe like a relative helped perpetuate some of these claims, and
Because
whatever
here's
it
the
is.
thing,
I don't understand. I don't understand where they got this conclusion. Like, who is the source of all this information? That's what I'm trying to find out. Because we don't know. It's not like this woman proclaimed did she write a suicide note that said I killed myself because at a Blizzard party they showed pictures of my vagina everywhere? I'm not even trying to say that to be funny. I'm saying it as like, where does this claim actually come from? I can't find the source of it. If any of you out there have more information on that, I would love to know, just so we can put, like, there's a chance that this woman's poor name is like being completely just slandered.
If you
post-death,
were
and that
one
this
of
was
the
nothing to
male
do with it.
coworkers that acquired this picture, let us know. But the thing is, and people aren't gonna like this, but it's quite possible at this point that all of this was true, because women that are like this, women that are feminists, surround themselves with the worst men. Beta males. And when women that are feminists talk about rape accusations and sexual assaults and all this stuff, it's like, you surround yourself with Will Wheaton types. So that's your problem. You're not surrounding yourselves with male men, real men. You're surrounding yourself with male allies, the beta male monkeys that subvert and insidiously worm their way closer to you, that would do this shit. So there is a chance that all of this happened, that all of this is true. I want to know, and the lack of information in all these articles, it was staggering and still is. Like, it's just like we're just expected to just believe all this and go with it. It's wild.
Yeah, I know.
All right, anyway, enough of the vagina pics.
Activision Blizzard has denied the allegations made in the lawsuit, saying it contains distorted and in many cases false descriptions of the company's past. The company added that it was sickened by the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing's decision to mention the employee who died, saying her suicide had no bearing whatsoever on the case. That's the thing that gets really confusing about this, because of course Blizzard would denounce that and say it has nothing to do with us because they don't want the fucking liability. But then a part of me goes like, why is this so hush-hush and impossible? And are there things that are just being embellished here? Like, what is the truth of it? I just hate that this woman who, it sounds like she did kill herself. I mean, I don't know. Would you think she would speak up by now if she didn't? But this woman that killed herself, like, her name is being dragged through the mud in all of these like weird speculations at this point. Like, that's just insane.
So yeah, what Blizzard is saying is that like, she was an employee. She did kill herself, but her suicide had nothing to do with the company or nothing that impacted with the company. So like, now what the people on the other side are doing...
People have shit going on in their lives. You don't know what's going on in someone's head. And it's very possible that this woman had something in her life that was eating at her or whatever it was, or she was going through her own mental thing and she did take her life, and it had nothing to do with Blizzard necessarily, beyond maybe her time and energy being put more into that than seeking help for herself, right? But that's not Blizzard's fault necessarily. So it's just... to try to say that somebody took their life over this, like, you better fucking have solid evidence that is, because those people also have to live with that. Like, imagine working at the company and this is the lie that's being spread. And so you're like, oh, I liked my time at Blizzard or whatever, but we led to someone's death. And like, that's what you're convinced of because of all this shit. I think Slosh has a name for us here.
Should we look into it? I can keep reading if you want to like look into it and see if you want to add something to the story. I'll keep reading here, okay? Let's see here. While we find this behavior to be disgraceful and unprofessional, it is unfortunately an example of how they have conducted themselves throughout the course of their investigation, the company added. The California lawsuit also alleges that female employees working for the World of Warcraft team complained male employees and supervisors would hit on them and make derogatory comments about rape at work. Talk about forced humor. In one alleged incident, a male supervisor openly encouraged a male subordinate to buy a prostitute to cure his bad mood. That would cure someone's bad mood. This is an act like that's not even that bad, and that's like a joke. That
I've got an article here, James.
Okay, we can plug
this
it in.
Woman. It's not even about that. I'm just going to literally read this, and I can share the article in chat because we've already got a bunch of articles. But they dropped the suit about this woman killing herself.
So that no longer is. So they confirmed.
Paul and Janet, hers and her parents, originally sued Activision in March, and this was around the time, so 2022. Her family subsequently requested to drop the lawsuit on May 6th. Axios reported on Tuesday and asked that it be dismissed with prejudice, meaning that they can't sue again.
Whoa, okay.
She was found dead in her Disneyland hotel room during an Activision company retreat in 2017. So
it was during the company retreat. It wasn't during the camping trip.
Like, I'm sending it to you too, just in case you want to bring it up. But like, the fact that they would drop it is insane, right? Like, why would your parents drop the suit?
I'm gonna back out and come back in, because you're robo for me.
Let's see. Yeah, attorneys at Los Angeles-based firm Isaacs Friedberg, which represented the family, and representatives for Activision did not immediately return requests for comment. Her experiences were, yes, mentioned in this lawsuit. Both the state's complaint and the family's lawsuit alleged she was the subject of sexual harassment at work, including having pictures passed around. The family's lawsuit also alleged that Carrie had a sexual relationship with her boss, Greg Restituto, whatever the fuck his name is, lied to detectives and that guy lied to detectives investigating her death and didn't disclose the relationship. The family's complaint was one of numerous. Yeah, so this is all clumped in. And then I love that this article is like, by the way, they're trying to be acquired by Microsoft right now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So the family dropped it. That's the key thing here, is that
is strange.
The family claimed that the work was a significant factor to her death, but then they dropped it, and then they asked that it be dismissed with prejudice, which means that they can't sue again. So they knew they were closing the book on this forever.
That is super interesting. Yeah, it's like, and that is totally new. Like, why? And they didn't give any reason why or anything in that article. Like, we're learning this in real time.
The only link is that she was in a Disneyland hotel room during a company retreat when it happened. Anyways, we can continue reading the other stuff, but it's just to drag Blizzard's name and everyone that worked there through the mud over that is just very strange to me.
Yeah, no, there's something there. It's very fucking weird. But I just want to go out on record and say there's nothing wrong with this sentence. In one alleged incident, a male supervisor openly encouraged a male subordinate to buy a prostitute to cure his bad mood. 1, this is probably a joke. 2, would objectively cure your bad mood. 3, what's bad about this? I thought they believed in sex work. Now they don't. They're not saying fuck one of the office girls, because guess what? That'd probably make your mood worse. Buy a whore. What am I missing here? Why is this bad? You can't even speak anymore to your coworkers? You can't give them a pro tip when they're feeling down? You know how many times I've told people to go to a strip club?
I have literally in the past told a coworker to go to a strip club because he was obsessed with a girl, and I was like, bro, just jerk off, and you're like, this girl, you won't even think about her anymore.
Yeah.
Like, and I was like, you want to go to a strip club or something so that like we can just like get this out of your system? Because at that point he had no girlfriends, and I was like, maybe you just need to like go to a strip club and see that like you can pay women to dance on you, and you don't have to like go for this one girl that's being a bitch to you all the time.
You can make women do a lot of things for money.
So I've quite literally told someone, go find a stripper. Like, that's not harassment.
But if you were a man, Kay, it would be.
One person named in the suit is Alex, the former senior creative director of World of Warcraft at Blizzard Entertainment. He is accusing of, is this even proper English? Like this is crazy. This is Newsweek. He's accusing of engaging in blatant sexual harassment with little to no repercussions, including attempting to kiss and grope female employees and calling them derogatory names at company events. He was so known to engage in harassment of females that his suite was nicknamed the Cosby Suite after Bill Cosby. And this is a complete lie because literally wasn't that room called that because of the carpet or something? Like it was like a Cosby sweater, and then they ended up getting a photo of Bill Cosby for that, and it was like before his allegations.
And even if not, so like, here's the thing. Maybe this one guy is a piece of shit. Maybe he was just known around the office as like, oh, there's the sex pest guy. How the fuck is he not fired? But because of that, and it's like, look, he hasn't been fired. He's still around. It's not like the way they've always talked about the Cosby Suite. And it's here. It's the Crosby Suite, which is, I don't even know why they named it differently. But like you said, maybe it's not even related to Bill Cosby. But they made it sound like anytime you talk about the Cosby Suite, that was the rape room, like the rape dungeon. But what reading this, all this sounds like is that all of the male coworkers are like, oh no, that's the Cosby room over there. Stay away from that. It's not like it was like a place of honor to enter. It's like we're gonna have sex in the Cosby room. That's how they made it sound, whether through word of mouth or other journalists. What this makes it sound like is that they are laughing at this guy for being a sex pest. And it's just like, how the fuck is this guy still around? How is Mr. Cosby over here still around? Am I wrong?
Rodney has the actual answer, and I half had it, but I didn't fully have it. So he says, Alex was sleazy, but the suite had nothing to do with rape. It was because the carpet of one of the BlizzCon hotels looked like Cosby sweaters. So there was it was a carpet that looked like a Cosby sweater, which I got right, but I didn't know it was a BlizzCon hotel. That's interesting.
Ah, okay. So they
thank you, Rodney. By the way, I appreciate that you guys are giving us this info too, because it's a lot to keep track of.
And so I assume BlizzCon's probably more often than not was at the same hotel every year, so they would always know that's the Cosby Suite. That's the one. Well, I got the Cosby Suite this year. That's where I'm staying. Like none of this is none of this sounds like a big deal anymore, apart from woman killing herself now. That's still the big deal, but good Lord.
All right, let's go past the allegations of pay discrimination because we get the point of that.
That's fake and gay.
Less money. Treatment of women of color, we can just go through this a little bit. Lawsuit claims women of color were particularly vulnerable targets of Activision Blizzard's discriminatory practices. One black woman said it took her 2 years to be made a permanent employee, while men hired after her were made permanent a lot sooner. I fucking hate this because how frequent is it that they hire people on temporary contracts to get work done?
I was going to say
the cycles of video games. And you just happen to be brought in through one of the less permanent ways, and somebody else could be hired direct to the company and they would already get a permanent position, whereas you applying through a different funnel would mean that you kind of come on like similar to like a consultant or something where you come in for a certain amount of time, and that's it. And then if they still want to keep you, maybe they extend you for the next project, and then they evaluate again at the next project. So this is nothing to do with you being woman, and everything to do with the way that you entered the company, the pipeline you went through.
Yes.
It is nothing to do with men versus women. It has to do with people applying directly to the tap versus going through like a third party business that would like find people like just to make it easier for like times where they need more employees and they don't have the time to interview everyone.
Yeah, no, that's exactly my thinking. I immediately went to, is she like an external contract employee? Like, is she working technically not for Blizzard, but for an external partner? Yes. And it's very hard for those employees to actually become full-time because the contract company actually has to let them go, and then Blizzard has to then hire them on. So it's not like an easy transition over. So it makes there's a lot of holes in this immediately.
She also claims she was micromanaged to such an extent that while her male coworkers were allowed to play video games on shift, her supervisor would call and check on her if she took a break to go for a walk. Now, this is interesting, too, because this actually provides us more context now that we have the two paragraphs put together. Let's say, for example, you are a direct Blizzard employee. you are actually technically under different management than you would be over a third-party company that brings you in. So the actual like third-party company that's bringing you in, that's hired you, you might be answering to different rules compared to what the handbook says for people that are already working at that company, because you're actually technically employed by two different companies at that point, even if you're working within the same office on the same projects. So it's entirely possible that due to the nature of her contract and her being a temporary employee, etc., coming in through another company, if that's what it sounds like to me, that was more strict. Whereas the employees, whether they were there maybe longer because they were part of like the original team, like we don't know. There's not enough context here, but I'm just trying to pull whatever I can to say like this to me sounds like you had different managers. And one person's manager was fine with that kind of stuff, and another person's manager wasn't. That means that that's discrepancy between that, not between your gender. Another African-American employee claimed that when she requested time off work, she was made to write a one-page summary of how she would spend that time, which no one else was required to do. The male supervisor also criticized her body language despite male counterparts slouching in meetings, and she was scolded for asking for assistance, while others could get help on similar tasks without the same criticism. Again, these all just sound like convenient things. Like maybe you... It's possible. Like that last paragraph is completely possible that you were like criticized for the way that you came across. Maybe you came across more bitchy and you felt like that was unfair. And that's just like the difference between men and women. I don't know. But it's a lot of this just feels really ridiculous to me. I don't know.
No. It all of it feels weird.
You have to write a one page and why you need to take time off. Well, when did you want to take the time off? Are you taking it during their slow period? Are you taking the time off when they're about to ship the next thing and they really need all hands on deck? And so you actually need a real proper reason to make them like short staffed during this time where everyone is putting in extra hours working on Saturdays. Like, that context is really important too, because if it's off season and you're getting asked for that, it might be a little bit weird if no one else is. But if you're doing this at a crucial time, let's just talk about, I don't know, retail. Okay, let's do retail as an example. If you want time off in retail during, let's say, like February or March, no one's going to blink a fucking eye, right? But let's say you're in retail and you are a week before Christmas and the store is like insanely busy because everyone's Christmas shopping. Would you not need a bigger reason to take time off during Christmas than you would during February? I would think so, right? So it's very possible if you're talking about video games, hey, we're about to push something huge right now. Like, we need everybody here, unless you really have a reason that something's going on and you can't move that at all in the year. So it's just, again, all the nuances of it is just completely lost. Allegations about failure to act on complaints. The lawsuit also alleges that Activision Blizzard executives and its human resource department failed to act on complaints made to them about discrimination and harassment in the workplace. The company failed to take effective remedial measures in response to these complaints. Employees were further discouraged from complaining as human resource personnel were known to be close to alleged harassers. The complaints were allegedly treated in perfunctory and dismissive manner and not kept confidential. Female employees who spoke out were, the suit alleges, subjected to retaliation, including but not limited to being deprived of work on projects, unwillingly transferred to different units, and selected for layoffs. We heard this before. We already heard Blizzard's full statement. I don't even think this is necessary at this point. Yeah, this is all bullshit. They're just pretty much saying we put in steps to make it easier. So that's that article.
Good Lord. So yeah, that is kind of the meat of it. That's what everything alleged. And the man responsible for a lot of this, Jason motherfucking Schreier, he decided to double down on it and write an article for Bloomberg. I think this is the one in his blog called Schrei Guy. So now we're going to take a look at this. Frequently asked questions about Play Nice.
This is the other thing. This is on his own blog.
Oh, what? Where the fuck is the? Okay,
There's
hold on.
a
I'll grab it.
Substack, and then that's his, and then there's an actual like article he wrote for Bloomberg, and I did provide both.
Okay, give me a minute.
Yeah, it's lost a Spyro after reading all of that. Yeah, I agree, Rodney. How's it going, Raptor Dead Man? Deadeye's here as well. Greg is here. And thank you guys so much for the support. We're going to read your super chats once we're done this Blizzard story. And then when we move on to the next one here. You should... You're good?
No, I'm pulling it up. It's CAPTCHA bullshit. All right, there you go. There you go. Bloomberg, yay! Blizzard. This is from Jason Schreier.
This was the big smoking gun article that he wrote publicly. So he had his book, right? But this, he actually went in to Bloomberg and wrote this article. And this is where people like became aware of all this stuff. Blizzard turned game developers into rock stars. Misbehavior followed. Managers set the tone by hiring mostly men, stoking their egos, and dating women in the company, current and former employees said. Now, we can scroll through this because this is just going to be a bunch of rehashing of shit. You know, this is from him.
You just tell me when to skim.
Oh, okay, this is talking about the meeting. Interesting. One summer day in 2018, employees of the video game maker Blizzard opened their email to find a brusque message from the chief executive officer, Mike. It said the company parted ways with Ben Kilgore, the chief technology officer, and his heir apparent. The email didn't give a reason, but employees immediately began to gossip. Kilgore presided over the most notorious group of sexist drinkers at the Irvine, California headquarters, where sexism and drinking were rampant, current and former employees said.
Oh, God forbid they drink.
Shortly, I just love that, like, he was presiding over the most sexist people in the entirety of Blizzard.
Yeah.
Shortly after the meeting, I'm paraphrasing some of this now because it's just a lot of garbage they're just saying. Derek, now head of the technology department, was asked why his former boss had left. Ingalls told a brief story that concluded with a strange piece of advice. Don't sleep with your assistant, but if you're going to sleep with your assistant, don't stop.
That's not bad advice, actually, because if you stop, then you're going to have issues.
That's where all this shit happens.
Yeah.
5 people who attended the meeting, which hasn't been previously reported, recounted versions of that story in interviews with Bloomberg. Also in the room that day was a representative from Human Resources who stood silently by. Ingall's comment led to a barrage of speculation surrounding Kilgore's departure that Bloomberg was not able to verify. Regardless, a former Blizzard assistant said this sort of locker room banter was sexist and damaging to the careers of assistants and other women at the company. The comment illustrates a side of Blizzard unknown to the outside world until recently. The games it's developed, such as Diablo and Warcraft, are among the most critically acclaimed on the market. We know this. And this division was regularly ranked among the best places to work and served as a shining example of how to build a long-running game studio that had never put out a bad product. The facade crumbled last month with frat boy culture, blah, blah. More than 50 spoke to Bloomberg, and most requested anonymity in fear of reprisal. Women recalled getting accosted for dates at the office, being subjected to alcohol-fueled hazing rituals, and watching male colleagues use company events as a venue to solicit sex.
Sex for favors.
6 women said they reported incidents to Blizzard's HR department and saw no results. Their stories provide insight into how the corporate culture developed into a legal liability. We can scroll through more of this. Yeah, this is just Blizzard saying, we tell people to tell us if there's an issue. There's 10,000 fucking employees. That's crazy. Okay, you can keep scrolling. Keep going. It is absolutely go up a little bit. It is absolutely a rock star mentality, and it touched almost every aspect of Blizzard culture. Christina, who worked at the company from 2013 to 2019, these developers were untouchable. Not only could they tell you how to do your job, but they had so much power they could do whatever they want in line of sight with their other powerful friends. Blizzard management set the tone by hiring mostly men, stoking their egos, and often overlooking or being unaware of misbehavior. Morahim, who had run the company for 27 years, courted and then married a Blizzard business director in 2010. I love that they're using this against him, too. Another founder, Frank Pierce, left his wife for a Blizzard customer service representative, and they wedded in 2012. J. Allen Brack, the outgoing president, also married a lower-level employee. So people found love at the workplace, and you're trying to clump this into, like, harassment. But why would they get to the level of marrying a person if it was harassment? That's insane that, like, 3 people are marrying.
Yeah, and this is just a case of, like, you know, you're in the games industry, crunch hours are a thing, you're at the office more than you're at home, and so you are building up this camaraderie now with the opposite sex, and you're getting along and getting very friendly, going to these outings, going to these drinking gatherings and all this stuff. So yeah, it is a breeding ground for leaving your wife for one of the office girls. Absolutely. You're spending more time with them. Yeah, it's just like you're literally around this woman more than your own wife, and you're getting along with her more than your own wife, and you're having more of a separation from home. And so it's just like kind of human psychology. That's all it is. It's like, it's not love. It's just, this is the closest thing. Therefore, I am now attracted to this.
I love that he's written that dynamic combined with testosterone-fueled arrogance and heavy drinking were a regular part of office culture. And it led to frequent and often unwanted sexual advances. This is a story from Cher Scarlett that we heard earlier. But she says, it didn't even occur to me I should report this behavior because in my mind, this behavior was normal and protected here, which was just... she's claiming that she got groped by a guy at 2 company parties and didn't feel a need to report that.
Yeah. I don't know.
You can scroll past all of this. I think we kind of get the gist of it. Pretty much, Jason Schreier writes this fucking scathing article for Bloomberg. Anything he can paint possibly as negative. All the stuff that we heard in the other articles, plus things like people getting married to each other at the fucking workplace as, like, the thing. The Me Too movement... Like, this is just insane. Look at this fucking, like, essay.
I know. This is crazy. It's anything you, I don't know. Okay, you went through this, so anything you want to read from it, you just tell me.
I think a majority of these stories we've already kind of heard. But you should go to his Substack.
All right, here it is. What I accidentally pulled up previously from a Schrei guy. Frequently asked questions about Play Nice.
Yesterday, I announced my next book, Play Nice, The Rise, Fall, and Future of Blizzard Entertainment, right here.
You got it.
I've been thrilled by the reactions and gotten a lot of questions, so I figured I'd tackle most of them in one place. There's a reason I wanted to read this, and part of it is literally that. He got a bunch of pre-orders on his book, and he knows that this book contains a ton of sexual harassment.
And suicide and rape.
Suicide, rape... all of this shit, women miserable for decades, feeling unsafe to even say a word. And his reaction is, thank you guys so much for pre-ordering my book. I'm so excited. Like, does that not tell you everything you need to know already?
He loves
it. It's about him. It's not if this was really about protecting a woman in the industry, it would not be an excitement. He'd be like, man, I'm glad more people are getting to hear their stories, blah, blah, not, I'm excited, thank you.
He's gone mask off here. He's showing his hand.
That's why I wanted to show this. Why pre-order now when it's not out for another 8 months? Because this is essential to book publishing. So Celia's like trying to get money for this. Will there be an audiobook? Yes. Will it be released in whatever country? You can scroll through. This is fine. Is there new information here is what we should read. Yes, by the end of the book, you'll have a much deeper understanding of Blizzard's history and culture. You'll learn about what it was like at Blizzard in the 90s and how WoW transformed the company and all the nitty-gritty details behind the Activision's year-long war to make Blizzard's products more like Call of Duty. This book contains the development stories behind just about every game the company has made, from Diablo to Overwatch to canceled projects like Titan and Avalon and StarCraft Ghost, and much more. What if more crazy Blizzard news happens between now and October, like with Microsoft? The goal of this book isn't to cover everything that's happened or will happen at Blizzard. It's to tell a specific story. And there's actually a very good natural endpoint to that story in the book. Worst comes to worst, we'll just release DLC. I find this interesting, too. I know, haha. I find this interesting as well because he's admitted here that he wanted to tell a very specific story, right?
Yeah.
He's weaving a narrative.
He has his narrative and he's publishing it. Doesn't matter what changes between now and then.
Okay, here's the fun part. Is it true you hid allegations of sexual misconduct at Blizzard?
Oh, boy.
This idea, propagated by GamerGators on Kotaku in Action, you guys remember Kotaku in Action? They're still kicking.
They're still around, yeah.
Is nonsensical. Would you say it's nonsensical? Anyways, there's like 5 people understand what I'm saying with that.
I'm pretty sure that person would be more on this side nowadays than anything.
I don't think she likes me these days, but I did have fun hanging out with her. But keeps getting traction because it makes for a good story. Evil journalist hides the truth so he can sell books. Kind of sounds like it. It started because on July 21st, 2021, the night that California filed a lawsuit against Blizzard for sexual misconduct and discrimination, I wrote the following thread on Twitter. The California Department of Fair Employment and Housing has filed an explosive lawsuit against Activision Blizzard for discrimination. Some of the details in the complaint are horrifying, and then he posted his Bloomberg article. An Activision Blizzard spokesman sent me a lengthy statement calling the allegations distorted and in many cases false, and referring to the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing as unaccountable state bureaucrats. Truth is, I've heard several stories about sexism and sexual misconduct at Blizzard over the past few years. Needless to say, we'll be reporting more on this. If you work or worked at Blizzard and would like to share your story confidentially, I'm at, and then it's his email, Proton Mail.
So he's just taking any wild account. Like, he's just anyone that is able to email him, and he'll just fucking run with it.
Anyone can email him. He's also saying, like, the accusation was you're, like, holding on to these sexual misconduct stories for your book. And he's full on promoting, hey, if you want to be included in that, email me here. So he's trying to disprove that claim, but he's actually proved it more by saying, I've been sitting on stories for years, and if you want to add to that pile, email me. And that's his proof that he's not sitting on them. It's like completely illogical.
He's literally just a smear merchant. That's all he is. He's just rubbing his hands together, excited with glee of all the women going through horrible things, allegedly, and he is just going to run wild with it because it makes for good content that he can sell. He is just profiting off of people's misfortune. That's all it is.
Taken out of context, that last tweet has been misinterpreted in all sorts of ways. Its purpose was to make clear that despite Activision Blizzard claims, I had independently heard rumors that backed up California's allegations. What kind of rumors? A few stories about gender discrimination and some secondhand rumblings about inappropriate relationships, mostly surrounding the abrupt 2018 departure of Blizzard Ken Kilgore. Nothing too specific, nothing about physical harassment, and nothing I could prove or publish. I am pausing here for a reason. He's heard stories about inappropriate relationships, gender discrimination, nothing too specific, nothing about physical harassment, even though these things have been constantly included in the lawsuits, and nothing he could prove or publish.
So there it is. Why are we even talking about if it's fake now? Because it's always been fake, and he admitted it.
Until the lawsuit filing, which led many more women to feel comfortable speaking out about their experiences at Blizzard. So he is trying to absolve himself of the, I wasn't sitting on stories, I just didn't have enough proof. But he's also saying because more women reached out, he feels more comfortable to share those stories. But he never had. He's saying it himself that he didn't have enough to prove to publish those.
Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting wording to me because he's just trying to cover his own bases, and through covering his bases, he's creating more holes, in my opinion.
Yeah. The more he tries to cover it up just to make money, the more he reveals what he is.
He's so concerned with not being viewed as a bad person that he's just like putting himself in like holes. A few weeks later, I was able to publish that article that we read from Bloomberg, thanks to dozens of brave sources who were now willing to speak to me and share their stories. Reporters often get rumors or tips that it would be irresponsible, unethical, and legally risky to publish. A reporter might spend years chasing rumors only to hit dead ends because the people involved don't want to talk. Or because, as is revealed much later, they can't talk due to ongoing litigation. Often a reporter will choose to sit on a story because publishing it could risk identifying or harming the victims involved. These are frustrating but normal realities of the job, and sometimes it takes a tipping point, such as a public lawsuit, to make enough people finally feel comfortable speaking on the record. What some observers, many in bad faith, some perhaps not, are interpreting and shouting on Twitter as Jason hid misconduct allegations is in reality how journalism works.
Maybe journalism's a problem then.
Putting all that aside, I'll also note that this book does not contain new allegations of sexual abuse at Blizzard. The book goes into depth on Blizzard's culture and how it evolved from 1990s through today. It shares many personal anecdotes from women who spoke to me for the book, including the storm of intense and often conflicting emotions they felt about the place, and it sorts out fact versus fiction in the California lawsuit. I'm grateful to everyone who shared their stories, and I think people will get a lot out of the book. It's very fascinating to me. He did not feel comfortable enough to talk about these things. There were not enough facts. Now that there's a lawsuit, he feels that way, but then it's also information that's not new to him. So, like, to me, this is really messy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is like, it's so clear when you hear him speak in his own words that this is all just tabloid gossip type shit in the games industry that he is making money off of. I don't even know if he cares to, as the new claims are, to dismantle and like remove men from the industry. It seemed like, to me, it's just, he just wants to profit. He wants to take people's bold and wild claims, regardless of how much truth there is in them, and just publish it all so that he can make $1 off of it. Am I wrong? That's what it feels like to me after reading that. After reading the FAQ.
As Rodney put it, and if you want to know all about the harassment and abuse, order my book, Fuck the Victims, Give Me Money.
More money for me. Well, speaking of money, yes, there was a settlement, a big one, as December 18th, 2023, Activision Blizzard reaches a $54 million settlement to resolve pay disparity and discrimination claims.
Fun. Oh, joy. The agreement with California Civil Rights Department includes a workers' compensation fund of more than $45 million, and unclaimed funds will be donated to charitable organizations focused on gender equality and advancing women in the video game and technologies industries. Blizzard has reached an approximately $55 million settlement with California to resolve pay disparity and discrimination claims. The gaming giant behind World of Warcraft, we know, yes, had been accused of discriminating against women, denying them promotion opportunities and paying them less than men for doing substantially similar work. I find it really fascinating that they're all focusing now on just, I didn't get enough work opportunities. That's the only smoking gun that they have. Not the harassment, all the other shit. It's
you were hired. You were hired there.
Not enough women were given high enough jobs or enough money. As part of the settlement and concurrent with submitting the proposed consent decree to the court for approval, the agency is withdrawing its allegations of systemic sexual harassment. So as part of this settlement, they are withdrawing the allegations of systemic sexual harassment. In the settlement agreement, which has been reviewed by The Hollywood Reporter, the CRD expressively acknowledged that no court or independent investigation has substantiated any allegations that there has been systemic or widespread sexual harassment at Activision Blizzard. This is the most important part of all of this.
Yeah, so everything that Jason Schreier made money off of did not happen. It just all of the claims, all of the allegations, now all of that has shown that it's false.
No court or independent investigation has substantiated any allegations that there has been systemic or widespread sexual harassment at Activision Blizzard.
So this settlement and everything is just about my pay and my reparations, pretty much.
It's get this shit out of my face. We're done. Just take the money and fuck off.
Exactly.
There's nothing in these investigations that actually pointed to any of the claims.
So everything everybody ran with, the Cosby suite, the sex pests going from cubicle to cubicle, molesting women, sharing vagina pics amongst the lads, the dildo in the backpack, all that stuff just now whisked away.
Yeah. I mean, that's really all that matters in this article. Like, if there's other stuff you want to read in here, that's fine.
No,
that
this
to
your
me
story,
is
Kay.
just,
Go for it.
that is what is necessary in this. But I will read what the finalized submission to the court was. Pay approximately $54 million to cover direct relief to workers and litigation costs. Of the total, approximately $45 million will go to a settlement fund dedicated to compensating workers. Distribute any excess settlement funds to charitable organizations that help advance women in video games and promote awareness around gender equality issues in the workplace. Retain an independent consultant and to evaluate and make recommendations regarding Activision's compensation and promotion policies and training materials. Continue its efforts regarding inclusion of qualified candidates from underrepresented communities in outreach, recruitment, and retention. Essentially, it's a lot of words to say, give us a bunch of fucking money, make sure that part of that settlement is going to charities that then get more women in the workplace in video games. And when you're hiring, you need to prioritize minorities and women in your recruitment and retention, meaning you have to give them incentive to stay on top of all of that.
If the industry was actually the picture that Jason Schreier and others painted of Blizzard, wouldn't you want less women there? You're pretty much throwing women into the mouths of a lion. It's like, yeah, throw women in here into this crazy fucked up sex dungeon. What? No, you would be like, this is dangerous. We got to protect women from this horrible gaming industry. But instead, they're like, yeah, that's right. We won. Now make sure you bring even more women into this. Like, this is the most fake and gay shit ever. It's unbelievable.
As part of the settlement, the CRD will also dismiss its appeal challenging Blizzard's 2021 settlement with the EEOC. That agreement included $18 million for workers who experienced sexual harassment, pregnancy discrimination, or related retaliation during their employment, meaning all the big accusations that were being run around, everyone was using it to say men bad in video games. That $18 million that is meant to go to women who apparently dealt with actual sexual harassment and discrimination, and they got retaliated against during their employment, meaning those people that they said they got laid off or that they were like forced to like different teams or whatnot. Those people, the big smoking gun things, they were not given anything. But the general workers for the fucking, this is the gender discrimination part, that part was paid out. So the actual specific lawsuit to go into all the big accusations, they threw that out.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
So all it is Gibbs. Gibbs gives us the money. You didn't pay us enough money, and also use that money to get more women into the industry. Man, I love that anytime I buy a Blizzard product, that's what my money's going towards. Fucking up the industry even more. And also all the sex stuff was all a lie, and it was all fake and gay.
Yeah, it's just pretty much the only ground they felt like they could stand on was you need more women in the workplace. But they had no other real thing to stand on. They couldn't stand on women getting sexually
millions and millions of dollars because you need more women. All this tells me is you don't need any women. There should be a ban on all women in the fucking industry. That's what this whole thing tells me. If you ever needed any proof that women do not belong in the video game industry, this is it. Holy shit.
The Blizzard statement is very corporate, and it very much just reinforces everything, but I will read this part. We appreciate the importance of the issues addressed in this agreement, and we are dedicated to fully implementing all the new obligations we have assumed as a part of it. We want our employees to know that, as the agreement specifies, we are committed to ensuring fair compensation and promotion policies and practices for all of our employees, and we will continue our efforts regarding inclusion of qualified candidates from underrepresented communities in outreach, recruitment, and retention. We are also gratified that the CRD has agreed to file an amended complaint that entirely withdraws its 2021 claims alleging widespread and systemic workplace harassment at Activision Blizzard. As the CRD also expressly acknowledged in the agreement, no court or independent investigation has substantiated any allegations that there has been systemic or widespread sexual harassment at Activision Blizzard.
So there it is. Good fucking Lord. Yeah. So this is all years ago. All of this was years ago. Yeah. Like going up like just a couple years ago. But it has blown up yet again. So I'm curious, what's new? This was all settled. Blizzard settled it. Yeah, thanks. Now we're going to bring more women in, more browns in, and also we're going to work to women up and brown up the industry for this. All the sex stuff was fake and gay, but yeah, we didn't give enough gibs to the black women we hired, so let's make sure we bring even more in. Brilliant. Now, we were going to talk about it last week. More important women took priority, Kay. But let's get into what blew up. What is blown up here? What is new? I have no fucking idea. Let's take a look here of this tweet from Bumbadum. Here it is.
Spoiler alert. It's what we just read in that article, but this tweet got really fucking famous, pretty much. People were passing this around everywhere. It's all stuff we've already read. He is just summarizing everything and saying, in case you didn't know, this is all the shit that happened, and it's everything I just read in those other statements. So we don't even need to go through this, but it's thanks to this person's tweet that everyone kind of put a flashlight on this and started finding all of this information and the types of articles that we had. So shout out to show his at so that people.
That is at Bumbadum14. Yes. If you want to follow him there, that's kind of what blew this all up. An anti-fat nationalist. Well, you know, that is the goal there. Don't be fat and be a nationalist.
This was one of the tweets and of course like Pirate Nation and stuff as well. But yeah, this is kind of what made people think about this and was aware of it again, because this is old news technically.
I see. Okay, so this is what has blown it up. Yeah. Just as a quick side piece, if you want a black pill, and boy, oh boy, this is a black pill, you might be going to yourself, man, I fucking hate Blizzard. That's what I do. I can't stand Blizzard anymore. I used to be a big fan of them, grown up on their games. I think you guys all understand how much World of Warcraft means to me at this point. But good Lord, I never want to support them or play their games again. Well, unfortunately, all this gay shit worked, as Blizzard Entertainment is reportedly Microsoft's golden child after Overwatch and Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred helped it become the top performing Xbox studio. So,
fucking hell.
Not Halo anymore. Halo is shit. More on Halo in a bit. Not Gears of War, the bad boy of the 360. And now Gears of War is looking like it's also not going to be good. More on that soon as well. Maybe not today, but in the future. But the Microsoft leader of game development, because of overwhelming success, is Overwatch and Diablo 4. Overwatch, which has ruined itself by adding in all these ugly women, completely destroying itself with Overwatch 2 and that horrible development. And not to forget, I don't remember what his name is, but they renamed McCree because none of their lore matters. Everyone in that game is fucking gay, full of pride flags, but they renamed McCree because McCree was a character that was named after a Blizzard developer that was considered to be one of the sex pests. So they fucking changed his name. But then also Diablo 4. Diablo 4 as well, which has some of the most ugly women I have ever seen in a video game cinematic. That's the leader of Microsoft, everyone, for game development. Hooray! Okay, so
I will also mention, because I guess I didn't really say it through all of it. Part of what made this whole story blow up again was there were random Twitter conversations that I would come across where people would go conspiracy time. But I think that the whole Activision Blizzard lawsuit was literally like created just to push men out of gaming. And that was kind of what sparked people to dig into it. So it was like a bunch of whispers on Twitter being like, how are we where we're at today? Like, what caused this? And the people thinking about the whole like Blizzard lawsuit because it was such a big deal a couple years ago. So it was a mix of people already kind of digging into and finding everything, and people just going like, how are we at this point now where there's just so many fucking women in the industry? And that was like the biggest case of bringing in a bunch of women. So
this specific, my take on it so far is that there is a move to oversaturate the industry with women, but I don't know if it's done, if this was the play to do it. I think really that play is done by HR managers that have like annual meetings on how to ruin the industry. This really all feels to me like it is just an attempt to make a ton of money off of like rumors and allegations that have no claims to back them up. So I do think that is true, that there is a play to remove white men in the industry, but I don't know if it's done by this. This helped it because it ended up in the lawsuit being like, now we have to hire more browns and women. So I'm sure they're all happy about that, but I don't think that was the play from the start. I think the play was to get money.
I think like this lawsuit, if anything, kind of would terrify some companies, even if they don't say it out loud. And I almost feel like it deters from that because you don't want to get in a position like this where you have enough of a percentage of women in your company that do raise a ruckus and you never can satisfy that. And then you are in a position where you're now like legally obligated to bring in more and like compromise the quality of your work. Like whether or not these companies want to admit it and say it publicly, I think, you know, obviously at the end of the day, it's always about money, right? And it's about having the clean image as clean as they can. So this stuff only would scare people straight into not wanting to bring in more women at the risk of this. You would think that's the logical response. I don't think everybody would take a logical like correlation with this, and there would be people who are like, well, if we just make the company entirely women, then there will be no issue, you know? But to your point,
who hate women more than women?
To what you said about making money, the next article that I have, we're not going to go through the whole thing, but it does kind of show that a lot of it did kind of come across as money. This was kind of convincing to me. California's civil rights mafia. So this is a little more on the political side, not just on this specific issue. But in 2018, 2 women filed a class action suit against Riot Games, the video game. You want to zoom in? I'm trying to read as best I can.
Yeah.
Colossus, responsible for League of Legends, Valorant, and other popular titles. They claimed that the company had denied them and other female employees equal pay, favored for promotions, and created a hostile work environment. The women wanted Riot Games to pay out and to cause social change. Does that sound familiar? Kind of sounds like Blizzard to me, right? But this is Riot Games we're talking about. Exact same case. They claimed the company had denied them and other female employees equal pay, and that they favored men for promotions and created a hostile work environment. Now, 1 year later, they settled for $10 million. It was a massive sum, but not enough for California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing, which intervened to block the agreement and claimed that Riot Games could be on the hook for a staggering $400 million. Facing a court battle against a deep-pocketed state agency, Riot Games later agreed to a $100 million settlement, about 10 times the original amount. These guys actually paid more. Than Blizzard.
A lot more.
There's a reason. I know Riot Games is not necessarily related to this, but I'm bringing this up for a reason. It's 2018 that happened. California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing. Does that sound familiar? It's because we've been talking about it for the past hour. Now called the Civil Rights Department, the CRD, if you will, has turned Riot Games strategy into an entire playbook. For years, the state's civil rights apparatus has enabled nonprofits and lawyers to shake down major companies, spinning small dollar claims into massive multi-million dollar settlements. The system operates like a mafia. Its Don, Gavin Newsom, sits at the top. His capo, the CRD director Kevin Kish, runs the shakedown campaigns. And the state advances the interests of the entire Democratic apparatus. The Civil Rights Department secures settlement cash for radical NGOs. Labor leaders can use the case to create pressure for unionization, and left-wing lawyers cause social change at scale. For the first time, we are revealing the inner workings of California's civil rights mafia and exposing the corruption of state government. The CRD was created in 1980 as a Department of Fair and Employment Housing. The department was initially tasked with enforcing non-discrimination law, but in the wake of Me Too and George Floyd's social movements, the state's power structure saw an opportunity to turn the agency into a powerhouse. They rebranded the organization as the Civil Rights Department in 2022, in keeping with the agency's focus on shaking down companies for civil rights violations. The shakedown campaigns have been remarkably successful. In the last 4 years alone, the CRD has coerced corporations like Microsoft for $14 million, Snap for $15 million, and Riot Games for $100 million. These settlements have variously included provisions for class members, interest groups, and the CRD itself, which is allowed by state law to recoup fees associated with its prosecutions. The CRD's enforcement actions often include one or more predictable features. First, the CRD finds a handful of women or minorities who claim that a large corporation has mistreated them. Then the agency initiates or intervenes in an action against that corporation. Finally, to spin small dollar claims into massive payouts, the CRD generates outrageous liability estimates, which goad the company to the negotiation table. Slow down. You're cutting it off. I'm reading.
Oh, whoops.
No, the point man on the scheme is Kevin Kish, a Yale Law School graduate and the CRD's director. On its website, this agency notes Kish's reputation for taking a creative approach to advocacy, which involves collaborations with nonprofits and organizing campaigns. In other words, using the department to advance the interests of unions, nonprofits, and other left-wing groups. Kish mastered this approach during his time in the progressive legal movement. Before starting in legal state government, he worked as a director of employment rights project for BetSec Legal Service, where in one instance, he helped turn a small-time wage and hour case into a multi-million settlement against Walmart and one of its contractors. Apparently pleased with Kish's efforts, then Governor Jerry Brown appointed him to lead the Department of Fair Employment and Housing in late 2014. Gay activists celebrated his appointment, with one LGBT group calling Kish a strong and passionate legal champion. In his first few years at the DFEH, Kish oversaw several small-time suits. In 2015, he got a Mexican restaurant chain to cough up $130,000. In 2017, he induced a rural welfare nonprofit to shell out $152,000. And then in 2019, he intervened in the Riot Games case, which later delivered a 9-figure payout and apparently encouraged him to expand his ambitions. For Kish, who has argued that there is almost no adult transgender person who has not experienced some form of discrimination, the role represented an opportunity to enforce his broad understanding of hate. By 2021, Kish had perfected the shakedown model and picked a new target, Blizzard, the video game giant that owns World of Warcraft, we know. The CRD sued the company and alleged, among other things, it discriminated against female employees, cultivated frat culture. We know all this. According to the criminal referral that we obtained, which was filed by a group tied to former CEO Bobby Kotick, or Robert Kotick as they're calling him. We know him as Bobby.
The Guitar Hero man.
Yeah. The pretext for the department's action was an earlier federal complaint, which concluded that charging Activision would send a message to the industry as a whole. Now, scroll up again and stay there. I want to read that again. According to a criminal referral that we obtained, which was filed by a group tied to former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick, the pretext for the department's action was an earlier federal complaint which concluded that charging Activision would send a message to the industry as a whole. They did this to send a message.
So this is the guy. This is the one.
They dipped their toes in with Riot, and they realized, holy fuck, the video game industry bankrolls a lot of fucking money. We've been dealing with small Mexican establishments and all this shit. Yeah, we got to Walmart and whatever, but the video game industry, that's an untapped market for us. And so they started with Riot, right? League of Legends, Valorant.
Mm-hmm.
And now they want to send a message to the industry with Blizzard. So this is where this specific finding for me was where I went, yeah, this is 100% about money and nothing else. This is 100% about you, like literally like just leftism, activism. Like that's it. This is just about the left taking money for bullshit.
They're using quote unquote victimhood just as a racketeering effort. Wouldn't it be so nice if this Kish guy went after any game company that just said, go fuck yourself? I don't fucking care about your allegations. I don't care. You can say that we're a rape den, all this stuff. Just fuck off. Like, wouldn't that be nice? But no, they all have to just settle. Then they have to be like, here, hundreds of millions of dollars. And that just makes them go like, ooh, now I know. Now I can hit up this company and this company and this company and this company. Just tell them to go fuck themselves. This is insane. Yeah, call me whatever you want. Yeah, we have black people strung up on ropes and we rape women all day. That's how video games are made. Like just say that at this point. Like you are pretty much just getting crucified on the court of public opinions as you perceive it, all because California is a nightmare state, and this guy is just shaking you down for every possible shekel. Yeah, this is fucking evil. This is horrible.
I don't, watch other people's coverage too closely or anything like that, but I haven't actually seen this article come up. I had to dig pretty hard for this, so I don't know if this article is being passed around in the same way. This is by City Journal, and I think that this article really is like kind of the smoking gun to all of this.
It is. Yeah.
So just something to keep in mind as this conversation goes on. I think that this article really needs to be spread around as the core of the issue. Again, I don't know how other people are reporting. I don't tend to watch that kind of stuff often. I focus on our channel, but it's just something to keep in mind. Because I haven't seen like screen caps of this article on Twitter, for example.
But this is them showing their hand right here. This is the show of like, this is all just a money-making scheme. That's what it is.
The original class action suit included just 10 of Activision's more than 9,000 employees. This is also something that's been omitted from a majority of articles you read. I have read through a ton of fucking articles about this, and this was the only article that I saw a very clear number of employees and how many people were actually involved. 10 out of 9,000.
So pretty good. That's pretty good batting average there.
Yes.
Yeah, you have 10 problems out of 9,000 people.
The complaint claimed, among other things, that only 20% of the company's employees were female. Again, you're talking about a company of 9,000 fucking people, though, right? So it's still like a lot of fucking people.
That is 20% too much, but yes.
A lot of this is just the same shit now. Yeah, I think this is like the main details there.
So there you go. That's the smoke. It's all Kish's money making scheme. It's all Jason Schreier's money making scheme. Buy my book, or Mr. Kish will sue ya. And yeah, this should be spread. This is archived. This is City Journal, and the article is California Civil Rights Mafia. And this
was in this last month. This
yeah,
is like a
just last month.
So.
Yeah, no, well done, Kay, finding that. Good Lord. So there you have it. But who decided to come out of the woodwork to defend themselves? Well, the man himself did. Known lying gay Jew himself, Jason Schreier, has come out with all these new allegations, whether he did it as a play for money or he did it as a play to get men out of the industry, he's had to come out and go to the defenses. So with that, let's hear it straight from the Lion Gay Jew himself, Jason Schreier, the truth behind sexual harassment at Blizzard. Also, brace for his voice. You think I'm Jewish?
Hello, it's One Take Schreier, and the outrage merchants are at it.
Careful, I use that word, Schreier.
Again,
My favorite part about Jason Schreier is if you draw him, you'll get arrested in Canada.
Literally a hate crime to
if
draw.
I'm just
oh
like a
God.
caricature artist or anything, or I just like I'm 1-to-1 with my art, and
Yeah.
I try to draw him, I will get arrested in this country.
That is true.
Claim is that the allegations of sexual harassment at Blizzard are false and that somehow I made them all up. If you're lucky enough to not be familiar with this world, there are a number of culture warriors out there who tweet all day about various agreements, whether or not they are true. And
Oh my God, he is making me 10 times more anti-Semitic than I already am. I can't fucking, like, Jason, I'm the problem. Stop trying to ruin the industry. Just come after me. I can't stand you just hearing you speak, and it's been 26 seconds.
An attempt to elicit intense emotional reactions from their viewers. These people aren't reporters. They don't actually talk to anyone involved or ask questions. They just kind of tweet and post videos, but they do have reach and sometimes bring in large audiences. This is part of a whole ecosystem that just rewards and leads to people getting paid for spreading misinformation on the internet. And normally I just kind of ignore this part of the internet, like in the same way that you would ignore someone in Times Square screaming that the world is coming to an end because of gays in the military. But actually today I did want to address it.
I just want to remind you that everyone, this is your enemy. This is literally the enemy of the fucking people. Holy shit. This hunched over, sniveling, curly Jew fro motherfucker who just gets off. His only enjoyment is ruining your day by telling the teacher. Jason Schreier is, again, this guy grown up and is now just trying to tell on you to his buddies that are now lawyers to shake you down for money. That's all he is. We can beat them. Don't be afraid of these people. Look at them. Fucking look at it.
Because I think this is a good opportunity to talk about a very serious, very important issue and try to explain it in a way that captures the nuances and complexities of it all. And unlike those squealing cretins, I actually
those squealing cretins. I want to fucking fist fight this guy so bad. It's just like, does anyone else have, like, you just get like tard rage just listening to him? I don't know if I can make it 23 minutes.
I'm furious. I don't even know if I can sit through all of it, but we should attempt to watch some of it at least.
And most of my time as a reporter on the phone, well, I spent all day on the phone with people who are involved in these stories, asking them questions, trying to corroborate their accounts with other people so I can piece together what actually happened. And so today's video that I'm going to talk about is based on two main sources. One is an article that I published in Bloomberg in August 2021 that I'll link in the show notes. And the other is my book, Play Nice, about the history of Blizzard, published in October of 2024. Fun fact, the same outrage merchants who are now claiming that I destroyed Blizzard by making up sexual harassment claims have actually spent the last 5 years or so claiming that I kept quiet about sexual harassment claims, just to kind of give you a look at the type of intellect that we're dealing with here. But let's zoom out, because I do think this is really worth talking about. So in 2021, July of 2021, the California government sued Activision Blizzard for sexual harassment and misconduct. It was a big, explosive lawsuit. A lot of the claims, most of the claims really focused on Blizzard, the maker of Warcraft and Overwatch and Diablo and StarCraft. This lawsuit included a lot of salacious details, some of which I subsequently reported were false, but we'll get to that. And it led to these massive effects for Blizzard and Activision as a whole. It led to protests and walkouts, eventually the sale of Activision Blizzard to Microsoft. One thing, by the way, I won't be talking about is the allegation in the lawsuit that a woman committed suicide as a result of harassment against her, because it is very complicated, very tricky. It involves Activision, not Blizzard. It was a woman within Activision, not within Blizzard Entertainment. And there's been a lot of kind of...
Well, that would have been nice to be clear all the way back years and years ago when that was initially made. It's got nothing to do with Blizzard at all.
Details surrounding that story that are very hazy and hard to prove. It's very difficult to prove why someone killed themselves or to be able to say that definitively. Her parents, the parents of the woman who killed herself, actually filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Activision Blizzard and then took it back, withdrew it. It's really messy. It's not something I'm going to get into because I don't have all of the facts surrounding it, because in that case, I wasn't able to talk to the victim involved because unfortunately she has passed away. She has died by...
I was unfortunately unable to talk to the suicide victim because she committed suicide. No shit.
By suicide. I'm going to focus on the stuff that I can prove and corroborate and the people that I've actually talked to. So, okay. 2 years
Does
after...
this count as me breaking the ceasefire because it was my idea to watch this video? I feel like I destroyed our suffering ceasefire because I was like, you know what, we should watch some of this to hear, because this video came out 4 days ago, so it's like, okay, we should listen to some of this from the fucking horse's mouth. Oy vey.
It is so fucking painful, Kay. It is so rough.
We don't have to sit through the whole thing. Just,
I'll keep going. Does he say anything that matters here? Measly rage bait Twitter journalist versus the mighty one take Schreier. Good Lord, I'll never forget the employee stealing breast milk. Yeah, no one talked about the coolest thing ever. No one's talked about this. The Kurt Angle in the room. That how did that not come up in all of these articles we went through? It was alleged that there was a fridge dedicated to breast milk and an employee stole breast milk from it to drink, which was the coolest thing ever. On top of that, I was there at the time, like I was on the internet around that time, and there was a poll account, there was a poll post on 4chan saying, I work at a fucking video game studio that has a breast milk fridge. I'm not going to name it, but you know who they are. Should I take the breast milk? And everyone was like, do it. Do you remember that, Kay?
I totally remember that, yeah.
I'll see if I can, because it was just like, and that was like before that happened. And then this all came out, and everyone went back to poll and was like, you motherfucker, you did it. You fucking did it. I'll see if I can find that post. Probably not. Anyway, here's
I think it's lost the internet.
Tears in the Rain. All right, here's Line Gay Jew.
Suit started by the Activision Blizzard had become part of Microsoft in December of 2023. California and Activision settled for $54 million. This was after the Microsoft deal had closed, so no longer run by the same people, different kind of entity, and that settlement was likely a whole part of that. And many of the women who worked for Activision Blizzard at various and during time periods that were kind of included in the lawsuit got checks as a result of that, sometimes significant checks in the 5 figures. And the language of the settlement, including the following, I'm going to read this entire thing. Quote, no court or any independent investigation has substantiated any allegations that there has been systemic or widespread sexual harassment at Activision Blizzard, that Activision Blizzard senior executives ignored, condoned, or tolerated a culture of systemic harassment, retaliation, or discrimination, or that Activision Blizzard's board of directors, including its chief executive officer, Robert Kotick, acted improperly with regard to the handling of any instances of workplace misconduct.
I love that he has to say it that way, like Robert Kotick, because obviously, if you're in video games, no one calls him that. They call him Bobby. So when I read it in the article, I didn't even say Robert. I was like, Bobby Kotick. We all know him that way. It's so fake to me. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like when you, like, Miyamoto. Like, you know how to say the person's name. Like, it's just weird to me. It's be Robert Kotick. No, it's Bobby.
Can I share the most based thing ever as a break from this? Ask a guy who secretly drank coworker breast milk as a PW supplement. Anything. Is your coworker HIV positive? I hope not. Was it warm? No, it was refrigerated. You didn't drink it straight from the tit. Lol, no. I just raided. It's so Blizzard. The lactation room. Milky utters full to bursting will come to you, but only if I say milk truck, come on over. Let me suck. You cow, milk me dry and bring me luck. Oh my God. 2018 plus one,
So
not
good.
raiding the lactation room for gains. Never gonna make it. Milky, she left some in the works kitchen fridge and you stole it, or did she agree to give you some? And if so, was it from a bottle or from one of her tits? No, we have a lactation room where pregnant mothers store their milk during the day at work so they can bring it home for their babies. I just skimmed half a liter from the bottles in the fridge. How many pregnant women work at your office that they have a designated room dedicated to that? Do they have a representation quota to always have at least one pregnant employee on at all times? Post pic of grill. No, lol, not quit. There was just one girl's milk, so I just skimmed maybe 200 cc a day for a couple days. So based. There's just one room, and I just stared, but there's only one girl right now producing milk. Base haha poster, 200 cc a day for a couple days. Post hits of cowgirl. Secretly, how did you pull off the heist of the century? Posting the architect, Pierce Brosnan. Here she is. It was really hard. I had to walk to the end of the hall and open an unlocked door and then pour some milk into a water bottle and put it in the kitchen fridge until I'm ready to go home. So there she is. Does that look like a Blizzard employee to you? I think it does. Oh my God. It's so good. Raided the lactation room. Someone screen capped this thread. There's a mystery afoot. What's a lactation room, Anon, and how did you get access to it? I have not seen one either until I started my new job. It's a private room where mother lactates into bottles and store it during the day so they can take it home when they leave work. It's out of the way and not locked, so pretty easy. Where the fuck do you work? Explain right now. I've never done this before. According to Google, 5.6% protein, 38.8% carbohydrates, and 55.6% fat. A large tech company. Was it worth the risk? What drove you to try it? This guy's talking like the opening guy from The Dark Knight Rises. Why do you wear the mask? I thought about this for a while. My logic is that human milk probably contains, he's just autistic, just the right amount of macros and other minerals, hormones for maximum gains. It's meant for a growing baby after all. Plus the girl is pretty cute. 2 years later. If you ever wanted a prime example of discrimination at ABK, this is it. The kind of negligence towards breastfeeding work is criminal anywhere else, but it happened daily at Blizzard. Accommodating shouldn't be an afterthought. We can and should do better by our workers. Refrigerators had padlocks that were not consistently locked and could be accessed by other employees. Employees were using the fridges to store their beer in, but the reason there were locks on them in the first place is that nursing people's breast milk would be stolen. The hero of Blizzard. Behold. There he is. I love it. I don't care. It's so fucking based. It's so good. All right.
Do we really? I don't know if we care enough about Jason Trias to say we get it. People can watch the video if they want to.
Should I skip ahead?
No, I
his
feel like
kvetching?
he's just pretty much being like, I can't confirm anything, but
What does a Jew sound like at 2x speed?
Holiday parties. There's Nikki Broderick, who told me that a bunch of things, but one anecdote that she told me is that a person she worked with looked at her and said, quote, her ass looks great in those shorts. And as a result of that, she never wore shorts into the office again. She told me about various times where she complained about things to HR and nothing was ever done about it. I spoke to Connie Griffith, who told me that in executive meetings, when she was an executive assistant at the time, she would hear some of the top men at the company complaining about hiring women, saying, if we hire these women, we've got to be more careful around them. Broderick and many of the other
I
women
wonder why they said we have to be more careful around the women if we keep hiring them. Look what happened.
these rape were widely resurfaced and set off a firestorm in the press and in United States culture. And let me quote Michelle Morrow again. She said, I can't speak of anyone I can't speak for.
So it's 23 minutes of him being like, it's actually all true because here is what these women told me. Believe all women. That's the summary of this video. Okay, if you want to watch this, we can. But my God, he is
I think
difficult.
We're all miserable enough. Let's move on to something more interesting.
We see why he is a journalist, because man, is he difficult to listen to.
This video came out 4 days ago in reaction to everything that's been going on. If you want to watch the 23 minutes, feel free. You probably will be deaf afterwards. Enjoy. But the gist of all of this is he doesn't quite have enough proof, but he does, and he's just listening to the women hearsay.
Let's hear the final minute. How does he send it out?
gaming world is that life is not Phoenix Wright. There's no binaries. There are no contradiction. That can't be right. Stories about sexual harassment, especially a lot of stories, but especially stories about sexual harassment, are always going to be messy, complicated, and nuanced. And I think in this case, it's clear, and I've talked to enough people to substantiate this, that there were very real problems at Blizzard. Even Mike Morhaime, the founder of the company, co-founder of the company, and CEO for many years, apologized for what had happened at
Imagine being married to him and hearing this all day, man. Like,
Blizzard. After the lawsuit hit, he spent days on video calls talking to his former employees. There were a lot of people who accused him of knowing about some of the problematic people at the company, many of whom I haven't mentioned here, but Alex Afrasiabi is just one of many people across Blizzard who have been accused of wrongdoing, some of whom were fired after the lawsuit hit. And after this all went down, he actually wrote a long statement and he said, look, to the Blizzard women who experienced any of these things, I am extremely sorry.
We already heard the statement. I don't want to hear this fucking guy talk anymore. I'm good.
That's it.
All right. I'll see you all next time.
Bye, faggot. Anyways,
so
get the kike out.
Okay.
Of me. Anyways, okay. So that's the Blizzard story.
Thank you, Kay. Kay, you did great
work. I really
work.
felt like it was important to talk about.
I have one final thing to add on to it that's super quick. Thank you, Kay, for getting to the bottom of that. And I just want to say, guys, what do you think? Was any of it real? Was it women surrounding themselves with beta males that are sex pests and all this stuff? Was it all true? Was it all fake bullshit? I think Kay and I are in agreement that it was all just a racketeering money-making scheme. Believe all women, and now we can go and shake down all these companies for money. That was great finding that article. Or maybe it was an insidious attempt of replacing the industry and kicking out all the men. At the end of the day, good fucking Lord, I never want to play Blizzard games again. But how do I go as someone that loves Blizzard games so much? How do we go forward when I love World of Warcraft so much and hold it so near and dear to my heart? Well, Blizzard will never return to its glory days, but maybe someone else can. That someone being Moon Whisper Games. We're looking for an Unreal Engine 5 developer to join us. This is a full stack engineering role. You'll work across client and server systems, shaping the technical foundation of our game full time and fully remote, meaning that you can be anywhere in the world. You can apply here at moonwhisper.games. So, if anyone else is watching this, if you wanted to be a game developer, you want to get in the industry, maybe you're already in the industry, you can help shape what is gonna fucking replace WoW, hopefully for me. You can go work at Moon Whisper Games and craft their future game. It's gonna be a long road, but a road I'm excited for. So to end it on a positive note, they're moving forward. And guess what? Moon Whisper Games is hiring. All right. Good Lord. There you fucking have it, folks. There's our take on the Blizzard story. I think it was all just to make money from a bunch of smear merchants. That's my take. All the sex shit, all that stuff was fake, or it was women hearing what was obviously a joke made just between two men go buy a hooker to fucking be happy. Oh, terrible. How horrific. And they just wanted to shake everyone down for the shekel. Thank you all so much for listening to that. And thank you, Kay, for doing the great work of autistically deep diving into it. We got a lot of stuff to get to. We're going to be going through support right now. So, Kay, take it away before my next game showcase, and we can hit it.
Sounds good. We've got some support to read here. Let me
Thank you,
update
guys.
the number here. Let's see here. One sec. So you're at $310.38. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's get through this pain. I'm in pain. Just at the idea that we're like a third of the way as well to the fucking More Felicia Day. Why do you guys do this to me? I love you guys, but why?
Had to happen, Kay.
All right. Well, I want to thank you guys so much for all the support. And I know some of you supported like way at the beginning of that like 2 hours where I broke down Blizzard. But thank you for sitting through that with me. I thought it was very important to cover that story. Chartard came in for $2. Thank you. Did he wage quit?
Did he wage quit?
Did he wage quit? Are you talking about like from the Blizzard story, the wage quitting?
Oh yeah, that was I saw when that came in. That was there was something specific. What was Chartard? You still here? What was that in relation to? There was so much. The Blizzard story was so fucking long because it was so autistic to go through all that stuff to show that it was all fake and gay. That was hours ago. Thank you, Chartard. And yes, if I worked at Blizzard, I'd probably wage quit myself. Good Lord.
Slosh came in for $5. Thank you so much. Whoa, you guys talking about real issues? This is a gaming channel, you chuds. Touch grass in Minecraft. Yes, yes. And as I went through that at the end there, like it's literally left-wing shit.
Politics stuff there, Kay. You're not allowed to do that. Go touch grass. You gotta fucking do it. See? Here's what you do. You just go do this, Kay. Go be a normie.
Oh, right, my story about the what the hell is this? Are we actually touching grass?
Oh no, we're not. No, we're fucking not. We're getting back into the game.
Step 2, go outside. Step 3, find the grass. Step 4, touch the grass. How to touch?
Go do that, Kay. You're not allowed to be political.
I don't want to touch grass.
You have to do it. You have to fucking do it. I'm sorry. Slosh said so.
I feel like after all the Felicia Day pain, I'm going to have to touch grass because the fact that you guys... I can't believe it. Like, it's been like 3 tiers, James. You're the one that's like doing this stuff, so you know better than me. But I'm like reading comics. I'm watching the movie. And I could possibly be playing the board games, and we're like 1/3 of the way there. I do need to touch grass after all that, because that's just going to be pain.
Maybe you can go touch grass by meeting Felicia Day in person. You ever think about that, Kay? You ever think about that? I'll take over the super chats. Thank you, Kay's fatigued. You're so fatigued. Go touch your grass. Thank you, Slosh.
Thank you,
and
Slosh.
Yeah, everyone has now left the video, and they don't want to be here anymore because we got political again.
Chartard was asking with the wage quitting about the person that I managed. He did eventually leave. Yeah, he did. It was.
Oh, there you go.
But it's just very retarded and would constantly argue me on like feminist ideas, and it was just like, why are you getting into these debates with me? But yeah, he did eventually. Thank you so much, Chartard. D-Day came in for 5. Thank you. Blizz segment made me want to watch Grandma's Boy. That movie shows how a gaming studio should/was run.
That movie, D-Day, and I've always wanted to watch that movie with members. Maybe we'll do it sometime. That movie is so fucking accurate to how the industry was and like should be. I think I can show like a little bit of it. It's always everything's gay on YouTube now, but if I show a Grandma's Boy trailer just to show like what people are missing, it is actually accurate. Jason Schreier and all these women will say, no, that's not how it was. But that is literally how the games industry was before all these fucking people ruined it. So let me see. Okay, it's a 2-minute trailer. Can I show this? Is this showable? Grandma's Boy?
For Grandma's Boy? Give me a second here, because there's a bunch of clips that we need to look at, so I'm reading these in a very specific order.
Okay.
So that we can just view everything at the end and then move to our next story. That's why I'm reading it this way. So keep the Grandma's Boy.
All right, Kay.
Okay?
You do your thing.
Thank you. D-Day. But also, it's an Adam Sandler movie, so we have to be very careful what we show, because movies strike easily, right? So
that's true. I'll just show a little bit of it just to show you how it was.
Nightmare Cast came in for $1. Thank you. That was pretty gay. That was a side scrollers type segment, bro. Yo, Nobody cares about what some gay Jew liar has to say, and on top of that, nobody want to see that massive F after what he did. Thank you, Nightmarecast. I actually completely disagree that that's not an important story, because that is entirely why your games are infested now. Like, that story is proof of them literally bringing in more women and making games worse just for the case of diversity. So it is absolutely an important story. But I get it. I get that you guys, want to hear like a balance of like good game stories and whatever. We have good stuff too, of course.
I don't know if side scrollers would say "gay lying Jew" as the thumbnail either, and talk about all the kvetching and shekels and everything. Maybe they would. Okay, you're on side scrollers tomorrow. You could go and be like, hey, did you guys hear about that fucking Jewish faggot that's ruining the industry? You know what? Why don't you go on side scrollers tomorrow and you can wait, lead this story on side scrollers tomorrow, just like you did here, and end it with, you know what? I wish all these women did get raped, because after reading this, they deserve it. Do you think I don't know if you'd be invited.
The thing is, it's not my channel, so I wouldn't like go in guns blazing, be like, "Look at this faggot Jew kike," because like, it's, risk my own channel is different, but like risking someone else's channel is just like shitty behavior, So I really try to be careful with what I say, because here I'm just like blah blah blah, this fuck this nigga this whatever, but like it's someone else's channel. Thank you so much, Nightmarecast. He says the story is fine. I don't want to see him speaking. That's valid. I understand that. I think it's just important for people to at least hear a few seconds of his voice and know what we're fucking dealing with.
I think it's important to hear him just to know that there is literally goblin people that are smear merchants out there that want to destroy the fabric of society. So I think it's definitely good to hear these people, as a wise man once said, that will lie to you in front of your face despite how much facts and evidence you show them, how much you argue them. You can literally prove to them everything that their viewpoint is wrong, and then the next day they will act like that conversation never happened.
Nightmarecast came back for $1. Thank you. Hey, Melee Scrollers, it's time for something motherfucking uplifting. Hey, how about, oh wait, YouTube, fuck. Let's see some uplifting shit, possibly gaming related if possible. Thank you, Nightmarecast. You seem very bothered by the fact that we talked about this story, which is fine. But I want to make it clear, we have more than one gaming story. We have gaming showcases happening, as we do every Melee Madness podcast. Like, this is not just like a let's get mad at the woke left type show or whatever you might be feeling right now. Yes, that was a long story, but we're going to talk about gaming stuff as we always do. So I just want to put it out there because you seem a little like, hey, fuck you guys. Why are you guys talking only about this gay shit? And it's like, this is literally a big gaming story. We have other stuff to talk about that is very much gaming related. Just want to make that clear.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And I'm actually excited for it. In fact, one of the stories we have is in a weird way. So we still have the 3 stories, but one of the stories is so long and there's a portion of it that's so good that it's like we kind of made it a hybrid with Anything Goes, because every story we're talking about today is long form, long as shit. But I do want to say that this story was the gay shit. But that we've lost so many viewers doing the podcast, but we still do the game. Like, I'm so excited for Agent Under Fire, I think it's called. We're going to be streaming that on Tuesday.
Agent 64, yeah.
Agent 64. I don't know, Agent Under Fire. I'm so excited for the game.
Great James Bond game.
Even though I don't know the name, I'm super excited for that. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. And legit, our 2 other stories, which are so long that one of them has taken over Anything Goes as well, I am fucking so excited for as well. And that's all positive and good. The showcases are positive and good. And our Melee Shuffle stream this Friday is, I think, I don't want to overhype it, but I think I chose the game intentionally that I think a lot of people don't know exist, and they're going to be going, this has no right to be as good as it is. What the fuck? So no, we are gonna definitely be based and red pilled and name the Jew on this show, which is what has made a lot of people leave us and is highly illegal in Canada. But it's a mix of everything, and if you don't want to see the bleak, depressing news shit, then I mean,
I don't blame people like for that, but it's
the fatigue is real.
We have video game stories on this show every Sunday. We show you guys games every Sunday. So yes, that was a deep dive, and it was an important one in my opinion that a lot of people have been wanting to know. Like, was that whole thing with Blizzard fake or real or what? That's the thing, is that I get like not everything we do is going to be for everyone, but I do think that story is very important to knowing like why our games are going to shit.
Yeah, there was people that were upset that we didn't talk about it last week because I took it over with Felicia Day there. So there's also that. There's people that wanted that story really bad and they were mad that we didn't talk about it. And then there's people that are like, I don't want you to talk about that.
Okay, I've got your math updated here. We just had a couple.
Speaking of things that people don't want, mainly Kay.
Thank you guys so much. We're at 325.38 right now. Insane. Holy shit. Thank you guys so much. We're going to keep reading.
325 what?
325.38.
Yeah. 38. Speaking of things Kay doesn't want, she does not want to play the guild dating game, which that 325.38 is going towards. That makes me happy. That's my white pill. After making me listen to the gay Jewish boy, I want you to date Will Wheaton in card form, not pog form, in card form.
I'm also going to say I'm going to keep reading support here, but Chartard, I've seen they super chat for the same thing twice. Don't worry about super chatting for it again. We are going to react to it.
We got it.
Doing this in a specific order that's relevant to the Blizzard story, and then we're going to do all the watching at the end of all the support. So I just don't want you to feel like we're not going to do the thing, and I don't want you to keep like feeling like you have to super chat for it. It's okay. We're going to watch it. I see that you super chatted for it twice. We're just working through the support in the order that it makes sense with the conversation, and then we're going to get to all the reaction stuff you guys are sending. Thank you guys so much. Nightmare Cast says, that's fair. I'm just too deep. Thank you for the $1, Nightmare Cast. That's fair. I am just too deep into this bullshit and just know how things are, but you're right about others needing to know. Thank you so much. And he said, no, it's nothing like that, Kay. I'm good. Like, I don't feel like deeply offended if people like certain parts of our show or not. I just wanted to make sure that you knew, like, there is video game stuff that we're talking about today, so you don't have to worry, because you seemed very, like, no one cares about this story. That's okay. There's more than one story. There's a couple video games we want to show off today. Like, there's going to be fun stuff, too. It's not all doom and gloom, so there is going to be some fun stuff that happens as well. Thank you so much, Nightmare Cast. Let's see here. Perplexed Canadian came in for $2. Thank you. He says, Jason Schreier makes the happy merchant meme blush. I know, like I said, you literally cannot draw Jason Schreier in Canada without fucking getting arrested. Like, he is quite literally like...
No, Jason. Don't ruin my favorite game companies, Jason. Just stay away from Blizzard, Jason! I actually couldn't find him as a happy merchant. So if anybody wants to put this face on the happy merchant body, I'd be more than happy to show it. Oh, God damn it. It's so true. They really are. They really are their own stereotypes. Like they just keep proving them right over and over and over again.
Thank you, Perplexed Canadian, and have a good night. Just ran out of here. Thank you so much. D-Day came in for $2. Jason makes me hate kites so much.
What do you have against kites? I love kites. You want to see the kite that I had as a kid? I just want to go on record and say that I love kites so much. And you know what my kite was as a kid? It's a blurry image, but good luck finding a good image of this. It was this one right here. I had a sting kite. And if there's one kite I love, it's gotta be Sting. And I would just go around in the park during the summer. I didn't have the Hulk Hogan one. I wish I did. And you see this little blurry kid right here? Every kid would be playing with a normal kite or a Pokemon kite. And I'm like, nah, baby. Sting's up in the rafters and he's in the sky. So whether it's Hulk Hogan or Sting, I love kites. Kites are great.
That's what a kite would say. Thank you.
What?
D-Day. Mojo came in for $1. Thank you. Story was fine. It was like The Hobbit being stretched into 3 movies. Lol. Thank you so much, Mojo. And yes, it was a lot of information. I remember when
extend
we
it
did
right now. Hold on, extend it, and also make all the orcs CGI. That's what you got to do right now.
That's exactly
Can someone CGI Jason Schreier into the king of the mountains or whatever, the dwarven king, and like give him the dwarven nose? the big bulgous dwarven nose. Him about to raid the offices of Blizzard. He's like, in caverns deep where women get raped. Jason trying to get like a woman to go along with his allegations is like Bilbo being like, nope, no adventures. I'm not going on your adventures, Jason Schreier. So I think it's good movies. I'm definitely the dragon that he's trying to sneak past, and he's trying to get all my
dreams.
And he's Bilbo. He's trying to steal the gold, all the shekels from the dragon. He's literally him.
Thank you so much, Mojo. Yes, like I said, long story. We like to do deep dives here. I remember we did like a SBI story, like when that first was a thing. That took us like quite a few hours. So we definitely do like to deep dive sometimes. But there's going to be
my
some
next
deep
two
diving
stories are
fun.
also the next 2 stories are also deep dives. So it really is the Hobbit movies today. I should rename the stream as Hobbit. It's Hobbit time.
Thank you so much, Mojo. Nightmare Cast came in for $1. Thank you. It's just depressing to see the collapse of the industry I used to love so much when I was a kid and teenager, but now I almost hate it so much that I want it to burn to the ground almost completely. Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, both James and I, also lifelong gamers, have watched the peaks of this industry. I've seen it fall, have been, you know, I speak for myself. I've been pretty fucking depressed seeing the state of it. Even when people are, you know, walking around with torches saying it all needs to burn down, I still feel like I'm in a state where I'm like, I really wish it didn't have to come to that. But I understand why people like want to see it burn, why they cheer when there's layoffs. I personally just have difficulty doing that still because I want the industry to do well. So I completely identify and understand the feeling. I think part of it is we also need to know why that's happening as well. And that helps in the future to make sure that we can avoid some of those mistakes if possible, or fight in a certain way. So it's just good to know like the source of some of these things. And the Blizzard lawsuit was such a huge catalyst for so much of it back in the day. That it's just interesting seeing all this information come out now about, oh, well, that didn't quite happen. We're just making it fluffy for this. And it just, the clear admission of it being, you know, about money. It's kind of similar to like the vaccines and shit, right? It's like a lot of us knew going into that was like government psyop bullshit. But to then hear years later, other people start to come around to that and really like understand that and hear people admit to those things is worth discussing as well, in my opinion. But I understand it's depressing, and there's still good games out there, so it's not all doom and gloom, and we're going to show some games in a little bit here. Thank you so much, Nightmare Cast. All right, I want to go through... Okay, one sec. Slosh first here. Slosh says, for $7.62, trips, based, milk.
That's right. That's right, Slosh. And you know what happens when I raid Blizzard's milk fridge and someone spills the milk out of my hands? Nothing good.
I'm with you on that. Excuse me. There's a hurricane coming through. Excuse me. Talking about the Green Lantern? That's untrue. That's damn untrue. What you drinking there, Kirk? Like some milk?
That's my tit milk.
Huh? What you gonna do? You spilled my milk.
Nobody
spills my milk.
Damn straight. Especially when it's rated from the Blizzard fridge.
Thank you so much, Slosh. And there's an intentional reason for what he did. It's because he wanted it to be exactly 1/3 of the way.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness, everyone. We're that close. What's the total, Kay? The milk total.
Well, he brought it to 333, and we had a couple Rumble rants come in there, actually. So it is actually...
Oh, my God. And remember, when we watch the Guild movie, Kay, we are filling your poop corn bucket, not with poop corn, but with Oreos. So we're going to have milk on hand. We're going to get that Blizzard milk, son.
It's now at 338, including everything else that came in. I want to thank Nobody Has Spoken for rating us over on Rumble. Thank you. And now I'm going to go through and read some of these super
Thank
chats
you.
that want us to react to stuff. We're going to do it all in a row here. So, first of all, I want to thank Chartard for coming in for 2. Thank you. React to Sparkle, Tatsuhiro. What? Tatsuhiro. There we go. Yamashita music video. And I've put that in the private chat here for you, James, so you know exactly what
And he came in again to be like, react to it, damn it. Watch it.
We're going to. Thank you so much, Chartard. Not once, but twice for the 2. Thank you.
What is this, grown-up K-pop Nirvana album covers? He looks like, who is that early 2000s white rapper with the, like, he always wore the white hat? I want to say Sean something. Sean Desmond or something?
Oh.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Is he in the back rooms?
It kind of feels like it, doesn't it?
Me, when I have an empty space, I'm just going to start fucking dancing and breaking it down. Avoid the siren's call, Yasamata! This reminds me of that time we were in high school and everybody thought that one kid was so talented because he would like do like crump dancing. Do you remember that? And at the talent show, he danced just like this and all the women were freaking out. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Did he say my nigga? I heard it.
It's canon now.
I thought that was a video. You synced up so perfectly with it.
No, that was the video.
Wait, really?
People are seeing lag right now. You want to pop in and pop out?
Yeah, I don't know. Everything's fucked. I'll be back. Excuse me. My nigga.
Chartard came in for 2. Thank you. He's crypt dancing while she drowns. Based! Let's go! I kind of like how pretty the video looks, to be honest with you. It reminds me of Plastic Love and like all those like Japanese bangers back in the day. I don't know if this is like a new song or if this is an older song that they've put like a video over, but it definitely reminds me of that certain era of Japanese music that's fucking went hard. I fucking love it. There, are you good now?
I don't know. Yeah, the whole time you're doing Blizzard stuff, you sounded like a robot for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Who knows? Anyway, time for more women to yell my nigga. This man has been dancing for 12 hours.
Oh, it's from 1982. That's crazy.
Is he fighting invisible ninjas? Oh, he is. You see that?
Well, as Chartard said, he's crip dancing while she's drowning.
Good. Deserved. Me dancing while Blizzard gets rid of all of its female employees. This is an ad for the resurgence of bucket hats.
Sir, can I get you a towel? Would you like to dive? He's been dancing now since yesterday at 7 a.m. It's now lunch. He hasn't left the hotel pool in days. He hasn't even changed his clothes. They must be drenched in sweat. If I do this in front of a woman on the street, will she go out with me?
I think it's guaranteed to work.
I just immediately start, like, I wouldn't have the music, though. I'm just going to start flipping around like this. That was Tatsuro Yamamasa Sparkle. Not Mr. Sparkle, sadly. But
Thank
it
you
was...
so much, Chartard. Not once, but twice. Thank you. Sergey came in for $1. Thank you. This reminds me of a particular South Park episode, and I've put that in DM there for you as well, James.
Once again, can we watch all of this? We're really risking everything. Let me get to the part that I know he wants, because this is like the long form version of it. You all know him, everybody's favorite.
Please welcome Petey, the sexual harassment panda.
Who lives in the east neath the willow tree?
Sexual harassment
panda. Who
panda.
explains sexual harassment to you and me? Sexual harassment panda.
Panda.
Don't say that, don't touch there, don't be nasty, says the silly bear. He's gonna tell you what's right and wrong.
Sexual harassment
panda.
Hi, boys and girls. Say hi to sexual harassment panda.
Hi, sexual harassment panda.
Did you know that when one little panda pulls on another little panda's underwear, that's sexual harassment? That makes me a sad panda.
This is freaking me out, dude.
And when one little panda puts his furry little willy in another panda's ear, that makes me a very sad panda. Now, I'm going to pass out these booklets, and we're going to go through each and every sexual harassment law.
Oh.
Let's go. Oh, yeah, here he is again. Here he is.
Uh-oh.
What? You have sexually harassed me for the last time. It says right here that now I can sue you and take all of your money.
That's right, he can.
No, you can't, you little ass sucker. Oh, he did it again. You all heard him.
The first party of the first panda may sue the second party panda unless that panda was said panda aforementioned panda.
That was the summary. If you're skimming through the podcast and you don't want to hear about Blizzard raping women or whatever, that's pretty much what happened. Exactly what sexual harassment panda described. That's it. Shot for shot.
You wanted to...
Yes.
You wanted to show some of the D-Day thing as well? Or?
Yeah. I want to show you guys the glory days. How good it was back in the day to work at a video game studio. And maybe with our members sometime we'll watch this amazing movie. So good.
You got skills. If you think video games, fry your mind.
and make you stupid.
Your bed is a car.
Yeah, but it's a
Sweet car.
You're lost.
What is that ringing? Do I have a tumor?
Now,
Mates did that to you. They're crazy. They tied me up.
that's legendary.
Looking for Alex?
We're his roommates.
You're the reason Alex has been tired all week?
We ride him pretty hard.
Oh, that is so gnarly.
This January,
I was putting up my Christmas tree.
Dude, it's July. And, why are you naked?
Oh my God. I am naked. Come on.
This movie is like The Guild if it was fucking good. And if you watch the movie, it's legit what the industry used to be like. It was incredible. Why are you giving me that look, Kay?
You brought up The Guild.
It's The Guild, but good. It's quite possibly my favorite Happy Madison movie, and Adam Sandler's not even in it. It's crazy. Okay. Thank you all so much. Kay, are we caught up?
Yeah, we're caught up.
Thank you all so much for getting us closer, speaking of The Guild, to getting the card game and tabletop RPG. And now we get to our first game showcase. So don't worry, folks. If you hate hearing about women getting raped, boy, do I have something that I love even more than that. You might be saying, what do you love more than women getting raped? Ducks. I love ducks. That beats rape. So, since I'm such a duck respecter and duck lover, I came across a game that is full of ducks. Rubber ducks, that is. And I knew this would be my next female-coded addiction. Let's take a look at the brand new game trailer called Sort Them Ducks. Switch snap. It's just autistically organizing rubber ducks. Oh, dear God. And doing it again and again. There's a pirate category, a cowboy category. Ow! Sort Them Ducks is coming out in 2 fucking days. There's too many games to play. And it is a cozy organizing simulator where you sort over 4,000 unique rubber ducks onto the most correct shelves. Enjoy the satisfying process of turning a messy duck store into a perfectly organized collection at your own pace. Why do I want this so bad? Why do I? Okay, what's wrong with me?
It's a cozy game. We all like
I want games. I want it so bad. I love it. All right, everybody. I'm going to be right back. When I come back, this is a story I'm so excited for. So don't go anywhere. And I would say enjoy the titties, but I'm actually removing my titties and I'm going to go milk myself and bottle it and send it to the quartering.
Oh, God. Oh, I don't want to think about the milking of the tits again. God damn it. How's it going, Ferret Rose? Hassan says this is such a blabs game. It kind of looks fun. I'd play it. Slosh says Linda Cardellini. I think she's blonde in it. What a bombshell Linda Cardellini is. Holy crap. She's still hot, like even now. Older. Neo says I think it might be quicker to list the things that aren't wrong with you, James. No, I'm not having banana Oreos. No Amplify. What the fuck? No. Is that even a thing? Okay, I need to look this up if this is a thing now. Oh god, it is a thing. Banana split Oreos, which have banana flavored filling and chocolate and whipped cream and sprinkles. Ew. That's so fucking gross. No, I already don't like Oreos. And the fact that there's a banana split one, I'm fucking good. I'm fucking good. I'm not going anywhere near that. Hassan says you have to review the banana Oreos now. Okay, fuck no. It looks like it was a limited edition one, so I don't even know if it's possible to find them anymore. But that's so fucking gross. They have an Oreo for fucking everything. Chartard came in for 2. Thank you. Can't wait for Untitled Noose Game. Pooner approved. What the fuck? Thank you so much, Chartard. Somebody needs to make that. You know, they make like parody fucking games like Among Us and shit like that. Someone needs to make Untitled Noose Game. I'm kind of in. Thank you, Chartard. Nightmare Cast says, I have regular Oreos for my vanilla ice cream. The one exception I would make for Oreos is literally ice cream. Like, they did the Oreo ice cream sandwiches, and those I can tolerate. And, like, once in a blue moon, I'll, like, have a craving for that. I wonder if I just don't like the cream in the middle of the Oreo, and that's the issue. And, like, the cookie part is fine. Because that is pretty much an Oreo, but instead of the cream, it's ice cream. And I find those fine. But, like, regular Oreo cookies, I can't fucking deal with. Bilbo James.
That's me.
We're now at 342. You guys are nuts. Thank you so much. I'm really excited for this next story, by the way.
I'm setting it up.
I'm really excited. Let's fucking go. What about Oreo cheesecake? When I was super young, my family got me this, like, Oreo cake, and it was fine. I really think it's just, like, the actual cookie with the icing that I can't deal with. But, like, the cookie itself is fine. Like, if it's crumbled on something, I can handle it. I just find I think I've discovered live what it is. It's literally the cream.
You don't like the cream? I live for the cream.
Wait, we can just solve the problem then. You have the cream part and all of the...
I'll just lick all your Oreos. How about that? Yeah, that's on the guild stream when we have to eat the Oreos. I will do the fucking licking.
What? We're eating Oreos for that?
Okay, have you not heard me? I said several times I'm filling your poop corn bucket, which I have now pre-ordered. The pre-order is in with Oreos. That's what we're doing, not popcorn, Oreos. I just kind of threw that in there. Sorry. Whoops.
Chartard came in for 2. Thank you. We'll call it Hangman without the basketball. I love it.
Without the basketball.
I really want Untitled Noose Game. Somebody has to make it.
You guys seem to be developing it in real time right now.
Yes, it's fucking great. Thank you.
Oh,
once again.
God. All right, I'm ready when you are, Kay.
You go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Chartard. All right. This one I'm excited for. If you're sick of talking about rape, then this is the place for you now. But on favorite things, there is something that everybody has. Everybody has a favorite racing game. And there's many names that come up with favorite racing games, whether it's Need for Speed or Forza, Midnight Club or Project Gotham. There's so many, and I'm sure you guys have your favorite racing games of all time. You can let me know what they are. I think, Kay, it's Burnout for you, right?
Burnout 3 Takedown, yeah.
Yeah, good choice. That is a top 5 for me for that, for sure. But it ain't my number 1 because my favorite racing game of all time will always be a little different from a lot of people's. It is still and always will be Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. And just look how good that cover is. Amazing. Now, on the heels of a spiritual successor releasing this year in the form of Galactic Racer, it feels like the perfect time for this iconic N64 game to get the love it deserves so much. So with that, we're going to go through this brand new article from Time Extension on one of my favorite games of all time, the making of Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Maybe we can't make a great racing game, but we can make an excellent toy. I'd argue you did both. With Galactic Racer on the way, we revisit a N64 and Dreamcast classic. Funnily enough, I actually played this on PC. That's what I played Episode 1 Racer on because I didn't have an N64, but I played it with a joystick that had a throttle button, so I would just be max speed immediately. I was a fucking cheating piece of shit. Anyway, Being a kid in the 90s, it was pretty much impossible not to get swept up in the anticipation and excitement for Star Wars Episode 1, arriving just a couple years after the release of the original trilogy in cinemas, which had introduced a whole new generation to the films. The new Star Wars titles seemed to absolutely dominate entertainment headlines and news broadcasts at the time, and give birth to mountains of partnerships and merchandise, everything from toys and koosh balls to toothpaste and kids' meals. And this honestly is something that me and Kay share so much, maybe more than anything, is our love of Episode 1. I've talked about it before, but I was already a diehard Star Wars fan, and I was so excited in love with Episode 1. But Kay became a Star Wars fan because of Episode 1. And we love the merchandising and the hype around it. That spectacle of the Episode 1 hype is like one of our favorite things ever. Basically, if there's an opportunity to slap a Jar Jar face on it or next to it, the chances are Lucasfilm probably did, with Star Wars fever becoming an inescapable part of life in the run-up to the film's premiere. Of course, as we all know, when the film was released, it ultimately became a huge box office success off the back of this unprecedented hype. But it's gone on to develop something of a complicated legacy, with people still debating its merits in the comment sections and online forums. One thing that we feel is indisputable, though, is the quality of some of the great video games we got as a result of the movie, with LucasArts' pod racing title Star Wars Episode 1 Racer for Windows, Mac, N64, and Sega Dreamcast being among the best tie-ins released during the prequel era. Later this year, we'll see the release of Star Wars Galactic Racer, a new racing game in the Star Wars universe from developer Fuse Games and the publisher Secret Mode, which is in part a spiritual successor to Episode 1 Racer. As a result, I've been thinking a lot lately about the LucasArts Classic and have therefore decided to bring together the game's 3 project leads, John Knowles, Eric Johnston, and Brett Tosti, on a single call to uncover some of the strangest, funniest, and most interesting stories they have about making of the original game and its ports. So let's get into it. Enjoy. It's a fucking long one. Let's get the old gang back together. To give you a little background, Knowles joined LucasArts in 1990, back when it was still called Lucasfilm Games, having previously worked at Taito Software in Seattle on the NES game Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. He got his start at Lucasfilm's Games as an artist on titles like Defender of Dynatron City and Star Wars, also for the NES, before switching to a project leader role in the mid-90s when the company began developing for the N64. Eric Johnson's relationship with the company, meanwhile, dates back to 1989, when he began working for the studio as a contractor, helping with Mac versions of Lucasfilm's game software, such as one of my favorite games of all time and my all-time favorite point-and-click game, The Secret of Monkey Island. He would join the company full-time in 1994, becoming a lead engineer and helping the company make the difficult transition from 2D to 3D games, notably working on the 1996 action-adventure game Shadows of the Empire, which is arguably the most iconic Star Wars game of all time, alongside Knowles and Tosti. As for Tosti, whose name I hope I'm saying correctly, his original role at Lucasfilm's Games was a tester, but he would eventually become a project coordinator, producer, and level designer, working on other Star Wars projects like Doom's clone of Dark Forces, which we stream through the channel and is so beloved. Here is the Star Wars Episode 1 Racer team. John Knowles is second from the left on the bottom roll. Johnson is third from the left on the bottom roll. And Brett Tosti is the next person alongside in the white shirt. It was the best. I always say this, but LucasArts was like the pillar of video games for me. I've been a Star Wars diehard fan my whole life. And what I loved about LucasArts is they didn't do just one sort of Star Wars game. You were getting everything. Every genre you could think of had a LucasArts Star Wars game. And on top of that, they were all great. And it was like heaven being a Star Wars fan and a gamer, because pretty much you could say my favorite racing game is Star Wars. My favorite shooter is Star Wars. Maybe not my favorite fighter is Star Wars, but I digress. With everyone assembled, I began questioning how the project came to be and the history of the team. Time extension. First off, it's great to assemble you all here. I thought it'd be interesting to reach out, as I know there's a new Star Wars racing game coming out later this year. Knowles, we did it first. time extension, I thought this would be a good opportunity to chat to you about Episode 1 Racer and some of your memories of working on this type of game in the Star Wars universe. I'm curious, how did the project initially start? I've read in an old interview with Brett that the project wasn't originally a pod racing game, but was instead a more general racing game set in the Star Wars universe. Is that accurate? Knowles, I can jump in there because I remember that very clearly. So the one lesson that came out of Shadows of the Empire, the game we made before, was let's not make 5 games in one. And that's very true because a lot of people remember Shadows of the Empire fondly because of the opening on Hoth. That's all they remember of it. But once you get past that, you have a kind of janky tank control scenario. I've always wanted to play through Shadows of the Empire on stream, but I am so bad at that game and it's so jank. That's a game that would really benefit from just updated controls. Let's, as Eric said, do one thing and do it really well, or do one thing and do the hell out of it. And so we are pretty focused on applying the low altitude flight mechanics that we created for the Shadows Snow Speeder Battle, which we felt we had done the most successfully. And I mean, everyone agrees that's what people know of that game. We basically handed Factor 5 the code and got them going with that and said, here's a comic book called Rogue Squadron. Why don't you guys make a whole series out of that? And while they were doing that, I think we had a prototype that we were working on. So we were trying to imagine flying toward the planet in an X-Wing and then flying over the ground. We were thinking that there was a way to do a seamless transition from space battle to low altitude flight. But the idea was that the game would mostly be low altitude flight. Then around that time, late 97, we had just finished Shadows of the Empire PC, or we were finishing it, and we were invited to the Skywalker Ranch. Oh my God, that's where David Lynch got a headache. We were where we used to work. Eric used to work there too to see concepts for the prequel film, and it was the first time we'd seen anything, first time we'd heard anything. We went upstairs to the attic where the team was working on concept art. And we saw these amazing drawings of the pod race that Doug Chiang had made. And we were told it would be the film's centerpiece action sequence. And immediately we said, okay, that looks amazing. Wow. Can we do a racing game in Star Wars? I never even considered anything like that. Let's go figure that out because that's a game. Does that sound right, Eric? I think you were with me. Johnston. Yeah, it's funny. I had forgotten about the fractal planet prototype until you mentioned it. We did this thing where you're approaching a planet and then go seamlessly down from the orbit, basically down to the surface. And we were looking at that thinking if we could kind of do a fractal generated landscape, that would be interesting to do, ripping around. And the most fun we had was once you got down to the surface, space travel is a little bit boring sometimes. Here's one of Doug Chiang's initial pieces of concept art for the pod racing section of the film from 1996. And it's so fucking gorgeous. I don't care. I love pod racing. I love pod racing in the film. All of my merchandise and everything I had as a kid was all pod racing centric. I had a backpack that had all the flags of all the different pod racers on it. I love that thing to death. I wore it down. I think I had it for multiple years as a kid. And I will say that my favorite racing movie of all time is Phantom Menace. I don't care for Fast and Furious. I like Phantom Menace for my racing. And so, I mean, is there anything more tense than that racing scene? I've seen it a million times, and still when I watch that, I'm like, is Anakin going to win? I don't know if he can do it.
Every single time I see that, I like relive the entire emotion, like the roller coaster of it.
It feels like he's not going to do it every time.
I've rewatched that movie so many times, and there's not a single time where I've been like, I know what happened. I know what happens, obviously, but it gets you so pulled in and invested. I really
still get tense because it's so unbelievable that this little kid that has never even finished, Kitster's right, I'll win this time. Like, it's so unbelievable that he will win. And so once we got down to the surface, we were discussing, but there's no way that you can go the speeds that we were going in orbit on the surface and have it controllable at all. And I think that started a little bit of pie in the sky stuff of, oh, well, how fast can it go? Then when John came back from the ranch, he told us, oh, there's this Ben-Hur thing. There's this whole scene and it's 900 miles an hour. And that meshed so nicely with what we've been playing around with on the engineering side. So I started putting together a kind of wind tunnel prototype to find out what physics would let you do that, real or imaginary. And I remember us distilling everything down to one thing: go fast. This game is my Sonic. You have to go really, really fast. Knowles, eyeball peeling speed, as I recall. Johnston, there was absolutely no way you could do that with real physics. So we came up with some game physics that in some cases are so very wrong and they just feel good. See, these guys, these are the developers we talk about that were good from the 90s. I don't fucking care about things being accurate or realistic or anything. Do it feel good? Is it fun though? And that was sorry, Kay, you're going to say something?
No, go ahead.
And that was the whole point. It was to have fun and go fast. Time extension. Brett, how did you come into this? Were you also on Shadows of the Empire? Tosti. It was an interesting trajectory. 3 of us had worked on Shadows of the Empire quite a bit. We started at Kerner, and we had a big Onyx machine in Eric's office. So we did Shadows of the Empire, and as Eric and John mentioned, the Snow Speeder was, from a critical and customer standpoint, one of the highlights of Shadows of the Empire. So when John said he handed off the code to Factor 5, I spun off for a bit. What is this video here? Let me see. Pod Racer, Lap 1, animatronics, and live action test. Phantom Menace. I'm just going to quickly open this up in a new tab. To create the Pod Race animatic co-editor Ben Burt combined footage from a variety of sources, including computer-generated animatics, a Sebulba hand puppet acted by concept sculptor Robert Barnes, and temporary shots of Ben's son, Benny Burt, as Anakin Skywalker. These elements are included in the animatics window of the following storyboards animatics film breakdown. So this is from the movie, but we'll take a little quick look at this here.
God, that's incredible to look at.
Wait, little Skywalker is
Oh, they're terrifying.
This reminds me of like looking at the unfinished Clone Wars episodes.
Yeah. He will soon die. This kid is doing good as Anakin. Oh no. Real Jar Jar. I kind of like Sebulba being like a puppet, not CGI. It looks good. They should have kept him as a puppet. Man, just hearing this is like incredible. Those sounds bring me back. All right, we'll go back to the article here. While they were working on the prototypes, I worked very closely with Factor 5 on the Rogue Squadron game to highlight the Snow Speeder mechanic and take it to the next level. But when that wrapped up, we thought, let's get the old gang back together. I'm not sure. I might have attended that session with John, but my recollection was that the first time I saw that Lucasfilm was doing with Episode 1 as it relates to the Pod Racer was when I saw an animatic, and it was really, really cool. It was this mishmash of images from Tora, and the chariot racing scene from Ben-Hur. It so is. Oh my God. And some concept art, at least in my mind. I thought that's a good starting point for us to creatively figure out a game around this. No, the animatic above is not the exact version Tosti saw. It's simply here for illustrative purposes. Maybe we can't make a great racing game, but we can make an excellent toy. Having decided to make a game about a fictional sport, the team at LucasArts faced many challenges in making this idea a reality, with one of the most pressing being how to translate the experience that Lucasfilm and ILM were creating into a video game format. At the time, development of the game started for the N64 and Windows computers. The filmmakers had yet to decide on many of the vehicle's intricacies. This meant that the team often had to interpret how they thought the pods moved and functioned before running it by the filmmakers. This led to what Knowles described as a cool collaboration between the two teams, with Tosti adding it felt like nobody was distracting the other. Instead, everyone just wanted to make a consistent experience. Knowles, Eric, actually has a funny story about this. We were trying to figure out whether it's the engines that are making the pod swing around or if the pod is steering the engines around. Eric, you want to describe your experience rollerblading with your dogs? And this is all just screenshots of the game. As well as Anakin, players could also take control of many of the alien races from the film, including Sebulba, Ben Quadraneros, Gascano, and Abe Endicott, who is always one of my favorites because he looks like Dracula, among others. Time extension. Wait, what? I'd love to hear this. Johnston. So I used to live in a town called Half Moon Bay, which is on the California coast. About an hour south of where we were working, I had two big Labradors that had chest harnesses and a leash made of a climbing rope. And I had a skateboard. And for a while, the highway was closed because there had been a landslide. So I just took to ripping around at unsafe speeds. It was out of control, and it was absolutely what I wanted at that time. It was a stretch of life where I just needed to get away for a little bit now and then, and we just unhooked. That feeling was so unsafe and so fun. I realized that's what we needed to bring to this game. So I think that actually inspired our approach to that problem. That's such an interesting design standpoint, because I remember at this time, like that's what pod racing felt like. It felt so fast and uncontrollable and dangerous, but almost liberating in how fast it was. And I remember at the time I had a scooter, like, because I was like a kid, like I was very small here, and I would always ride around on my scooter, which was like that skateboard alternative where you held the stick, right? And I would just fucking pretend that I was like pod racing, because I would just go at stupid, dangerous speeds, and it was like that feeling of like I could just crash and die right now. I don't know, and you just go with it because it's so fun. Knowles. Yeah, because of that, we decided to move the pod to pull the engines rather than the engines pulling the pod. So when you turn right, the pod is the first thing to go. I want to go this way. And then the engines to go this way. I think that was inspired by the dogs. And that was something ILM and Lucas hadn't figured out, because we had to finish it first, right? The game had to be completed 2 or 3 months before the movie. And they were working on effects right up until the very end. But it just felt right, because you have to tell the dogs which way to go. Say what you want about the prequels, the design of pod racers are still spectacular in my eyes. I agree. I would often take the cart with the latest build and a N64 over to John Knoll at ILM, who was next door. I'd show him what we were doing, and he'd say, wait a second, you guys actually have flaps opening and closing? And I'd answer, yeah. Anakin's pod racer looked like it had these little doors on it. So we're going to use that as air flaps to brake and turn. I think he hadn't even considered that, or they weren't sure yet. Remember, this is George Lucas just shooting from the hip and going extreme all the time. They're like, oh, fuck, that's genius. They knew they were going to do something, but they didn't know at the time that they would really go deep on surface controls. And in the movie, you see those flaps everywhere. So this game actually influenced the film as well.
That's incredible.
That is super cool. So this game, that is my favorite racing game of all time, has also impacted this movie that I love. That was such a big part of my childhood.
That's such a reflection of the differences in the industry now versus then, because now, like, everyone understands how much money video games can make, so it's more like product, and it's more just, you know, build the thing after it comes out, and it's half-assed. And like back then, sometimes the development would be so close that you would literally influence each other, and that's
yeah, because they had to
you know?
they had to work what is the term, congruently or whatever, because there was no patches, no updates, and you had to get it around the same time, because this is technically merchandise for the film.
I feel this constant there's a way closer connection in terms of development and just being about creative and fun, and between what it's trying to emulate, so like a game trying to be a movie, etc. And now I feel like they just throw like blanket thing that they think will work with new property. They don't necessarily go in and just try to like think about how something could be creative and interesting. It's just throw a skin on something and get the sales.
Nothing's done with like love and care.
It. Yeah.
Tosti, we knew people would see this in the movies, so we were always focused on how we could give you that fantasy fulfillment. How do we get that sense of speed? This is all just incredible game design. How do we get that sense of danger? How do we make it feel very fragile and dangerous while at the same time going at great speeds? If we really had accurate controls there, they would be way too sensitive, and you would just make a small movement and crash into a wall. So we had to kind of balance those things and say, no, Anakin didn't crash in a heartbeat. The other pod racers didn't crash in a heartbeat. They were smashing into each other, sabotaging each other, and engaging in this interplay to kind of get around each other. So that's what we wanted to focus on rather than true physics. As you raced, one of the main concerns was making sure your engines didn't take too much damage or overheat. Otherwise, you might catch fire and explode. Johnson. That was super important for us because at that speed, with this kind of control model, if it's accurate, it's pretty much going to be all over the map. If you're winning a race, you're going to be all alone, and you're never going to see the other racers ever, right? They'll be a little dot in a realistic flight sim, and we didn't want that. We wanted them to be shouting at each other and bumping each other, similar to the movie. And so the physics model for them was a complete fabrication, a super simple design to keep them near you and keep it fun. If you go faster, they'll catch up to you and they'll give you a race. But if you're not winning, then John had this little
banding.
Yeah, rubber banding, yeah.
Rubber banding, sorry, yeah.
Then John had this little Excel table of first place finish times, and everyone else is distributed out after that. And if you're not in the lead, they always win the race in roughly the same amount of time. Being able to tune that difficulty was critical to the fun. Running full physics for 12 racers was never going to work on the hardware we had at the time. So we had this spline, which is a curved path through the world that John would make, and that was the racetrack, and that was the path the racers would take. Interesting. I just want to see what this is here. Oh, this is a long play of it. We don't need to see that. I've streamed it before.
Game, yeah.
Yeah. If an opponent is within the player's view, they're rubber banded to that. So they do this kind of tension. They're just glued to the path, and then they're varying from it by some degree, but they're on track. And then if you can't see them, they're just on that track. They don't care about walls. They don't care about anything. They calculate the next position on the track, which takes no math at all, and they pin to it. Once in a while, two of them will trade places or somebody will explode, but the ones near you are doing this rubber bandy thing, which just feels like the movie. Knowles, speaking of realism, I remember early on we were constantly talking about how to make this game as amazing as possible. And I think it was Eric that said to me at one point, maybe we can't make a great racing game, but we can make an excellent toy. And that really reframed things for me. Because up to that point, we were trying to do first-person views. I had a bunch of gauges working, and all the pod racers were wildly different, and there were 18 of them. But Brett and Eric, and probably Mike Blattle, our other amazing source programmers, said, stop, we can't keep going down this road. I thought about that a lot, and then the more I thought about it, the less it became about you versus the other racers. Instead, it became about you versus the environment, and it's so true, because that feels like that in the game, that it is pretty much you against the environment. Can you get through the level and take all the risky shortcuts, or can you handle the eye-peeling speed? And the hardest parts of this game are when the environment gets in the way. There's like 2 levels that are very hard, and it's not about beating the other racers. It's not like they are fast and perfect. It's how to not hit that wall that you know is around that bend, how to slower your speed perfectly and all that. And there's one level in this game where you pretty much need to know a secret just to be able to get through it. And it's all about the environment. It's the only level in the game where you have to pull up on the left stick, because your left stick is actually tied to the engines themselves and moving, but never in any other level in the game do you actually have to change their position by tilting them up. So that is so eye-opening that was the design, because that's what the game feels like playing, is you versus the environment. Think of the pod racing physics like a greased M&M. Besides the controls, other exciting obstacle for the Episode 1 Racer team was creating a diverse selection of compelling tracks for the player to race on. As you already know, if you've seen the finished film, there's only one pod racing race in the whole entire movie, which takes place on Tatooine and lasts 10 minutes for a single lap. Because of this, the team needed to take some creative liberties to adapt this map to work within the confines of the game, while also coming up with exciting new locations and race possibilities to build on what the wizards at Lucasfilm and ILM had created. Wanting to know more, I asked about the design of the game's courses and the idea of risk versus reward that seems to permeate the game throughout. Starting with how the team approached the design of the Bunta Classic, the race depicted in the film. And that's like the final level, is you get like the trial version up front, and then the very last race is like the one you see in the movie. So it's like the speed version is the first one you see, so it kind of hits your nostalgia and it's easy to win, but the last one is hard, and but it feels like you're in the movie, which is just so cool. Knowles, fortunately for us, someone at Lucasfilm had drawn a huge top-down map of the entire course from the film. I'd love to see that, because they needed to map out where their effect shots were going to be, what the backgrounds were going to look like. There were areas such as the Mushroom Canyon, the big mushroom-shaped rocks. There was Beggar's Canyon, which, for lack of a better name, was just a bunch of canyons that had a bunch of arches. I assume that's where the Tusken Raiders were as well. And there was the skinny notch in that cliff that we knew we wanted to roll sideways. So we had all these big pieces, but someone had thankfully already gone in and done a map. So I said, all right, I'm going to take that map and I'm going to build it. So I built the whole thing in 3D Studio, which was the software I was using at the time. It was the style at the time. And we put our scale speed at 600 miles per hour. But then we realized it took approximately 10 to 15 minutes to get around the track. And if you're going to do a 3-lap race, it's never going to work. So I took the whole map and I shrunk it down so you could get a 2 or 3 minute lap time, which meant making all the arches a little bigger and scaling all those pieces back up. So you had some room to maneuver. So that was important because we knew that level would set the pace for all other levels. Once we had that size right and the general lap time thing figured out, the other levels could follow a similar sizing scheme. Time extension. The Boonta Classic is in the film, but there are also other planets and events in the game. Did any Lucasfilm creatives help you develop those other locations in terms of developing artwork, or was that all done internally within LucasArts? Knowles, that was all within LucasArts. I think we made up most of the planets ourselves. Ando Prime, I think I just pulled that name out of thin air. Tosti. By that point, we were very versed in Star Wars. We had watched all the movies. We had done the research. We had a ton of reference materials for pretty much anything we wanted. So when it comes up with creating new creative ideas, we would always kind of let them see what we were doing. But as John was talking about the physics of the pod racers and such, oftentimes we would kind of be out in front of things. We would share that with them. And if there was something that they were doing in the movie that was relevant to what we were doing, we would get that. Here are several pieces of concept art produced for the game by Lucas artist Peter Chan. And yeah, this level is just fucking incredible. And that is so gorgeous to see. Oh, yeah, that's the water level. I love that water level so much. This is the prison level, which is super fucking terrifying and a tough one to get through. This is the level I was talking about. This is the hardest level in the game. Oh, yeah, the ice snow level with the big statue at the start. That's so cool. That is awesome. Oh, is there more? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that is the statue. That's the statue in the snow level. So they just snowed it up.
I would put that on my wall. That's cool.
Yeah, I would love all this framed, man. This is so fucking cool. And this is like the super fast level. This is like the main level where you can lap people. That is great. Knowles, another big leap for us was, pun intended, the first time I cut a jump into the world on Tatooine, and I made it as big as possible. We already figured out the boost button, which we were really enjoying, and the test team asked us, can you guys make more jumps? Johnston, there was an ice planet one that was huge. Knowles, yes, that's right. I remember telling 2 of the level designers, there was a few, but the 2 most involved were Duncan, Brown, and Jake. Cut a big jump in every map. It's funny, in your email, you talk about the new game. It looks fantastic, right? The graphics look amazing. But one thing I noticed is the gravity is less pronounced than ours. Yes, I noticed that when they went off a cliff, it looked as if they were floating, and that's not real gravity. I think our gravity was 2.5 times normal, or maybe even 3. So we got that hard bounce. I think Mark Blattle said, think of the pod racing collision physics like a greased M&M with a little cushion or something. So that sounds similar, Eric? And yeah, these big jumps where you just like float and the world goes silent and then you hit the ground. So satisfying. Johnson. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We had a lozenge. The lozenge was the name. Lozenge was the name for the kind of course physical object that you're running. And then below that, we did other stuff. But we were basically pushing a lozenge around the course. Knowles. We also had to do all the jumps both ways, too, because I think some of the tracks were reversed. Johnson. So with that, there was always the plan that you'd be able to, as a cheat code, race the courses backwards. But then we did the jumps, and that created the problem of we can't do that anymore. So what we did was we have you race a mirror image so it feels backwards to the player. you get the experience of, oh, I know this course, but I can't do it. It was super fun. Diddy Kong Racing did something similar as well, and that was literally done in the renderer. So you're playing the game non-mirrored when you're playing the game mirrored. It's just that you're looking at it through a mirror. It was the only way to get it done in one weekend. Time extension. You mentioned Diddy Kong Racing. I'm curious, were there any contemporary titles, say F-Zero or Wipeout, for example, that were an influence on how you approach the game's courses? Knowles, Wipeout was a reference, but honestly, what ended up being more important to us was Beetle Adventure Racing. And what, oh, hold on. Is that the game that I loved as a kid? I gotta fucking take a look. Let me see. Beetle Adventure Racing. No, this is like literally, this is a like the car Beetle. This is a Beetle racing game. That's crazy.
I see the environment inspirations there.
Was that Overdrive or Top Gear Rally? Beetle Adventure Racing was so much more about the environment that it really inspired us as level designers to make the world more of a character. And then Boss Studios game, they did some graphical tricks that were just awesome, like reflective puddles. Oh yeah, and yeah, the reflections on the ice level are so good. And that's Endo Prime's Howler Gorge course. We had a world with an ice lake, and we were trying to figure out how to handle reflections or show driving over wet ground with puddles on the jungle planet. They just punched a hole in the ground where the puddle was, and then you saw the sky dome upside down with whatever you needed to see in the reflection. So if you had to build a mountain, you have to build an upside down version because we couldn't do reflections at that time. That was brilliant. I think it was Eric who said that's what they're doing, and I was like, oh, I'll do that too. So I cut a bunch of holes in the environment and built some of the world upside down, and voila, we had a mirror thing. That's such a clever, genius way to get through it. That's the thing about old games is you couldn't just like do everything, and you had to do those creative tricks to get through it. And I think those little touches is what made games charming. That's what added quirks to those games. So literally, that isn't a reflection. That is another world built upside down. Johnson. And then we just double rendered the pond. That was sweet. Knowles. The other big change we made pretty late was, and I'm kind of reminded of this from the new game where they're going off an adventure, and a big part of it is upgrading and all that stuff. I said to Brett, hey, we should have a used parts dealership. We should be able to go to Watto and get new parts, and then out back, he should have his junkyard where you get the parts that might blow up or they might not, but they're going to be cheaper. That was all a 2D interface at one point, and it may have been Eric's apprentice, Darren Johnson, who was tasked with wiring it all up in 3D. Before races, players could visit a garage to view their pod racers or stop by Watto's shop or the junkyard to buy new parts. And I love that mechanic. It may have been stripped down, but I love that you could upgrade your pod racer over time, because it was like, oh, you couldn't do that race. That's okay. You can kind of upgrade it, spend some money. Then next time you'll be faster, or your pod racer will be more durable. You buy more pit droids, and it's just going to pump up the racer.
Kind of remind me of Road Rash in that way. Being able to
I see
recycle the money, buy a better bike.
That all came about because I had made a 3D room where you could view the pod racers, and it looked great. We were really excited with our ability to do that. And so I thought, why don't we make Watto's shop like that too? So really late in development, I somehow inspired or excited Darren enough to wire up the pieces I gave him, turning what was a 2D interface into a rack where Watto was sitting there in 3D, his wings flapping, saying, hey, want to buy a board? Again, it was trying to bring you into a more immersive space, but ended up giving these two guys a monster of a headache. What's so interesting about that is Watto's shop in that game is kind of what made that game have a lingering presence through my life. Is like Watto is so quotable, and that adds so much character to the game. Oh, they come here, they don't buy. Why nobody buy? Hey. Like all the Watto lines and everything are just burned in my brain. And that was like a last minute add-on over a weekend that was done. That's crazy because that's the character of the game. Somebody left a jacket on the machine. It didn't catch fire, but as someone who grew up playing the N64 version Episode 1 Racer, one topic I wanted to discuss was what it was like working with N64 hardware. This opened up a few interesting discussions, including the team's memories of getting the hardware, comments on Nintendo's testing process, and the more memorable bugs and issues that cropped up while putting the game through its paces. Before we get into that, though, I first want to draw your attention to the N64 analog stick and famous dual control mode cheat, which allowed players to use two N64 controllers and analog sticks to steer the pod racer. I didn't know this until like a few years ago, by the way, because I always played it on PC, and a friend we had a party and my friend realized that I didn't know that, and so he pulled out the N64 like while we were drinking and everything. He's like, you got to try this, and I was like, holy shit, this feels like how the game was supposed to be made. It's so cool. If you've never done it and you still have an N64 with two controllers and a copy of Episode 1 Racer, you got to try the dual control setup. Knowles, we really wanted to use the analog controller, and Nintendo, of course, wanted us to make great use of it too. And so for a while, that was the only way to control it. Forward on the stick was acceleration, backwards on the stick was the brake, and left and right were turn. But it got really strange when you were in the upper or lower diagonal areas. It just didn't feel right. I can't remember whether it was you, Brett, or Andy Alamo, if he was on the project, but somebody kept saying, John, every single racing game on Earth has a brake button and an accelerate button. Why are you trying to break this? And I was stubbornly sticking to, we've got to do this analog thing, until I think I relented at some point. That's when I asked Eric or Mark Blattle to try mapping just the throttle and brake directly to the face buttons. And then the game became infinitely more fun and let you do funny things such as drifting. You could kind of cut the throttle, turn, and then punch it. And that is more accurate to how it is in the film, because you see that like when they're turning in the pod racer, like they'll turn, they'll pull back, and then all of a sudden go forward. And that's what's so good about this game, is it feels so immersive. It feels like you are actually driving a pod racer. It feels like you're Anakin moving those sticks forward and everything. I'm just opening up a 2-liter Diet Pepsi for no reason. Johnson, there's actually something similar in the game. Oh,
you
God.
probably already know about this cheat code, but you can put
an N64 controller.
if you want.
No, it's fine. N64 controller in each hand and do forward and backwards on the sticks for the engines. That actually costs us a lot of development time, because we would just sit in our chairs with our hands by our side and drive these things, and that felt good. Time extension. I wanted to ask you about developing for N64. Obviously, there was a PC and N64 versions in development at the same time. In terms of the N64, I've spoken to people who worked at Electronic Arts on some of the older FIFA games, and many of them shared some fun and some admittedly less fun challenges of working on the hardware. How did your experience compare? Johnson, I loved the machine. Knowles, yeah, we loved it. But yes, it did have some serious challenges, especially on the art side. I think it had 2,500 polys per frame to maintain something close to 30 frames a second. Johnson, and you got to remember the resolution. People forget this, but it had a 320 by 240 total screen resolution. And then there was a little bit of anti-aliasing, but on the TV, it looked fine. You can see here the SGI Onyx, which developers used as an emulation system for the N64 during development. I've never actually seen this, but damn, now I want one. Have you ever seen that, Kay?
I've seen it once. Not in person or anything, just photo.
Knowles, I remember the only thing that could emulate it was the Onyx, which is about the size of a college refrigerator that would raise the office heat to like 85 degrees where you're sitting. For the programmer, Markay Hutchinson, I think especially. But we were shocked when they delivered the box. They promised would do what the Onyx does, and they didn't lie. Like, they were right. The N64 was such a cool little box. Johnson, with both Shadows and Racer, we had a lot of overlap in the team, and we worked directly with SGI at the time, who was doing the hardware for the N64. In fact, we can claim some of the credit for them doubling the RAM. They were going to have 2.5 meg, and they ended up with 4. They used 9-bit DRAMs because of the anti-aliasing. So we came up with a way to store extra information in the 9th bit. And they said, don't do that. Come on. And they ended up doubling the RAM. Knowles, wait, did that result in the jacket test fail? Do you remember that one? Johnson, no, it wasn't that. So what happened there was somebody left a jacket on the machine, didn't catch fire, but Knowles, but it crashed. And I guess that I guess we were the only game that crashed when someone put a jacket on it. Nintendo said, kids do this. They throw their clothes on their Nintendo on the floor, and the game should keep running. And yours is the only game that doesn't. And I remember thinking, are you kidding me? Johnson, it's because we had these kick-ass optimized interloops, and so the CPU gets a little harder. Totsi, wow, you guys are reminding me of all the other things Nintendo used to say. Because, yeah, Nintendo is going to treat this all like kids' toys, and they're like, you can't do this, you can't do this. This has to be kid-proof, effectively. By charging up a gauge on the right hand of the side of the screen, players could activate a boost to increase their speed dramatically at the risk of plowing into walls and exploding. They used to say things to us like, your input doesn't work when the controller's worn out. We'd say, what? The controller's worn out? But they'd tell us, no. If it's getting an input close to one of the cardinal directions, you kind of have to assume that it's going that direction. And then we'd be saying to them, but the controller's worn out. It doesn't work. They were very much into making sure they had the cork on the fork, meaning you couldn't poke your eye out with anything. Knowles, I seem to recall a lot of bugs we got early on. And again, I think it was Mike Blattle who came to the rescue, as he often did. In regards to this is because Nintendo is going to be very stingy on their certification process, like when they get builds of the game, and they're going to be sending notes to these developers on things that other companies at the time, say like PlayStation, would not be sending them. The 3D program I was using and the rest of the design team was building levels in 3D Studio is not built-in floating point math. Correct me if I still don't get the technical terms right. So we were getting all kinds of bugs where there was visible seams in the world, and sometimes those seams happened with collision geometry that's visible. And if your pod racer got stuck in that tiny little seam, it would shoot into the nether regions, and you'd be out of the game world. We kept getting hundreds and hundreds of these bugs. And no matter how much I went into the 3D Studio map, zoomed all the way in, and tried to get those vertices to align, 3D Studio didn't have a way to have two different vertices. I'm saying that word wrong. That's fine. To occupy the same space. And look at this beautiful print ad. Here's an example of one of the magazine ads for the N64 version of the game, featuring Jake Lloyd's Anakin Skywalker in full pod racing nostalgia. 2 engines, 1 champion, no limits. Fuck, that goes hard. That is so good. I think it was Mark who said, well, how close can you zoom in? And I said, I don't know. It's a unit. It's like 10 thousandths of a unit. And he says, all right, anything with 10 thousandths of a unit, I'm just going to consider the same spot and you don't have to do anything. And I was just like, thank God, because now suddenly all the seams in the world disappeared and pod racers stopped shooting into the nether regions. These are things you encounter. Johnson, those are the classic Mark solutions, which is like, oh, well, okay, I can do this. And now it fixes everything everywhere. So the issue there was that the engine is doing things in floating point, but we have to compress it into something smaller to store the whole roadmap and all the models, the textures, and everything. They'd get decompressed. And if there are gaps between stuff, then you're going to fly off the handle. Knowles, I think that's also another reason for me shrinking the map as well, because the farther away you got from the world source, the less accurate everything became. When I shrunk it down to 25% of the original size, that kind of problem went away. Johnson, maybe my favorite day of the project was during testing, because we had been in crunch mode for a while and we were all feeling punchy. Nintendo had 90 testers on our game. That's huge, especially for N64 time. That is fucking huge. And we had 6 or something. That's more accurate. And this is, again, N64 merchandise game. So we kept getting these faxes from them with different bugs we needed to look at. We were falling behind, and John came back with the raw audio recordings from the voiceover sessions. I was just flipping through them because we had no time, and we had to map out all of these to what they were supposed to sound like. And I came across this one that's Watto's singing the Cantina theme. And that's what ends every race. And it's so dumb and so ridiculous. And I put it as the end of race thing. After every race it happens, I figured at some point somebody's either going to shoot me or tell me it needs to change. And it stayed in. I was so happy it stayed in. I'm so happy it stayed in too. Because yeah, it's at the end of every single race. You hear Watto go do 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 do. Hey, and it's like dead silence. They could have just put the Cantina theme, but I love like just the silence, and Watto is just singing to himself. It's wonderful, and you don't hear him do that in the movie or anything. It's so good. Knowles, what's funny about that is we didn't have room to store a lot of the voice stuff, right? It's a small cartridge. So that's why Anakin only ever says, "It's working, it's working," because we recorded him saying, "Oh, that did it," or "all right," and all kinds of other things. I also have another funny sound story. We had all the pod racers speaking Huttese, which was kind of generic Star Wars language. Ben Burt, the brilliant sound designer and editor of the Star Wars films, had written a book to help Lucasfilm with some of the rules for Huttese, but much of it was kind of make it up as you go, especially for us. Oh, this is the Ben Quadranero voice in the game. And yeah, Anakin is the only racer that speaks in English. And even then, his insults are in Huttese. So when the pod racers are going by, they're all speaking, but you don't know what they're saying. And we had to make up a lot of things. And that actually works so well because it feels like they're yelling slurs at each other. Like they're just throwing like the most heinous shit ever. And Eric came up with some of the best ones. Brett had some good ones too. Basically, the whole team gave us some lines in English. Oh my God. Stuff like, "Hey, don't get too close or you're going to get cooked." And Eric translated that to something that sounded like, "Pracha ma pupa, cheese da crispa," which means it sounds like if you approach my bumper, you're going to be crispy, which is awesome because when it comes out, it sounds Star Warsy. But there are some words that you can attach to that. So they're not just speaking nonsense. They're all speaking our own interpretations of what we thought Huttese might sound like in short little insults. And again, that's all the character. Like if this game was dead silent, this game would have fallen flat. If you just raced and you're not bumping into people and they're going "Achu tabata," like it would ruin the game. So that's brilliant. Johnson, the end of the project party was at a go-kart place, and we were all shouting the insults at each other. That's so awesome. They pretty much, to celebrate the end of the project, they all just went to do episode 1 Racer in real life, probably with drinks. And to relate it to the previous story, if more women were there, they would have absolutely ruined it and destroyed this. This is 90s development versus now. You would never get any of this now. We wanted to call it Star Wars Episode 1 Pod Racer. The N64 and Windows versions of Star Wars Episode 1 launched in May 1999 in the US, but they wouldn't be the platforms that would get the game. In addition, there were also versions of Star Wars Episode 1 Racer on other platforms too, including Mac computers and the Sega Dreamcast. Of these, the Mac version was to hit the first market in late 1999, with the Sega Dreamcast version launching 1 year later in 2000 and serving as developers' first Dreamcast title. While I'd wager the N64 version is arguably still the best known console version on account of being first, the Sega Dreamcast edition features a few improvements over the original, reintroducing the pre-rendered cutscenes before races. Oh, the N64 version doesn't have that? Damn. Yeah, no, that was huge because, again, I played it on PC. And being able to fit more of the music into the races, eliminating the long silences in the N64 tournaments. With that in mind, I was curious how the team's experience developing that version of the game compared to making the original. Is this just the music? This is the Dreamcast version. Oh, yeah! Which is more or less the PC version. Johnson, I love weird hardware, so I like the Dreamcast. We had some personal changes late in the project, so we had to round off some features here and there, but in many ways, it was the best version of the game on consoles. Knowles, except for one thing, the one thing that ate me alive. I think I was the first one to realize, and it was too late to fix, but we were excited that on the N64, the music from John Williams that we only used on the final lap was mono because it had to be. But on the Dreamcast, you could have had it in stereo. You had all this space. And so you had this big, beautiful music going. And sadly, we accidentally shipped it in mono. And I thought it would kill us, but nobody noticed. Johnson, the mono thing actually wasn't quite an accident. It was the only way to get it out the door because of personnel changes. There just wasn't enough time. Speaking of platform-specific things, by the way, I also remember there was the Mac version. Macs used to be cool, and they became uncool, and then they became cool again. They were like candy-colored machines, and somebody at Apple decided that every candy-colored machine would have a terrible but non-existent GPU in it. And so we burned extra cycles to make the GPU run the game well, because then anything brightly colored from Apple would run the game, and that worked. That was good. The only downside is you couldn't count on anything but mouse and keyboard, because even from the old Scum Adventure days, people who buy Macs don't add hardware to them. The iMac, also known as the iMac G3, was released in 1998 and featured an iconic translucent design. And this is when Macs were fucking cool. This is when I wanted one. I love translucent hardware. I love the hypercolor hardware. It was awesome. They just don't. They don't buy controllers, sound cards, or graphic cards. There was a PS1 version of Racer in development by an outside studio, but it just proved too hard because the PlayStation 1 didn't have Z buffering, and the performance and look couldn't quite match the quality on other platforms. Interesting, because you'd usually consider the PS1 to be like a superior, more powerful console, but the PS1 couldn't handle Episode 1 Racer. Time extension. I don't know off the top of my head how much is known about that. I'll have to look into that. Johnson, somebody's got a disc. Knowles, Rainbow Studios did the version of Racer's Revenge on PS2, and they did a great job with that as well. If you don't know, Racer's Revenge is the sequel to Episode 1 Racer. I've never actually beaten it. I've played it. I've always wanted to stream through it, but it just isn't as good as Episode 1 Racer. It doesn't have the punch. The game feel is off. The cool thing about Racer's Revenge is the Burnout Revenge style takedowns in the game, meaning like if you crash into a different racer in it, they're gone. So you can win the race just by murdering everybody, but it feels bouncy. And pod racing shouldn't feel bouncy. And that's where it gets wrong. So literally the game feel kind of ruins it for me. But it's neat. It actually has a plot of Anakin as a Padawan. It's Hayden Christensen is in the game. And he is pretty much taking a break from being a Jedi to get back to his roots of being a pod racer. So you can race as like Hayden Christensen, Anakin in the game. It's also available on PS5 for some reason. That's where I own it. So they just ported it there. It's not on PC or anything else. I just have it on PS5 because it's a PS2 game. Johnson, the other version of the game that I remember that was super surprising and really fun was a racer. There was a cabinet coin-up game that I was actually going to ask about because that's Sega, like one of Sega's. And that game is super fun, but it's not Episode 1 Racer. And it's got the full pod. This would be something I'd want to own in real life. Knowles, Jun Taniguchi, who I had worked with on Turn 10 at Forza Games. He was the team designer. They had less time than we did. Johnson, they did a brilliant job. It's very much an arcade game. It's like if you play like the new Batman racing games, it feels like that. They didn't use our code. They made a new game with a new map and everything. I think it's only the Bounty Classic in that game, if I remember. It's been years since I played it. And everything you got to ride in the cabinet and do it. We had one of those in our front lobby, and the racer team was super proud of it, even though we didn't do it, because you can see our game's influence all over it. The team that did it at Sega got it right, and you can see the game here. I'll just skip ahead. Important is how it feels and how it flows. But this is still a fun arcade game, mainly because it's got the physical booth there. That's what makes it so cool.
Being able to feel like you're actually driving the fucking thing is the difference maker. That's why arcade was so powerful.
Yeah. Knowles, they were a super talented bunch. They had come from Sega Rally. They totally knew their way around racing games, but it was amazing what they did. We thought we didn't have much time with 18 months. Johnson, I'm sure they repurposed the engine. It was done by a team of pros for sure. Time extension. Did you ever have any ideas for a sequel? Knowles, I don't think so. In fact, I might have been going through Star Wars burnout at the time, not, as in like he's exhausted by it, not burnout. And I think even heads of LucasArts at the time said, John, I don't want you to make another racing game. I want you to go do something original. So I spun off a team to do an original action adventure platformer codenamed Sawyer. We were all really excited about it until I was asked to stop that project and get back to work on Star Wars. Then after that, my next game was Star Wars Bounty Hunter, our first PS2 game, which was gifted to us, I believe, by Sparta a while ago now. I've never actually played it. I played it for like 5 seconds, the original PS2 version, and the Aspire version of it fixes up the controls. I really do want to do a stream playing through Star Wars Bounty Hunter, so maybe I'll do that sometime. It's not as beloved as other Star Wars games, but it has potential that I'll love it. It was I think originally, it was PS2 only, so that's why I never played it, because I was Xbox at that time. I was back in the Star Wars universe for a while after that. I did a Revenge of the Sith game, if that's the console one. I fucking love that game. Super underrated. Also, I should stream that. That was kind of me at Lucas. But yeah, Racer brings back good memories. We were really proud of it too. And I always say for the Revenge of the Sith game, it is my actually, there is a good Star Wars fighting game. It's the bonus game in the Revenge of the Sith game. It's really fucking good. Star Wars Bounty Hunter was a 2002 action-adventure game directed by Knowles for the PS2 and GameCube, and saw players taking control of Jango Fett from Attack of the Clones. It received mixed reviews upon release, but generated enough of a following to receive a remaster in 2024, bringing the game to modern platforms. I have to play it. Also, we did want to call it Star Wars Episode 1 Pod Racer, but there was a company, I think it was Ubisoft, that had released a game earlier called Pod. And I believe the folks at LucasArts felt it was best to go in another direction. Time extension. That's so weird, because obviously Star Wars and pod racing is bigger than Ubisoft's pod game. But okay. Time extension. I'm wondering, for you, John, you obviously went on to work on the Forza games. How was it going from an anti-grav racer to working on more traditional racing games? Were there any of the same lessons you could apply? Knowles, if you were talking about the years I spent working on Forza Motorsport and Horizon, it was a totally different world. But there is a lot of the same challenges applied. How do you keep the race interesting when you're ahead? How do you keep the race interesting when you're far behind? But of course, those games had a ridiculously complex physics system drawn from real-world car data from manufacturers and the like, which we tweaked to make an open-world game like Horizon. The team at Playground took the physics and then really went to work to make sure it was fun to drive in an open world environment. Believe it or not, using the same physics straight out of the box from Motorsport was absolutely not fun in the context of an open world environment as much as our core players thought it would be. We put it in front of them and gave them 3 different control models. The one we thought they'd pick, the hardcore one out of the box, and the one that was kind of arcadey, like Need for Speed. And they all hated the one that was straight out of the racetrack game because of a real world racetrack. You're constantly braking, turning, and braking and turning. In an open world, you are not. So when the car goes off the road, the game feels broken. So we did some cheating. It's real physics, but we did things like remove lift entirely. So there's no aerodynamic lift. Anyway, a lot of stuff like that. Time extension. Same question for you, Brett, and you, Eric. Has there been anything that you've applied from this specific project to anything that you've worked on since? Have either of you guys worked on another racing game since Episode 1 Racer? Totsi. After that, I didn't really work on any racing games like Eric and John. We lived, ate, and breathed Nintendo products, so I continued working on Nintendo products, and much of my work was with Factor 5. I worked on all the Rogue Squadron games and then Battle for Naboo, so there wasn't really an opportunity to apply that kind of racing knowledge on those games. It just didn't work out. Johnson. Yeah, I never worked on more racing games, so a lot of the things I brought forward were broader and more technical. It was things like the level of detail handling, but also Razer was very self-contained as software engineers, so say it had very few dependencies. It didn't use the platform libraries except where Mark and I tapped into them, so it was kind of this self-contained little ball of stuff that would just run on anything. So when we got the PS2 console, we started calling Racer a teapot in the graphics world. A teapot is a rendering test to see if your graphics are working correctly, and we could bring Racer up on basically anything. We brought it up on the iPad when it was brand new, and I believe marketing kept wondering, well, should we put this on this other thing? But I don't know if we ever did, but we would just use it to test our graphic systems, and it was kind of fun because it was better than drawing a teapot. You could play Racer on your new toy. Time extension. I want to thank you all for taking the time to do this. I think we talked about pretty much everything, unless you have any last minute comments. Johnson, I kind of have a guilty admission. John probably remembers this, or maybe Brett does too. So after the game came out, our PR department would once in a while send us lists of questions from somebody, and we'd answer all these questions. So it was like an interview, but asynchronous, whatever. And it may have been close to April 1st, but also I was just feeling punchy. So somebody asked a question about the game's physics, and I decided to have some fun. So I told them, well, there are only 2 working repulsor lift platforms on the ranch. There's the one used for the land speeder in the first one, and the smaller one used for the speeder bikes in Return of the Jedi. After that, it's all CG, so they didn't need them, I said. We couldn't touch the original land speeder one, but we got to take the speeder bike one and just kind of try it out on Lake Ewok and take notes. I didn't expect anyone would take it seriously, but the person who interviewed me didn't question it. And then 3 other people responded to the thing that they published, and they were like, oh my God, they kept this secret. And I remember thinking, oh no, what have I done? So there you go. I have more stuff to go through, believe it or not. But that was a very long, I fucking had no idea how long that was, deep dive into episode 1 Racer. Any thoughts, Kate, before we go forward?
Yeah, it's good. The podcast is about deep diving, so like most of our stories aren't going to be like 10 minutes long. So I'm glad that you put the time in to read that. I actually sent you a video of Pod. It's interesting because it came out in 1997, and the environment has some like weird similarities to it. It's just really strange.
Yeah, let me take a look at it.
This came out before episode 1. There was an N64 version that was supposed to be made, but they canceled it. So it was on PC and Dreamcast.
There is a second article that I'm going to skip because I think it's just reiterating what was in that long interview, and it's actually saying why they couldn't name it Episode 1 Racer, and it's because of Pod. So I want to say thank you to Time Extension for doing that deep, super long autistic interview in one of my favorite games of all time. I actually have more news on Episode 1 Racer as we go forward, but let's see the game that stopped it from being called Episode 1 Pod Racer.
It's weird glancing at this because there's just things here that could be similar, maybe.
Yeah, I see it.
But this is like futuristic space stuff.
Oh my God, yeah. So it's not just the name. I want to play this. This actually looks super fun.
Yeah, the composer for this did like a bunch of Ubisoft stuff. So he's like did some of the Rayman music and stuff. He was like a Ubisoft and Disney Interactive Games composer.
That is super cool. I've never heard of this game before this. It's crazy that they couldn't name it Pod Racer because of this game.
I'm more fascinated that this came out 2 years prior to episode 1 even like reaching theaters.
Yeah. Damn. Well, I loved reading that. That was, like I said, that's my favorite racing game of all time. And guess what? I'm not going to stop talking about it here. I don't know if I'm going to watch the whole thing on this because you guys should go see it yourself. But I just want to give you at least a taste of it. We'll see how far I get into it. But once again, I want to give a big shout out to my Retro Life, who is awesome. He actually just did a video with Victor Lucas, which is crazy, talking shit about PlayStation. I'm gonna have to check that out. We talked about him recently with making Kay mad at Maximum Carnage, but my favorite video of his related to this is actually on episode 1 Racer, because he captures the feeling of being a kid around this time and loving this game so well. And I saw his video on episode 1 Racer, and I was just like, man, this guy gets it. He is so good. So I just want to show you guys at least a little bit of this. This is what it was like. Maybe you guys didn't experience episode 1 Racer like I did, or maybe you did. This will bring you back. This is My Retro Life, and I highly recommend you subscribe to him and follow Time Extension as well. This is My Retro Life getting Star Wars Episode 1 Racer at Best Buy in 1999. And if you missed when we talked about him with Maximum Carnage, pretty much his dad and him as a child like bonded over their mutual love of gaming. And thankfully, his dad filmed everything. So he takes all of his dad's footage throughout his childhood and chops it up into videos. And this one was by far my favorite.
Just that feeling of leaving the Phantom Menace for my dad and I, it was a real moment, guys. And I really think that my dad didn't want that moment to end. And he turned to me and literally told me right there on the spot, Tyler, let's go to Best Buy and let's get the Pod Racer Nintendo 64 game.
The fate of the galaxy is in your hands. Episode 1, Racer on N64.
Where are you?
Your favorite trail?
Cool. But first, a word about this video's sponsor.
All right, sponsors, great. You can see the most replayed section is skipping the sponsor.
They're offering. Thank you. For as long as I can
go.
remember, there has been Star Wars.
Look this way, Darth Vader!
I was born in 1986. That's 3 years after Return of the Jedi was in theaters. So I never grew up with the original films in the theater.
In only 9 days, Star Wars has grossed more money than...
And this is what I find so interesting is Star Wars is so dead now, and this is what hurts. But like from 1977 all the way until The Force Awakens, Star Wars was a titan, and every single kid, every single generation had different experiences with Star Wars. And I think that's so cool to talk about. Like even Kay and I, like we're the exact same age pretty much. We're twins, which is why I like Andy and Lele so much. But it's interesting that we have different experiences with Star Wars. Like I said, I was a big Star Wars fan. My experience with it was, Episode 4 was one of the first movies I saw. My dad had it on VHS, and I was just blown away by Episode 4. It's still my favorite movie of all time. And then and that was the original cut, and I only saw 5 and 6 once the special editions came out, those gold box special editions that also got a theatrical release. So until I was an adult, I never saw Yub Nub. I never saw the original Emperor and all that stuff. And it's interesting because going into Episode 1, I was hyped that there was a new Star Wars because I'd already seen the trilogy so many times in that short period. Because I think the special editions came out in 95, something around there, 95, 96. And then Episode 1 was 99. So it was a few years, but your childhood, it's like every day is huge. Every day is long. I'd already loved Star Wars. It was always my favorite thing ever. And Kay, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but you probably weren't as excited or a fan until you saw the movie, because Episode 1 was the first Star Wars movie you ever saw.
Yeah, I feel like maybe a story for another day, because we're going to talk about Star Wars more than once in our life. I want you to be able to show this stuff. But yes, Star Wars Episode 1 was my first Star Wars experience ever. That's why I'm such a huge fan of it. That's why we have so much merch of it. It just kind of felt like the culture at the time was so significant and consuming. Like that was the only thing anyone could think of was Star Wars Episode 1. Every news network, everywhere you'd go, everyone our age was just like so excited for it. And it felt like that was like the thing of the year that you had to watch. And like Lord of the Rings is the only other thing that has ever given me that much excitement. It's Star Wars Episode 1 and the Lord of the Rings trilogy, like Peter Jackson's, that felt like the entire air was different. And through Phantom Menace, obviously I became a huge Star Wars fan and started like getting super invested in all the video games, led me to KOTOR, etc. So yeah, I know depending on people's age, I can understand people who think that the original trilogy should be the only thing, and like there's a lot of people that reject the prequels, and there are issues with the prequels for sure.
Yeah, and I've always said that it's like I was an original trilogy fan going into Phantom Menace, and it was like as a kid, I already knew Luke, Leia, Han. I nothing felt like a betrayal of this. It was perfectly made for me. It was exactly what George Lucas intended it to be, and I was a big Jar Jar Binks fan and everything. All of it worked on me like exactly, probably too much. In fact, I'm still talking about it.
In my case, it did its job of pulling in like a new audience, right? Like I said, I hadn't seen any other Star Wars until that point. So it's definitely been a unique experience. And like I said, probably better for another stream just dedicated to Star Wars. But seeing it like 1 through 6 in that order rather than 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3 is like, it's almost a fascinating journey. And it's made me like such a big fan of Anakin. Right? Like that's the main character I walk away from. So
in any movie in Dallas history.
Well, I'm a real science fiction fan. I've got hundreds of science fiction books at home, and I think this is going to be a science fiction classic.
My dad was there for it, though. In fact, my dad famously told me he actually saw a screening of Star Wars in New York City before the film came out. He didn't think it was going to be a hit. dad couldn't be more wrong.
Merchandise tie-ins have brought an additional $2 billion in retail sales. Cookies, books, clothing, bubble bath, toothbrushes, video games.
Eventually, he came around to Star Wars and
skip ahead a
loved
bit
the original
to get
trilogy.
to what we're talking
His
about.
favorite character.
This whole video is so good, though. I fucking highly recommend it. Let's get over to Phantom Menace here.
That we used to see commercials for Star Wars Episode 1, it felt like every time we turned on the television, if it wasn't the trailer, it was KFC, Taco Bell, and Pizza Hut, and their amazing promotion for Star Wars Episode 1.
Play Defeat the Dark Side. Collect cool Star Wars game medallions and you could win cash prizes, even $1 million. Only at Taco Bell, KFC, and
That
Pizza
was
Hut.
part of it. It wasn't just television or going to school that you would like see this, and the fact that the internet was not as big of a deal back then made it so that there were certain shows you were fixed. Everyone was watching the same stuff, right?
Yep.
So you would see the same commercials, but then you go out for dinner with your parents, and they're like, "Oh, let's go to the buffet at Pizza Hut," and you're seeing Star Wars stuff there. Like
Phantom Menace was everywhere.
You go to the mall with your parents, and they're going shopping, and then you see Star Wars there. Like it felt like the entire universe was taken over by Star Wars, and it was impossible to ignore. And
This
it was
is why-
beyond just like pop culture. It was literally culture.
This is why I'm so upset that I don't eat KFC anymore because of Canada. But it was like the taste specifically of popcorn chicken like invokes a memory of my childhood at that time, because that was the toy line, that was the KFC promotion. And when I haven't eaten it now in years because of Canada, but when I would eat, I have a horrible sense of smell, but like the taste of like the sweet and sour sauce with the popcorn chicken literally brings me back like Ratatouille to my childhood, and it brings me back to Phantom Menace. Like that was like the taste of Star Wars at the time. And to like you said, Kay, is like Phantom Menace was everywhere. Like it felt like we were living in George Lucas's world just for like a year. Like it felt like everywhere you looked, there was Phantom Menace merchandise. The food you were eating was Phantom Menace. The ads were Phantom Menace. It was just absolutely magic. It was magical.
I remember going to Taco Bell constantly that summer and just trying to win all of the pieces so that I could win the grand prize.
And the money will be raked in.
That's right.
For a long time.
On Wednesday, May 19th, 1999, my dad took me to AMC Theaters in Sugar Land, Texas, to see Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. And guys, I gotta be honest, it did not disappoint. I loved it, and so did my dad. I mean, the Duel of the Fates lightsaber battle with Darth Maul, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Obi-Wan Kenobi, I mean, that was one of the greatest scenes in all of Star Wars. And one scene in particular I'll never forget was the pod racer scene. My dad and I loved the pod racer scene. This was a magnum opus when it came to special effects and sound design. We had never seen anything quite like it.
Literally my favorite racing movie.
Fast and in your face, and just the concept alone. Really, there was this whole world that was built within the pod race. It was so rich with characters and just thought out. There was such a lore that was already established just within the world of pod racing that
literally
you couldn't
these
help but be
throwaway
completely
characters that you would
engrossed by it.
never see again.
And you're so emotionally
remember the
invested,
two
and
of us
people
standing in-
still are. Like,
Yeah.
Ben is coming back for the
That-
new Galactic Racer game.
The
and,
most
like, everybody's going
excitement
crazy.
Yeah, the most excitement for Star Wars since Disney fucking took over is Ben Quadraneros being in Galactic Racer.
Yeah, and you
Front
mentioned
of it.
earlier like how you were racing around or whatever at that time, like just that feeling of breeze in your hair and the excitement of racing. I remember around that time. Do you know what a kett car is?
No.
It's pretty much like a go-kart that you could buy. They were like, I don't know, like $500, $1,000 or something. But they were like these vehicles that kind of looked like a go-kart, but you would like manually pedal them. And I remember like,
oh, I do
right
know those. Yeah,
around
yeah.
this time, like I was like obsessed with that. And it's like, as kids, we were just all wanting to like feel that excitement of racing. Here, I've got a link. You can, if you want to show what that is.
Yeah. Show it to me.
But this was the kind of thing that I was like racing around in just as a kid, while also being like this huge Phantom Menace fan, loving the pod racing, everything. And just your imagination going fucking wild. It's
there German. We go. Okay. Yeah, the German site was yelling at me in German. It was like, hey, and it's like, it's just asking me for cookies, but it's so aggressive. I do remember these. I never used one, but that's fucking awesome.
They're so fucking fun, man. So that, as a kid, you're like, I'm just like Anakin. You're like racing down hills.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Like
it was so
cool.
It was so interesting for me as well, because I always, and I still do, hate kids in movies. It irritates me, but especially then, because I always felt like I was being pandered to with kids. It's like, see, don't you see yourself in the movie? And I liked Wolverine. I liked Batman. Like, that was my fucking hero. It was like big, grizzled, violent guys. And Anakin, for some reason, I didn't realize it until I was much older, that I was like, oh, Anakin is the only kid that I ever liked in a film. Jake Lloyd was the only kid that it felt like identifiable, and it was like relatable. Like I loved little Anakin. And I was like I was pretty much like the same age, maybe a little bit younger than him. It was perfect. It was just so perfect.
Like, more so for people that like knew about other Star Wars, but like imagine watching episode 1 and seeing all this shit and like all the lightsabers and stuff. Wouldn't it be so cool if I could be a Jedi or a Sith as well? And like the idea that Phantom Menace is specifically about the journey of the child going into that. Like, it's so easy to insert yourself in that and say like, oh, this is what it would be like as a kid turning into a Jedi.
I think
Sith, right?
I think George Lucas kind of saw that in Jake Lloyd, because like I watched his audition, and he was fucking up his lines. He wasn't perfect. He was going shoot kind of thing, a little kid, and he there was something imperfect about Jake Lloyd that made him feel real, because there was another audition that you can see in the making of Phantom Menace where there's a kid that's like picture perfect, blonde hair, like he looks like a child actor, he's hitting all the notes perfectly, doing everything, and he was almost like too perfect. And it's just like, wow, it's surprising that George didn't go with that other kid, because I feel like every other director in the world would have. Instead, he took the chance on Jake Lloyd, who had a little bit of flaw to him. I had a little scuff to him, and I think that goes a long way.
Very authentic. That's the difference.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
It's like actually how a child would react in that environment.
Exactly.
AMC theaters, and we're talking to each other about what we had just witnessed.
I love
what
this
we
part.
had just seen, describing the scenes, talking about the characters, all of the excitement that surrounded this film, and just that feeling of leaving the Phantom Menace. It was a real moment, guys, and I really think that my dad didn't want that moment to end. If I'm being honest, I really think that in that moment he had an epiphany, and he turned to me and literally...
That's the thing, is all that hype, all that build up and everything, and bonding with your son, and it's just like, well, we saw the movie, now what? And it's like, now that's just gone, so what do you do?
Really told me right there on the spot, Tyler, let's go to Best Buy and let's get the Pod Racer Nintendo 64 game.
The fate of the galaxy is in your hands. Episode 1, Racer on N64.
He took me to Best Buy in Sugar Land, which was really not far from the theater. And we walked in that store, and I can remember us going to get Star Wars Pod Racer. And I can remember that the Best Buy had a bin right at the front entrance of the store. You didn't even have to go walk back and find it. There was a bin of Star Wars Pod Racer games right there at the front entrance. Like once you had to get inside the store, but once you were in there, it was right up front near the registers, and they knew there was so much hype, and people were picking it up. I remember we weren't the only ones buying that game that day. It was a brilliant move to have that game available when fans.
And we saw that when we went through the Autistically Long interview, that it's like it had to be developed in tangents so that people would be like, I want to continue this journey. I want to live in this world now. Well, here's the main takeaway from this movie is episode 1 Racer. Now you get to be a pod racer.
Phantom Menace hit the
DX shirt.
And on the topic of movies and films, it's Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Episode 1 Racer for the N64 gives players a taste of the nasty sport of pod racing.
I can remember looking at the box and just thinking, oh man, like we haven't even really read many reviews of this, but we're going to give it a shot. We're so caught up in the hype and the love for this movie. Let's go. We brought it home that day, popped it into my Nintendo 64. Immediately, this game felt like such a compliment to the movie. And what was so amazing about it was that they'd taken just that scene, that amazing scene, which was a standout highlight of the film, and they had turned that entire scene into a video game.
Like you're injecting yourself into one of the most tense moments of the film.
Yeah,
and getting to experience it firsthand.
And again, that opening track is like the easy mode of that, and it's so good because it feels that the opening like trial track feels like so fast, so intense, and you get it done quick, and it's like a rush. And then the next thing you see is like a whole new world, and it's like, oh, you're not just on Mos Espa, you're going all around the Star Wars galaxy pod racing. This is so fucking cool.
Building going on in this game. It took everything we loved about that scene in the movie and just built upon it. There were all these different characters, and racing against them with all the different sound bites, them yelling at you as you pass them.
Sorry?
I said let people give him the view directly. And
Absolutely. And you guys should. That is my retro life. And I was just getting sucked in that video again because it's so fucking good. I have a couple more things to talk about in Star Wars because I'm such a fucking nerd, but definitely go subscribe to my retro life. He is super awesome. And Kay, we still have to make you watch him shitting on Maximum Star Wars, or Maximum Carnage, not Maximum Star Wars.
I don't know if I can handle that.
All right. Well, my retro life, he was a Star Wars kid that was a gamer. We were both Star Wars kids that was gamers. Kay, can you guess who else was a Star Wars kid that was a gamer?
A lot of fucking people.
Well, let me introduce you to one.
Getting the great gift.
Kids of the 90s are good with any kind of game.
Here we go. Full speed ahead, buddy. Oh, geez Louise.
Jake Lloyd will get no argument from our Tony Potts. The 10-year-old star of the Phantom Menace challenged Tony to a head-to-head contest in the new Nintendo Star Wars Episode 1 racer game.
You're still on your first lap?
Based on Jake's thrilling pod race scene in the film, Jake says the game might even be better.
Well, in the film, I didn't actually my pod racer didn't move. This time I get to race it. So it's pretty fun.
Where are you?
I'm lapping you.
You're lapping
I
me?
just lapped you.
Oh my gosh. I'm in second place. I haven't used the brakes once. Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. And I'm done.
Oh, no, you won?
Yeah. I'll just sit back and watch you lose.
Congratulations. Good job, man.
No
All right. He's tough.
It's tough trying to beat a kid. Well,
I love seeing that. So I want to end this on some good news. As you may know, Jake Lloyd's had a troubled life, rough life following it. More than, all the people that act like victims that come from these movies. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, had a super rough time, and still is dealing with going through that and all the rough things that come with that. But Jake Lloyd's doing good. He's actually making friends with the child actor who played Jango Fett in episode 2. But I came across this news, which I was so happy to see, and I got to share it with you guys, as there was a recent short interview with Jake Lloyd. And you know what he's trying to do? He's not returning to acting. He's going to be trying to become a professional esports gamer.
You guys might want to hear from an OG Anakin Skywalker. Of course, I'm talking about Jake Lloyd. Now, you may know that a little over a decade ago, Jake was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Obviously, a very serious mental illness, and he's had a lot of ups and a lot of downs over the years. But for the last few years, he's been in an inpatient treatment program. He graduates from that program this summer, and he's excited about moving forward with his life, which he says includes trying to get into esports. He is a very big gamer. And of course, it's May the 4th. So yes, we talk about Star Wars. So for the first time in a long time, here's a little bit of my conversation with Jake Lloyd.
Jake, it's great to see you. You look terrific. How is life? How are you doing?
I'm in the right place about things. They make sure that you walk away with some tools in your belt. Healing above all is a coping mechanism, so that's great. And I'm able to take the treatment, therapy, and socializing in a healthy, productive manner.
So your mom tells me you want to get into esports. Tell me a little bit about that.
That's what was most applicable considering my history and having a future at all. So I'm really excited about that. I was in the top 500 of Modern Warfare when that first came out. And I'm kind of not really able to play as much as I should in treatment. But I'm in the top 4 of eliminations for Call of Duty now. And I use that as a resume.
Today, of course, is Star Wars Day, and I wanted to ask the OG Anakin Skywalker, what does Star Wars mean to you today, Jake?
It means a entire fielding of joy. There's an expanse there, and it's brilliant and friendly. For instance, I play the Knights of the Old Republic games, and there's tombs.
You should be careful if you're planning on entering this tomb.
On the Sith homeworld. I'm trying to figure out how to use the Force, so I look forward to it.
Do you still watch and enjoy Star Wars?
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to beat those games again, dude. I still enjoy it, yeah.
How about the movies and the shows? Do you ever take any of those in? Do you ever watch those?
I don't really have the time. I don't watch TV.
Yeah.
But I compensate as best I can with the video games to be a couch potato and make that a living and see if that can benefit someone other than me.
You have a lot of fans that have stood by you over the years. What would you like to say to them?
I really, really appreciate that people care. I don't actually try to go without that. But I'd love to say thank you to everybody who's able to be supportive.
Well, you still bring a lot of positivity to fans of the film you were in.
Thank you. I appreciate that dearly.
What does the next 5 years look like to you?
Medicine, therapy, and not mess with somebody's time.
Well, Jake, thank you for hanging out, and may the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
It's Star Wars.
So there you have it. That is our super autistic deep dive on all things episode 1 Racer. And I'm so happy to see Jake Lloyd's doing good. And I don't know if he's going to start streaming or what, playing games, but like if he's able to do it, I would absolutely love to see that happen, because I've been following him for a long time. He's had like a super rough go. So it's super great to see him enjoying stuff again and living his best life that he's able to. Okay, anything?
It's just nice to see him doing better.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Because of our 2 autistic deep dives, that was what the fuck is going on in gaming. Still got one showcase for you guys, and we're going to reach your support now. And then anything goes and rapid fire and all that good stuff.
I'm going to go through and read the support first, and then we will get into the last gaming showcase here. Want to start off with D-Day, who came in for 2. Thank you. And he says Guado needs to be replaced with Jason. I'm guessing Watto.
Watto needs to with Jason?
Isn't Jason Schreier?
Oh my. They come here, I grift, nobody buy. What do they not buy? Hey, I need to see that.
That's
he pretty much, he is a slaver. I see it.
Shit, yeah.
I do not accept your Republic credits here. Only shekels.
Thank you so much, D-Day. And Slosh came in for 2. Thank you. Did you ever solve the Bunta Eve Classic?
Oh, yeah. No, I solved it multiple times. Multiple times I've solved the Bunta Eve Classic. It's a hard problem to solve for sure. That game is tough. I should stream episode 1 Racer so you guys can all also learn how to solve that wonderful game. Did you notice Jake Lloyd didn't say that he's trying to solve KOTOR, by the way?
He just like played the fucking game. He didn't solve the game.
Exactly.
I've been wanting to do a stream for a long time of us doing the N64 version with the double stick. So maybe that's how we play it.
That would be super cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Slosh. And Slosh came back for 5. Thank you. Summer 2000, staying up all night, every night, and blasting the MI2 soundtrack while playing episode 1 Racer at 8 in the morning. Better times, man. Better times.
Yeah, that's why I had to share this deep dive story and go into it. Is just like maybe that wasn't this game for you, but we all have that game that like meant so much to us as a kid. You guys probably have multiple, and so I was really hoping that that story would kind of bring back those memories for you guys and kind of bring something out of you. So it sounds like it did for Slosh. And yeah, I had the exact same thing. For me, it was on PC and using the joystick and everything. And it's still my favorite racing game.
All right, we are caught up.
All right, I'm just setting up the the next Halo thing here. So that's actually for the future. So let me just finish this here. So Kay, why don't you give us some sort of Star Wars thoughts?
We're good. Slosh says, well, shit, I guess esports isn't so bad after all. I'd watch him at least. It's really nice to see Jake Lloyd recovering from everything. I can't imagine how much stress it is to be like that much in the limelight at such a young age. It must be like so incredibly overwhelming. And I know he was going through his mental issues and everything. So it's nice to see him recovering and getting to a better place. And I think esports might be fun for him, it sounds like. Although I'm a little shocked by that being the decision, because esports I usually associate with like stress and like aggressive, like, like, because you want the perfect headshot and shit like that. So it's kind of interesting that was where he chose to put his energy, but I'm happy for him. Yes, that was Adam Sessler earlier, very young Adam Sessler. I see Nightmare Cast saying that was Adam. Damn, him and Jeff has the same cadence when speaking. It's because they're trained from the same cloth. Jeff Keighley was in very early G4. In fact, one of my earliest memories of Jeff Keighley, and I've disliked him ever since, is he was shitting on BMX XXX because it was too sexual. And I just remember being like, fuck off, bitch. No one fucking cares about your opinion. So, like, during that time, everything was still edgy and fun, and he was like the one person crying about the sexuality. It was fucking gay. So yeah, they come from the same cloth. Jeff used to be on a lot of shows. They used to do like the show where like 3 people would like sit across from each other and they would like read comments pretty much from their website, and like they would deep dive into something, and then they'd like take phone calls and stuff like that. I don't remember the exact name right now, but he was a part of that, and he would like randomly review games and stuff, but he wasn't doing like what Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb did, which was like X-Play. So yeah, Jeff pretty much got his start with G4. I don't know if there was anything before that with him, but that's like the first thing I know him for, and a lot of other people. And then yeah, of course he went on to do like his Game Awards thing with Spike and everything. Let's see. Ferret Rose came in for 5. Thank you. He says, hey Kay, I'm doing better than earlier this summer. I'm out of the hospital and moved to Florida. Let's go.
Well done, lad. Oh my God.
Definitely missed you and been itching to game. Well, hey, I'm so glad that you're feeling better. I know you were in and out of the hospital for a little bit there. And Florida sounds like a lot of fun. I liked my time in Florida, so
Oh, Florida's fucking
jealous.
awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
What are you planning on playing now that you can? You tell us. Let us know. You want recommendations? We'll give them to you. I'm so happy to hear, Ferret. Good for you. Oh my God.
Really glad to hear that, Ferret. Thank you so much for the 5, and yeah, definitely like keep us in the loop because I know you were dealing with being in and out of the hospital and everything. So I'm really glad to hear that you're feeling better now. Thank you so much.
All right, Kay. I'm ready. Are you ready? Here's a game to recommend for everybody. All right. Well, another game I love for some strange reason is Mud Runners as well as Snow Runners. There is something so satisfying about driving around making deliveries while getting stuck for hours due to the terrain. While delivering maybe planks of wood or crates of apples is all fine and dandy, what I'd really love is to deliver like a giant living hand or maybe a bloody troll skeleton thing. Anyone else? Anyway, welcome to Prospice, Anomalous Logistics. Here we go.
Welcome, Pathfinder. You've been posted to Nostrandi, a remote island of frozen wilderness, recently thawed and open for the first time in recorded history. The ice has uncovered strange relics that radiate dream corruption, causing psychological symptoms in those exposed. To research its potential uses, Project Crimson Aurora was set in motion. As a new member of the 13th Strategic Logistics Company, you're the backbone of the operation, providing transport for the research stations across the difficult terrain. While you explore the area for anomalies and fulfill duties of rescue, supply, and remember your personal responsibility for your safety. The threats on the island, although beyond a rational explanation, are to be taken seriously, as per the waiver and the agreement you've signed.
Fairy tales.
So that is Prospice. If you want to get spooky Mud Runners, that is hauled cursed cargo across a haunted island where the terrain can take your life and every road bears the scars. The release date is to be announced, but there is a play test going on if you guys want to try to get in early. All right. Well, Kay.
Is it rapid? Are we doing rapid fire? We're doing rapid fire, right?
Yeah, we're rapid fire.
Oh my God! All right, then I need to go over here, and Kay, you need to leave. We need to get out of here. Okay, let's see. Where are we in life? Nobody knows, but I know one thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. Once I find my material, there it is for rapid fire news, because even if we do autistic deep dives that take 6 hours, no good story goes unturned over at Melee Games. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the rapid fire. Okay, there you go. Wait, hit the loop. There it is. And then can I share this correctly? Yes. Yes, I can. There it is. Thank you, Kay. Well done. Robert Bouge, who voice acted in GTA 5, The Ballad of Gay Tony, and even starred as Red Harlow in Red Dead Revolver, says he is a little bit down on Rockstar right now after auditioning for 60 roles in GTA 6 and never hearing back from Rockstar. We reached out to Rockstar for comment, who replied with their condolences to the actor, but simply stated when it comes to starring in GTA 6, he is not brown enough. Boundary Break has posted a video showing that the original Xbox startup screen is not pre-rendered, and you're able to move beyond the bounds of real-time rendered startup and see everything behind the scenes. Most surprising to Xbox fans is the hidden Bill Gates, who hides just behind the Xbox logo, enjoying all the money you just gave him. Responding to a user's post on X, Xbox CEO Asha Sharma has confirmed that platinum achievements are coming to Xbox later this year. And early next year, to really get fans hooked back on Xbox, she is planning on It's not doing the... Oh, God, it's not... Didn't do the jokes properly. It didn't move the... It didn't do... It was supposed to go from this to this, and then I was going to show you Bill Gates behind there. It didn't... I had no idea it wasn't cycling. That was my this was for my Bill Gates joke. Didn't even make sense without seeing him, but there he is. Responding to a user's post on X, Xbox CEO Asha Sharma has confirmed that platinum achievements are coming to Xbox later this year and early next year. To really get fans hooked back on Xbox, she is planning on introducing a crack dispenser to the lineup of Xbox products. It seems that the actor portraying Ganondorf in the upcoming Legend of Zelda movie has leaked as Yuli Latkefu. This, in turn, has also leaked the plot of the film, which will see Ganondorf traveling back in time to take the Rock's place as the most electrifying man in sports entertainment during the Attitude Era. See, I'm just glad that I caught that. I'm glad I just caught that before doing that. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. Ah, God, jump scare there. Good Lord. Insomniac Wolverine actor Liam McIntyre has been interviewed regarding his take on the iconic comic book character and has said, quote, "There's a man or the mutant who's trying to be better. He wants to put good into the world." How lovely. Insomniac's Wolverine, which stars a violent mass-murdering lunatic teaming up with another violent mass-murdering lunatic who's also telepathic, launches September 15th exclusively for the PlayStation 5. Newly disc-based PS5 console boxes now come with labels to remind buyers of discontinuation of discs starting in January 2028. However, if players scratch off the sticker, they will see a photo of Don Matrick. I really do not like that man. In a recent interview, breakaway star of Obsession... Wait, that's the... It's not... There it is supposed to go there. There we go. In a recent interview, breakaway star of Obsession, Indy Navarrete, still don't know how to really say her name, said her favorite childhood game she missed was Super Shrek Party. About a day later, Variety surprised the star with a sealed copy of Super Shrek Party, a wholesome story. And I would like to state that my childhood game that I miss very dearly is a graded competitor gold cartridge of Nintendo World Championships. Yeah, it's PlayStation things out of hand. There we go. It's supposed to go like that. Well, I spoiled it. In an unprecedented move, it was announced that Grand Theft Auto 6 would debut an extended look on Netflix August 27th. To compete with this, Disney Plus has announced Grand Theft Mickey, a new series where Mickey and the gang attempt to climb back to their former success by dealing drugs, running bank heists, and pimping out hookers. In what looks like could be EA, it looks like EA could be selling BioWare following the Saudi Arabia takeover. Apparently, the Saudi princes took one look at Dragon Age Inquisition, and they said it was either sell the company or every developer would be stoned to death. And finally, a modder has turned the Steam Machine's removable front faceplate into a charging dock for the new Steam controller. With how customizable the faceplate is for the Steam Machine, it begs the question, who will make the first fuckable Steam Machine with a fleshlight faceplate? And that was Rapid Fire News. Where'd Kay go? Do I just force her back? There she.
I'm
Ah,
right here. What do you mean?
good Lord.
That's fine. I'm here to help you press the buttons.
Thank you.
Good job, James.
Not really, but thanks.
As part of Ferret Rose's super chat here, you wanted a recommendation. So I'm going to show an extra showcase because he likes Metroidvanias. And I've had my eye on this game. This was not a part of today's show, but I feel like it is worth looking at. I think this game looks fucking awesome. You don't have to even watch the video from the tweet that I sent you. You can go to the Steam store page there from the tweet. But I'm fucking excited for this.
In this dark, gothic, pixel indie Metroidvania game, you go in search of the source of all life in the universe and battle abominations of flesh and steel. This is Silent Planet. Silent Planet, not a hero.
Ah, it looks so good.
That is Silent Planet, or as Slosh pointed out, a new modern 2.0 Iron Maiden album. Silent Planet is an exploration-focused gothic sci-fi Metroidvania rooted in cosmic horror. Explore the claustrophobic corridors of a massive underground complex filled with the remnants of technological and biological horrors created by a dead civilization. If I want that, I just go to a Burger King.
Uncle came in for 26. I wonder who made Guac get freaky on the normies.
What? Guac got freaky on the normies?
I think you should open Discord, though, because he did post something in there for you. Thank you, Uncle.
No. Is this what made Guac get freaky on the normies? Is this it? This giant Jabba fucking bussy? Oh my good. Let's see if Guac is still back here. Let's see. I want you to act like a dummy thick Jabba the Hutt, and you're trying to seduce me right now with your giant fat Hutt ass.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Come here, my sweet little morsel. Jabba's got a tail that could crush a starship, and an ass so massive it makes the Sarlacc look like a kiddie pool. Slide on over and let Mama Hutt smother you in all this glorious, wobbling green blubber. Feel that? That's 500 pounds of pure, unfiltered Hutt seduction, grinding slow and heavy just for you. You like how that fat tail coils around your waist? Don't fight it, baby. Jabba always gets what she wants, and right now she wants you buried face first in this legendary Hutt booty. Come taste the slime, darling. It's an acquired flavor.
Under one condition. Can you make it clap? I want to hear it.
Oh, ho, 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 you cheeky little snack. You want Mama Hutt to make this legendary ass clap for you? Listen close, baby. Clap, clap, clap. Hear that thunder? That's 500 pounds of pure Hutt blubber rippling and smacking together just for your greedy little ears. Clap, 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 clap. Oh, fuck yes. Feel the ground shake, darling. This tail's got rhythm and these cheeks don't quit. You want it faster? Slower? Jabba's gonna clap this fat green booty till you can't take it anymore. Now come here and let me wrap this tail around you while these cheeks keep singing your name. Clap.
George originally intended for that scene to be in A New Hope, but Harrison Ford said, forget Han, I'm going to kill myself if you make me film that.
Thank you, Uncle. We're at.
Thank you.
Oh my, how you guys are nuts! Thank you guys so much for all the support today, but also, dear God, I don't like how close this number is getting. We're at $375.11.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, you better brush up on your dating skills because it seems like we have a chance of dating the guild.
We're over a third of the way now. It's insane. I don't even know. Oh my God. I'm sweating. Let's get into the next story.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Uncle, for getting me to clap them Jabba cheeks because we're going to be clapping some Will Wheaton cheeks in the future. Okay, everyone, it is time for Anything Goes. And Anything Goes, because of all our crazy deep dives, is going to be also a bonus story. And it is titled Halo by Hate. Yes, Kay is suffering, but so must I. Halo, one of my favorite games of all time, now looms over me like the shadow of death. I know that I must go back for my third playthrough of Campaign Evolved, but as I venture forth into the darkness that awaits me, I ask myself, why? Why is it so bad when it used to be so grand? I will tell you why. Because it has been this way since Microsoft took over Halo. They never understood what made it great, and this goes all the way back to 2012 with the release of Halo 4, as even back then, they intentionally hired people who hated Halo. You think I'm joking? Here it is. Let's check in on Halo Studios that went out of their way to hire people who hated Halo. Oh, the guy who hated guns and Halo got laid off? What a surprise. Who thought this was a good hiring philosophy? This was an article that was printed back when Halo 4 came out. We hired people who hated Halo. Having the Halo franchise was burdensome in a lot of ways, meeting expectations, for example. But it was great for hiring, O'Connor admits. Many of 343's problems were big, practical, logistical conundrums having to do with growth and recruitment. The studio needed to attract top AAA talent that was high in demand and probably already employed at other AAA studios. All of 343 staff came from AAA. The studio staff now represents over 25 AAA studios. 343 actually couldn't tell interviewees that the studio was specifically working on Halo 4, just that the studio was working on something involving Halo. We had people who were hired who hated Halo because of X, says O'Connor. But what that really meant was, I feel like this game could be awesome because of Y input that I'm going to bring into it. I want to prove it, and I'm passionate about proving it. So we ended up with a bunch of people who are genuinely passionate about the product. That is a huge advantage, and that helped in hiring and forming their team. But did it help? I am not so sure that it did. If you want to read more on that, there is a whole making of Halo 4 article, a story about AAA, which really shows how fucking they were dead on arrival even back then. So Microsoft did not understand the assignment, and they botched it from day one. Every release since has been plagued with issues that ultimately made Halo no longer Halo. And that is with no exception for the latest release, as once again, Halo Campaign Evolved reportedly had a trouble development that impacted a now canceled multiplayer project. I won't read the article, but I just find it funny that now that the dust has settled on Campaign Evolved, at least not for me, everyone is now coming out of the woodwork and saying, guess what? Yeah, this game, once again, had a troubled development. Every Halo game has had a troubled development since Microsoft took off. Now, I want to compare this to the past, as it's not like Bungie was perfect either. They made mistakes, but what they did so perfectly back then, when they faced an obstacle, they overcame, and it was actually for the better. For example, the Arbiter. One of the most iconic characters in all of Halo, often more beloved than Master Chief himself, and arguably the main character of Halo 2, I never knew this until now, was almost not called the Arbiter. Jamie Greismer. For 90% of the game's development, the Arbiter was the Dervish. I'm going to be careful here because I don't remember all the details, but the name refers to a special set-apart role in the religion of Islam, a kind of holy warrior. So it really fit the idea of this distinguished, extremely powerful, almost blessed by the gods warrior. But then 9/11 happened right before we shipped Halo, and that's Halo 2. Or sorry, no. Halo 1. Anyway, and the tone and atmosphere of the time was very complicated, especially when it came to Islam. At the last minute, somebody in legal said we couldn't use Dervish. Half of it was like we shouldn't appropriate somebody else's religious belief for some goofy sci-fi game. Fuck that person. And part was we don't want to antagonize anyone. It was a really complicated mix, and we just said, okay. Marty O'Donnell. Dervish had been in place for a long time, and we had all these lines of dialogue recorded, saying the word all over the place. We said to Microsoft's geopolitical experts, look, you approved this a year ago. We asked you about this stuff. We were really upset and thought there was nothing we could do. But we cut out every word from every character that ever said the word Dervish and re-recorded all those lines to try to match them saying Arbiter instead. I think there were user manuals that were already printed with Dervish in them. It was horrible. So, one of the most iconic characters in all of Halo, often more beloved than Master Chief, believe it or not, 9/11 changed his name. I can't imagine calling him Dervish. That's wild because Arbiter to me is the Arbiter from Halo. And you might think I'm lying or this is an embellishment or something, but believe it or not, maybe you're too young, but back in the time following 9/11, everyone was concerned with hurting the feelings of Muslims. And this extended to the biggest game at the time. Joe Beautiful tweets, it's sort of surreal how even all the way back in the early 2000s, shortly after having thousands of your citizens slaughtered in one of the most grave attacks on a civilian population, the immediate concern of the American government and media was for the public relations of Muslims. Let's look at this clip here of commentary on Halo 2.
It was over too soon.
Okay, good. Oh, nice. See, how many people even know this whole sequence? Because most people just run out there. They never saw that whole thing.
Yeah.
And then the hunters are actually in front of you if you spend your time watching, laying back a little bit.
Marty, do you remember why there used to be a cinematic there? Do you remember why we cut it?
No, I don't.
Well, there used to be a cinematic there where the brutes were actually the soldiers were there on their knees, and the brutes were going to
we have a little,
lop off their heads.
A little moment there.
Lop off their heads, and this was unfortunately right about that time when real world events made that a little bit too real.
Ooh, yeah.
A little bit too real.
It was too politically dangerous.
Yeah. Just a little bit too hard. It was over too.
To summarize the feelings of the time, I give you the greatest comedian of all time, Norm Macdonald. What terrifies me is if ISIS were to detonate a nuclear device and kill 50 million Americans, imagine the backlash against peaceful Muslims. I wish I could show the clip, but our YouTube video will get annihilated. But Norm once told this joke to comedian Margaret Cho, and she took it completely as true, as like not a joke, and she's like, that's true. But anyway, how did they do it? Where did it all go wrong? Well, somehow we went from this over to this. But if you weren't there to really drive it home, I'm going to show you just a little bit of a 1-hour documentary, which I highly recommend you all watch in your entirety. This is special. It was made of the time, for the time, the behind the scenes making of Halo 2.
Halo 1 was a pretty good game. Not just gameplay-wise. I mean, it was fun. Halo 1 was fun. I think we spent years, frankly, at this point, saying, how do we ratchet the bar across the board up for Halo 2?
In a lot of ways, Halo 2 is just an extension of all the excitement we felt at the end of Halo 1 and that we didn't get to, express. Just in every way, we've really increased the scale and the scope of the game.
It's exploring huge environments, 10 times the size of Halo 1.
It's about kicking ass in as many ways as possible, in as many different bodies as possible.
Halo 2 is about guns and more guns. That's what it's about.
There's a lot of the story that we didn't get to tell.
Ooh. Kill the demon.
There are characters that we had conceived of and even in some case modeled. And it's also the same group of people too. And they all still want to do what they're doing.
We want our game to look like a movie. We want it to look like something that's just unbelievable to experience.
I guess we're sort of feeding off each other. So it's a really creative group of people that trust each other.
The really important thing to do now is to take all these different disciplines who are all working on their own things and take all those pieces, take the AI code and the physics and the guys working on the levels and bring all those pieces together at the same time. And then you keep doing that. You keep colliding things together until it's a game.
Feels like a Star Wars level production.
What's that?
It really feels like a Star Wars level production.
Yeah, no, it was such a big deal, and it's hard to look at this and think that you are ever gonna get something like this ever again. Like just the excitement just of the behind the scenes making of being this cool, exciting, and special is just amazing. That's really why I wanted to do this segment as well, and I highly recommend everybody watches the entire hour, because it just it's going to depress you that things aren't like this anymore, because it's just really what I can take away from this is Halo's never going to be Halo again. Star Wars is never going to be Star Wars again. You can't rebuild a team like this. You can't. And hey, to your Blizzard story, that team is never going to be the same again. I'm sure Blizzard employees back in the day could see this and they could relate to this.
You could just as easily probably find documentaries of Blizzard around this time looking identical to this. And that's, to me, why the Blizzard story is so important, for us to understand just how much things have spiraled and how much like the destruction came just in the name of fucking people rubbing their hands together and seeing a couple dollars from manipulating women's bullshit. It's insane.
Pretty much all three stories of the podcast this week are we can't go back as much as we'd like to, because it's impossible to build this group again. These studios, these developers, bring them all back. The entire industry is just not this industry. This was the Wild West of the industry. This was the shoot from the hip days, the glory days, and now we're in the era of the Wild West ending, and all these cowboys from the past don't know what to do or where to go, or they're the ones getting in trouble. They're getting the accusations, they're getting the lawsuits, and they're getting the layoffs in this weird, fucked up new industry world we're in.
So I don't know about you, but for me, I used to watch a lot of this kind of stuff. I haven't seen this one in particular, but watching the back end of everything and seeing game developers break down what they're doing and talking about the philosophy behind the thing they were building, and just seeing the love that oozes on the page of everything that they're saying. I don't see that happening now with video games. Like, I'm sure
No.
you'll find some exceptions, but there's not really games where people will sit down and have these conversations and you feel excitement and it's purely about the video game. That's kind of my problem with these modern things. So we've seen we've covered Bethesda, for example. There was like a more modern look at everything for an anniversary.
so
and we covered
stiff.
that. And they're even on silent, like on mute, looking at their body language, talking about this, the way that the footage is cut, everything. There's so much fucking love and creativity put into this. And it's not that was completely stripped from the Bethesda one because they have a long history.
It felt
But there's
awkward, and it felt
there's
not the
always
same.
something looming, and then there's some need to talk about women or influence or like stage certain people in front of it to, there's always an ulterior motive, it feels. And that's the thing that pisses me off. I love this kind of stuff in my free time all the time. This is the kind of stuff that I love watching. I love this stuff, and I'm just it feels extinct. It's so depressing. We also kind of got that recently with Gears of War E-Day, right? When they did the whole reveal and we started to see some behind the scenes. And I felt sprinkles of it. But again, what are we seeing? Troon flag. We're seeing all. It's just that's
they're
the part
told
that
what
really
to
fucking
say
frustrates
apart
me.
rather than speaking from the heart. And the thing is, you will see that kind of love and passion from indie games where the developers don't exceed the number of 5 people, and that's primarily because they don't have HR managers. They're just making the games themselves. You can't have this style anymore in a big studio, because a big studio means you have a publisher, and then the publisher requires HR managers and all these contracts, and then comes in all the modern woes and problems that come with that. So you literally just can't. You can't do this in like a big studio anymore where you have a publisher. Maybe they can produce a good game, maybe, but the behind the scenes, that love and culture and passion that these guys built, that can't exist anymore in big numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
That I'm looking at right now is called the Sentinel headquarters. The Sentinel is this hovering character. They don't need floors. They can fly up through the ceilings. They can fly through portals that are 20 feet up. But you as the character will have the challenge of traversing this interesting terrain inside the structure, up and across beamwork and through these little portals throughout the space. So it's going to be really interesting for the player to explore.
All right. We made it, huh? All right, Michael's going to talk about the engineering and stuff.
It's amazing to me how good stuff looks and how much progress we have, but something I've been thinking a lot about is E3.
E3 stands for the Electronic Entertainment Expo, and it's the biggest event in the video game world where all the developers and all the publishers and all the gaming press all get together for, it's almost a week-long carnival, practically.
Trade shows are useful because they make you get your shit together.
It's important for us to get
And they
excited
don't
about what
exist
we
anymore.
get done for E3 because we need to build that excitement up and go, God damn, we have a lot of work to do between now and E3.
I think it's really important to be ambitious. I think it's important to have more balls in the air that you can catch at the end when it all comes down to it and you have to ship a game. But certainly you can go too far.
Of all the people on the team, Tyson and I are probably the people who are the most frightening for Jason and the programmers. We are the most crazy scripting, crack smoking. This would be so cool. Damn the frame rate. Let's pound the code and make these crazy things happen.
Oh, no.
E3 demo from start to finish.
They entered the city a little over an hour ago.
Yesterday, before the demo, we had all this stuff that we were just throwing in, and finally something began to catch, and we started moving.
The sheer excitement and joy in their faces, and they're just sitting there casually sipping a beer or whatever they're doing, and it you can tell it feels like it's in the middle of the night or something, it's just the people really wanted to build something special,
when
and they were
creative
proud of that.
when creatives, often like creatives that care, that can rub two brain cells together, when they talk about making something, whether it's putting out a new album or directing a film, and I assume this applies to video games, at least back then, they'll say it's the closest they feel to like playing God, because you're creating something, and there's exhaustion, there's stress, but there's dedicated passion, and there is an excitement for what you can achieve. You're literally creating a whole world, a whole piece of art from nothing. And it's so true for video games, because that is interactable piece of art. It is something where people live in those, right? Especially in terms of like a game we talked about today. We've honestly talked about so many of my favorite games between Batman, Star Wars, Halo, and Warcraft today, but that is so true with a game like World of Warcraft, where people are literally living in them. You're creating like a world, literally. And so the excitement and passion that they must have had going through that, and that camaraderie that is built with these people that you're spending all day every day with, is unmatched. And again, it's just never going to be this way again. And all those middle manager people, all the lawyers, all the HR managers and everything, not only do they not understand it, but they aggressively are against it and hate it.
Yeah, and typically HR managers are very separated from the product itself too. They don't even know the day-to-day, what these
They're
people
just
are working
women
on,
that are there to
understand.
make sure that they meet the quotas of how many women and minorities and all that stuff together. And they don't play games, right? They don't understand it. Yeah.
Look how cool that weapon is.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. This group of people is great. I'm sometimes pretty awestruck by how smart these people really are and how good decisions that they're really making. Yeah, I'm really proud of those guys.
Okay, we should try it. Just that scene where the chief ejects out the tunnel door now, which was never slow before, is now but slow. Okay. Everybody here, they work really, really hard, and it doesn't take that pressure to get them to jump it up to the next level.
Jason, help.
I think we should find a different way to do that, because the whole f***ing Pelican was generating these immense shadow volumes that were filling your screen with this giant bomb. We are the most cynical people. Like, we are the jaded crowd who, if a game doesn't entertain us in 5 minutes, we stop playing it.
Oh no.
What?
This light is like world relative, isn't it? Yes. What I had hoped to achieve in about a half hour, now I'm looking at a good night's worth.
And in the modern Blizzard, some woman at the cubicle over just heard these men swearing at each other and saying, "Fuck this, God damn it, we fucked this up." And then she's taking that as a hate crime that she reports.
The Pelican is so expensive. That's what
the long
small
pizza
group of
nights.
People who, as you work to the very, very end, are going to sit down and feed off that adrenaline and fix the really nitty-gritty details and ship the really totally polished thing.
There it is.
Oh no! What's that?
What is that? It's a new thing. We're just throwing everything we can at it, and Joe keeps pushing for more and more, and then the programmers will come through with some spectacular thing, and then the particle effects guy will create something that just looks beautiful, but then the frame rate goes down, and my music is no longer in sync.
There it is.
Bet you can't stick it.
Oh, you're on.
What was that?
That's something for the fans.
I like that.
That's for
the little glowy.
That's for the really
plasma
hardcore,
grenade.
like German press corps. Like up to that point, you do not believe it's good. And now they're like, wow.
That is just a glimpse into the behind-the-scenes making of Halo 2. It's nostalgic. It's bittersweet. It's great. And I recommend that any game developer watches that video. Anyone in the industry should see that full video. It's an hour long. And Kay, I would love when we have time, we could even do a full stream just watching and commentating on that video because it is it's incredible. So with that was Anything Goes. That's what Halo was, not what Halo is, and now what Halo can never be ever again. Little bleak, yes, but hey, at least those games are still playable and we can go play them, and maybe some indie developers can use that for inspiration. Just stay the fuck away from women in the industry. That's been kind of the theme of today's stream. Kay, you are most like Mace Windu.
No, I'm not. The hell?
My goodness. Thank you all so much. Over 7 hours is crazy. We're way over time. I want to watch that whole video. We'll do that again sometime. Let's read our final support, Kay, and we'll get on out of here and let the people know what's coming on up next. Hope you guys enjoyed the madness. Woo.
D-Day came in for 2. Thank you. How did Harrison survive all of Lucas's weird-ish?
How did he survive all of his weird what? Weird-ish?
Like shit.
Oh, weird shit? Not well. I wonder if I can find a clip of this. He hated it. Harrison Ford wanted to kill off Han Solo in episode 5. He was so done with that shit. He really just hates Star Wars, but he loved Indiana Jones. But he absolutely fucking hates Star Wars. Here's the clip. Just even at a Star Wars expo, whatever this is, a Star Wars convention, who fucking knows? Harrison Ford hates this shit so much.
Are you looking forward to watching a Han Solo movie as a fan?
Not really.
So, as Han's story came to an end in Force Awakens, how did you feel about the ending? Did you feel good about the ending? Do you like the way his story ended up? Did you see that as Han's ending?
So yeah, that's how he dealt with it. Not giving a fuck ever. Oh my goodness.
Thank you so much, D-Day. Uncle came in for 50 secs. And he says, see you, flawless space cowboy. You're going to carry that weight.
I miss... let's just make Master Chief fat. And then maybe we can fucking make things better again. What is that a reference to? That's what fucking anime is that I haven't seen? What, Kay?
Bebop.
Yeah, Cowboy Bebop. I've always preferred Indian Rocksteady myself, but thank you. Thank you, Uncle. It's
Thank
not a
you
weight
so
I
much,
want to
Uncle.
carry.
And Uncle came back for 20 secs. Thank you. They made Halo 2. I played it. It's a collaboration.
It was the let me see if I can find a photo of the entire Halo 2 team, because it was so many people. It wasn't like one person. Halo 2 team. There's got to be yeah, okay, there it is. Let's see. Oh fuck, it's Reddit, so it's hard to zoom in on. Here was the team responsible for making the greatness. That was Halo 2. Fucking cousin it over there. Boba Fett. I guess people wanted to be anonymous even in 2004 there. Oh, what do you see, Kay? What is this guy like photoshopped in? The guy looks photoshopped in there. My goodness. Hey, Master Chief there himself has also developed it. You can see him back there. And they do have the diversity hire. So, I am a little wrong. There is one, as you can see, in the big cowboy hat. All right. But apart from that, apart from Big Gorilla, noticing something about this team here. Do you notice anything, Kay? Is there anything to... There's Marty. Marty's right over there. What do you notice?
Society ones. That's what I'm noticing.
Yeah, definitely. They even had redneck representation. They had everything. It was the best of times. Thank you, Uncle.
Thank you so much, Uncle. Take me back.
Well, Kay, that's the goal. That's what we're trying to do, is kind of reclaim some of that former glory, at least on the reporting side of things, while we're all bleak and miserable and looking at the glorious times. Is there anything else, Kay?
No. that's the show.
Well, you said we're caught up, but what's our final total as we leave the show? What's that Felicia Day total, Kay?
385.
385 and how many cents?
I just rounded it up because it was like
385 period. Woo. You're already we had Felicia Fest. That was 14 hours, son. And you're getting the guild
from it.
You're getting the Guild movie watch along when that movie comes out, son. You're getting the comic omnibus stream, son. Now you might have to play a dating game in a tabletop RPG, Kay. I hope you're excited. Ladies and gentlemen, where are you going to see us next? I really hope you all come down. Nightmare's here right now. If you didn't hear me before, Nightmare, you're going to probably want to see tomorrow's member stream. Tier 2 to Tier 3 members, you have a member stream tomorrow. But if you're a new member, it's not a stream. We all hang out in Discord together. Make sure, what time is it starting, Kay?
7 p.m. PST.
Make sure to watch the member exclusive stream channel in Discord for when we start at 7 p.m. PST. We all get cozy, hang out in a call together, and play some degenerate shit. It's going to be fucking chaos with all you guys. I'm looking forward to it. Apart from that, we're going to be checking out a new game that actually does look good and is promising, so maybe we are able to return to the glory days without Blizzard, without Microsoft. We're going to be playing, I don't even remember what the game is called.
Agent 64.
Agent 64. And it is once again a spiritual sequel to GoldenEye. Now, one of my favorite games in the past 5 years was another spiritual sequel to GoldenEye, The Spy Who
Shot Me.
So how I'm going to be comparing more to that. How's it going to compare to The Spy Who Shot Me? We're going to find out on Tuesday. And apart from that, the next time you will be seeing us will be for the Melee Shuffle stream. That's going to be a Rumble exclusive this Friday, probably around 7 p.m. PST. Still not going to reveal what the game is yet, but I think you guys are going to love it. I think you're going to be very excited for it. And if the game's shit, I don't think it is shit, though. I think people are going to be like, fuck yeah, this goes hard. But if the game's shit, you get to listen to all your guys' music while I play it. It's going to be exciting. Thank you all so much. 7.5 hours of madness. We could have gone for another 7 with how much stuff we had lined up. You guys are the best. Thank you. Kay, why don't you read all the support? And you guys supporting us like this is awesome. Thank you.
Fucking insane. Thank you guys so much. Another podcast in the books. It was a lot of fun. Let's see. What do we got? We got Slosh, who came in for $3.43. Thank you so much, Slosh. War Wizard, thank you. War Wizard, thank you. Our marriage counselor came in for $50, giving everybody advice of how I saw you jerk off, and then I'm now getting wifed up. There you go.
Thank you for that. And
Thank
it did
you
happen.
so much,
it's true.
marriage counselor. I love that that's out of context for some people. Drew, thank you. Slosh, thank you. War Wizard, thank you for becoming a brawler. Nightmare Cast, thank you. War Wizard, thank you. Slosh, thank you. Nightmare Cast, thank you. War Wizard, thank you. And Butter Framed in Gold, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. War Wizard, thank you. Bardic Healer, thank you for becoming a brawler. Nightmare Cast, thank you. War Wizard, thank you. Maddie, thank you. Nightmare Cast, thank you. And hopefully you got some white pills back there again. We did bring up some games for you that were a little more fun. Thank you so much, Nightmare Cast. War Wizard, thank you. Slosh, thank you. Aramis, thank you. War Wizard, thank you. Nightmare Cast, thank you. Slosh, thank you. Butter Framed in Gold, thank you. Slosh, thank you. Electric Porpoise, Raised from the Dead, thank you for the Vibes sticker. Nightmare Cast, thank you. War Wizard, thank you. Slosh, thank you. War Wizard, thank you. Drew, thank you. Charitard, thank you. And Felch Reporting Wizard, thanks for the 1488 reminder, as if my pain was not already deep enough this weekend, as if I'm not fatigued enough from listening to Felicia Day's Life for 14 fucking hours. You reminded us with a little jingle that I dread every time I hear it. Thank you for the 1488. Charitard, thank you. Slosh, thank you. D-Day, thank you. Nightmare Cast, thank you. Nightmare Cast, thank you. Nightmare Cast, thank you. Mojo, thank you. And now a part of me wants to rewatch the Hobbit trilogy just for that Billy Boyd music at the end. Not for the rest of it. I wasn't really a huge fan of the Hobbit. Nightmare Cast, thank you. Charizard, thank you. Perplexed Canadian, thank you. D-Day, thank you. Slosh, thank you for the $7.62. Now that might feel like a random number to you guys. Why is that? Because he made it exactly $333. The man was on a mission. He said, I like that number. And it also happened to be 1/3 of the way. Thank you so much, Slosh. Charizard, thank you. Charizard, thank you. Charizard, thank you. We watched the video. I hope you enjoyed our reaction to the video. Charizard, thank you. D-Day, thank you. Slosh, thank you. Slosh, thank you. Uncle, thank you. D-Day, thank you. And Uncle, thank you. And JB, thank you so much for being a bro for 13 months. Nobody has spoken. Thank you for that raid over on Rumble. That's all, folks.
All right, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Tier 2 to Tier 3 members, I hope I see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. PST. If I don't see you guys, I'm going to see everybody for Agent 64, a GoldenEye indie spiritual successor that comes out Tuesday night. So I'll see you all then. Also, Melee Shuffle on Friday. I'm excited for that. Have a good night, everyone. M16 Mojo, have a good night. Amplify, Abomination. Femboys, have a good night. They always have good nights when I'm around. Abomination, Supersonic Jiku, I hope you guys have a good night. Over on YouTube, I hope you guys have a good night. Slosh, Nightmare Cast, Jerry, Ferret, Jerry, Hachiko, Slosh, Uncle, Ferret, D-Day, Slosh, Vima, have a good night. Uncle, Slosh, Maddie, Killington, D-Day, Slosh, Uncle, Vima, D-Day, Nightmare, Slosh, Vimamana, D-Day, Slosh, Vimamana, Nightmare, Uncle, Slosh, Vima, Drew, Slosh, Vima, Nightmare, Robo, Uncle, D-Day, Slosh, Uncle, Nightmare, Vima, Slosh, Uncle, Nightmare, and Uncle. I just want to say, if you're here, I hope you guys have a good night. My goodness, that was a Melee Madness podcast at 7.5 hours. That is fucking crazy. Members, we'll see you tomorrow for a sexy stream at 7 p.m. PST exclusively in our Discord. And for everybody, Agent Under Fire on Tuesday. So until then, so long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya. More Felicia Day soon, K. Bye.